Hey guys, tonight we walk into the Woad-Dyer's courtyard. The sun paints the courtyard with a gold blur, dripping over cobblestones like melted butter. You probably won't survive this, but stay for the story. So before you get comfortable, like the video and subscribe, but only if you enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment below telling me where you are and what time you're watching. Now turn on a fan for the background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The first footfall echoes across the stones as you step forward. Your toes press into wet mortar, each step stirring miniature dust motes. A warm breeze carries the scent of dried woad and distant wheat. Shadows slip like slow rivers across the courtyard, darkening the outer walls. A single stone lantern flickers, casting a trembling light on the path ahead. The courtyard feels alive, humming like an old loom waiting to start. You notice a thread of gold weaving through the dust, faint yet unmistakable. It pulls your gaze toward the center, where the stone altar waits. An ancient echo reverberates from the altar, as if remembering long nights. You hear the faint murmur of water from a nearby cistern. The sound is steady, a lullaby for tired travelers. You pause to listen, feeling the rhythm of the earth in your hands. A sudden rustle of leaves begins, as if a small creature observes you. The whispering wind tells you a secret about this place. It says, "Here, destiny waits for those who listen." Your heartbeat syncs with the rustling, forming a gentle drumbeat. You walk deeper, the cobbles dimming under the soft light. Suddenly, you encounter a narrow passage flanked by vines. They curl around the stones, like ancient, green hands. The vines seem to pulse softly, as though alive with hidden stories. You step inside, feeling a cool draft brush your cheek. The passage widens into a small hall, lined with faded frescoes. The frescoes, once vibrant, now whisper secrets in muted colors. You read a faded inscription, "Guardians of Woad, Keepers of Hue." A faint scent of old cedar permeates the air. You feel the weight of centuries settle upon your shoulders. The silence in the hall is punctuated by distant clanking. Clanking comes from a loom that hangs at the far end. It seems to shift with a rhythm that matches your breathing. You feel drawn to the loom, as if it knows your purpose. At the loom's edge, a single thread sits, shimmering faintly. You reach out, fingertips brushing the thread's silky surface. It whispers in a language you cannot fully grasp. You realize the thread is the doorway to your destiny. Your mind fills with images of vivid colors and ancient rituals. A soft laugh escapes you, echoing softly in the hall. The laughter is contagious, spreading warmth through the stone walls. You hear an old song in the distance, carried by the wind. The song tells of a legendary Woad-Dyer who spun threads of fate. Historians still argue whether that old tale has roots in myth or reality. You pause, letting the melody soothe your thoughts. The hallway narrows again, as if testing your resolve. You step forward, feeling the cool air against your ear. A stone plaque glows faintly under the lantern's flame. It reads, "First steps lead to paths unknown." You trace the letters with your finger, feeling smooth stone. The stone warms under your touch, as if welcoming you. You feel a sudden sense of purpose ignite within. The corridor bends unexpectedly toward a small alcove. Inside the alcove, a single candle burns with pale fire. The candle's flame flickers, casting shapes on the stone floor. You watch a flicker of what looks like a tiny animal. It moves, darting between the candle's flames, then disappears. The silence returns, punctuated only by the distant hum of distant water. You inhale deeply, absorbing the salt of the wind. You notice a shadow moving across the wall. It casts a figure like a man holding a long quill. The quill's ink appears bright violet in the candlelight. You wonder if colors are more alive than the air. The wind outside seems to stir your hair once more. A quick rustle in the corner draws your attention. You glance around, expecting to see something else. A stone door appears, with no hinges but a hidden seam. You push it gently, and it yields with a soft sigh. Beyond, the room is vast, filled with shelves of dusty scrolls. Each scroll glows faintly, as if guarding ancient secrets. Your eyes scan the shelves, spotting a scroll with a gilded corner. You pull the scroll out, feeling the warmth of old parchment. The paper crackles softly as you unroll it carefully. The glyphs inside are written in a language that feels like music. You recognize the pattern as if you had written it before. A voice in your mind urges you to keep reading. You read further, discovering a map of the courtyard. The map shows hidden paths and a path marked with a bright green symbol. You trace the symbol with your finger, feeling a gentle pulse beneath. The pulse syncs with your heartbeat, as if the map expects you. A sudden thud echoes from the deeper part of the courtyard. You turn, hearing a low, rhythmic pounding like distant drums. It sounds like a heartbeat, but larger and older. You walk toward the sound, ready to uncover its source. You reach a stone archway covered with vines that glow faintly. The vines shimmer, revealing hidden runes etched into their bark. The runes hum softly, resonating with your thoughts. You feel the world shift, as if the courtyard awakens from a long sleep. You pause, breathing in the old scent of soil and damp stone. The archway leads you to a small courtyard, bathed in morning light. The light paints the walls with warm gold, dissolving the shadows. You hear birdsong echoing across the courtyard, harmonizing with your mind. You cross a small stone bridge, the water below swirling like liquid glass. The water reflects the sky, with clouds drifting like soft cotton pillows. Past the bridge, you find a stone slab bearing a message in simple script. It reads, "Your journey begins when you choose the path ahead." You feel a sense of freedom surge throughout your body. The courtyard now feels like a living tapestry, woven with time. You step forward, guided by the faint glow of unseen lanterns. The lanterns illuminate small niches filled with dried herbs. You smell thyme, rosemary, and a hint of salt from nearby sea. A wind tickles your earlobe, whispering forgotten lullabies. You follow a faint trail, marked by small stones piled in a circle. The stone's arrangement suggests a ritual doorway, awaiting completion. You pick up the first stone, feeling its rough texture. You hear a faint hum as you set it back into place. The circle begins to glow, a soft blue light pulsing around. You feel a surge of exhilaration, as if a secret key opens you. The corridor beneath the circle starts to rise, the stone floor lifting. You step onto a platform that seems to hover above the courtyard. The platform moves, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. You hear a gentle hiss, like wind through ancient pipes. The air cools, and a faint scent of cedar fills your lungs. The staircase spirals downward, disappearing into the earth. You descend, trusting your instincts and the guiding light. An old wooden door opens, revealing a grand hall beyond. The hall stretches wide, with columns carved with vines. A mosaic carpet spreads across the floor, stitched with bright-colored stones. The carpet glows faintly, like a sea of stars. You pause, feeling your pulse quickened with excitement. A voice echoing from the far side, gentle and comforting. It says, "Welcome, traveler, to the heart of the Woad-Dyer's tale." You realize this place holds ancient truths, like the story of the Woad. You see a pedestal, atop it a tiny vial of shimmering liquid. Its color shifts from green to blue, depending on the light. You touch the vial, and a warm sensation rises up your arm. The liquid sings, vibrating softly, as if the water itself can speak. You notice a faint inscription near the vial. "Taste the dye, and you shall see." You pause, contemplating whether to take the vial. The path ahead seems safe, but also full of unknowns. You decide to accept the lure of knowledge, to let the dye guide you. You dip the vial in a small basin, watching it swirl like liquid fire. The liquid brightens, swirling rapidly in a dance of colors. You close your eyes and sip a drop of the glowing liquid. The taste is sweet and metallic, like sunrise on copper. Your vision blurs briefly, a shimmering veil overlaying the world. When your sight clears, you find yourself in a vibrant, dreamlike landscape. Colors saturate the surroundings, forming a living, breathing tapestry. You see the woad threads, stretching across the sky like constellations. The threads glow, reflecting the light, creating a kaleidoscope of hues. You realize that the dye has granted you a different perspective. You walk forward, feeling the soft breeze against your cheek. The streets are lined with wooden stalls, each selling strange items. A vendor offers you a basket of fruits, bright and fragrant. Your senses are overwhelmed by the smells, tastes, and sounds. You walk past a group of children laughing, chasing a wind chime. They giggle, their laughter echoing in the new world. You pause, contemplating whether this is a dream or reality. Your mind reminds you of a historical fact. The Roman Empire fell in 476 AD. You wonder if the fate of vast civilizations mirrors the fragility of a thread. You recall an odd fact. People once used crushed snail shells as toothpaste. An old woman approaches, wearing a shawl of Woad-Dyer. She smiles, revealing a face lined with stories. "You have found the heart of my craft," she says gently. The wind outside sighs, and the courtyard hums once more. You thank her, feeling gratitude fill your chest. You step back into the courtyard, seeing it transformed. The courtyard now gleams, reflecting the newfound colors of your adventure. You feel the echoes of the Woad-Dyer ripple throughout. You walk toward the exit, knowing your journey is only beginning. Behind you, the courtyard whispers tales of old and new. You take a step forward into the night, into unknown horizons. As the darkness settles, you sense the threads guiding you forward. You close your eyes, letting the lullaby of the wind lull you. You are ready, dear traveler, for whatever lies ahead. You feel the gentle rustle of the earth beneath you. The story continues as the night unfolds its secrets. You walk slowly, following the soft, golden glow of the lanterns. You realize that you have become part of the courtyard story. You take a breath, inhaling the scent of fresh woad. You exhale, feeling the world settle around you. You know that this path is yours to tread, to discover, to cherish. You step into the darkness, the threads stretching into the unseen. You hear distant drums echoing across the courtyard. They call you, calling you home across time and space. You smile, feeling the warmth of the candle in your shoulder. You move forward, guided by a gentle inner compass. You walk with confidence, knowing every step has meaning. You close your thoughts, letting the wind carry your soul. You are ready for the next chapter of the Woad-Dyer's tale. You feel the soft pulse, like a heartbeat in the stones. You carry within your heart the story to share with tomorrow. You trust the journey, trusting it will guide you to your destiny. You step into the unknown, knowing this is you. Now, at the end of this reflection, the story lingers on the edges of silence. We are ready to keep listening to the courtyard as it whispers. You step onto the worn cobblestones, feeling the echo of your own pulse under each stone. Your breath mingles with the morning mist that drapes over the courtyard like a soft shawl. A low murmur snakes through the alley, weaving between the ancient bricks. You hear the distant clink of coins, a whisper from the market that has paused for the dawn. Your fingertips trace the texture of the stone, rough yet familiar, like a familiar joke. The air tastes of damp earth and the faint scent of brewing bread. You sense a hidden story buried within the cracks of this old place. A soft breeze brushes your ear, carrying the scent of distant jasmine vines. You feel a thrill of curiosity, as if the stones themselves are holding their breath. The world around you sighs with the quiet rhythm of a life paused. You remember the rumor that the courtyard once hosted secret midnight feasts. A flicker of light dances across the archway, hinting at a hidden doorway. Your thoughts drift to the strange myth that nightshade could hypnotize cats, quietly ridiculous. You chuckle softly to yourself, amused by the absurdity of old folklore. A gentle rustle of leaves reminds you that even silence has companions. The path beneath your feet is lined with delicate moss, a living carpet. You pause, letting the moss's coolness seep into your soles, grounding you. Your mind flickers to the Roman road system, first paved thoroughfare ever built. You breathe a relaxed smile, feeling the weight of history around you. You feel the texture of cobblestones shifting beneath your boots, a subtle reminder. A whisper floats above, a murmur of voices that once talked in this very spot. You close your eyes briefly, imagining those voices, their laughter and their worries. Your mind conjures images of merchants hawking spices, a smudge of saffron. A distant laugh echoes, as if the street itself enjoys a private joke. You open your eyes, focusing again on the cobblestone's rhythm. The stones feel warm, as if remembering the warmth of past footsteps. You take a step forward, letting your weight become part of the narrative. You notice a small crack in the stone that glints under the morning light. You trace it with your thumb, feeling the faint glow of ancient secrets. You imagine that crack once held an ancient scroll, a forgotten relic. A murmur rises, like a lullaby humming from the courtyard's shadows. You breathe in the scent of damp earth and fragrant rosemary, a memory of ages. An old wind chime sings a quiet note, resonating with your internal rhythm. A soft giggle breaks, as if the wind is teasing the stone walls. You smile. The courtyard seems to hold your humor in friendly reply. You keep walking, each step carrying a heartbeat of shared history. The cobblestones align like verses from a forgotten poem. You sense that even the stone remembers the laughter of children past. A gentle hush falls, reminding you that even a bustling scene can calm. You remember the story of a secret society that gathered at this very place. A whisper hints at a hidden library, lost and ancient. Historians still argue whether the lost library of Alexandria was ever fully destroyed. The debate lingers like an unseen mist around your mind. You find a smooth stone, heavy with the weight of 1,000 stories. You tap it gently, expecting a response that never comes, yet comfort follows. You hear a faint echo from a distant corner, a murmur of distant bells. You imagine the sound of a bell reverberating through the courtyard's walls. The bell's tinkling sounds as if the day itself is inviting you. You keep walking, letting the journey pull you gently into its folds. A small bird lands on a stone, chirping a tune that mingles with the wind. You watch the bird, amused by the simple joy of nature. The bird's chirp reminds you of the ancient practice of using birds as omens. You find the memory of a ritual where people gathered to listen to a raven's call. The courtyard feels alive, like a living, breathing creature. Your sense of time stretches, each moment as long as a breath. You pause at a particular stone that has a strange, almost glowing mark. The mark radiates a soft, amber glow warm like a friendly fire. You remember the myth that the courtyard's glow is from enchanted stone. The legend says that the stone remembers the secrets of its past. You hear whispers from an ancient echo, like a ghost of the courtyard. You feel the warmth of the stone settle into your palms, a gentle reassurance. You let your fingers trace the lines on the stone, feeling the texture shift. The lines tell a story of time flowing, like a river carving its path. You take a breath, feeling the rhythm of the courtyard echo your breath. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the stones lull you into a gentle drift. You remember the rumor of a hidden door in the courtyard's wall. The rumor says a hidden door is disguised by a stone that shifts at dawn. Your imagination paints a visual of a sliding stone that reveals a secret chamber. The idea brings a small flare of excitement, a spark in your everyday routine. You open your eyes, listening to the crackling sounds in the stone's veins. The stone seems to hum a low frequency, almost like your pulse. You feel the cadence, almost in sync with your own breathing. You hear another murmur, a rustle that hints at an unknown breeze. A breeze carries a faint perfume of old rose bushes, like a secret garden. You feel the rose scent dance around the stones, a soft, comforting presence. You walk further, letting the scent guide you, as if following a whispered path. You find yourself at the center of the courtyard, where the archway meets the sky. You stand there, under a sliver of light that breaks like a whispered smile. The light kisses the stones, turning the dark edges into shining outlines. Your heart stirs, aware that you are part of a greater story. You notice an old stone pillar, tall and mossy, rising toward the morning sky. You place one hand on the pillar, feeling its age, like a living memory. The pillar's coolness touches your palm, gentle as a lullaby. You think of stories that speak of pillars that held entire cities before them. The idea fills you with a sense of connection to the past. You step forward, feeling the smoothness of each stone shift beneath your feet. A whisper passes, the sound of an old wind that only knows how to carry stories. You close your fingers, feeling the stone's heartbeat and the world's pulse. A distant laugh emerges from the courtyard's edge, playful like a child's giggle. You follow the laugh, its rhythm almost guiding your motion. You laugh too, a low chuckle that blends with the soundscape. A soft music rises in your ears, not from any instrument, but from the stones and the breeze. The music is ancient yet timeless, a lullaby for the wandering wanderer. You feel the music curl around you, wrapping you in a gentle embrace. You think of a moment when a Roman legion marched here, a day of history. You recall that the Romans built the first paved roads, a marvel of engineering. The memory seems small yet vast, a ripple in time's ocean. You find a quiet stone near a small pool of water that reflects the sky. The water flickers, reflecting the soft light, as if a window to another world. You crouch, sipping the reflection like a sip of cool tea. The water tastes of mineral rock, of the earth's whisper in liquid form. You notice a small fish swimming near the edge, unbothered by your presence. The fish moves with grace, humming a tune that is not a tune at all, but a calm. You laugh, amused by the small fish's disregard for the world's noise. You realize that even the fish is a part of this quiet narrative. Your awareness expands, feeling the courtyard, stone, fish, and yourself as one. The silence is a blanket, soft and generous, covering the edges of your mind. You pause, letting the silence fill with your breath and the chorus of distant voices. You feel a sense of awe, humbled by the simple but profound story of stones. You hear a sudden rush of wind that brushes your face like a cool breeze in a summer garden. The wind brings the smell of a distant market, spices, and honey swirling together. The memory of market smells warms you, a nostalgic echo that comforts. You close your eyes, feeling the wind, stone, fish, rain, and the memory combine. The wind whispers a phrase. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. An absurd joke with a wild twist. You laugh softly at the absurdity, feeling the joke's connection to the courtyard's playful spirit. The joke feels odd in the quiet, but also adds a layer of humor to the narrative. You smile, feeling the courtyard's light wrap around you again, calm and gentle. You hear a faint ticking, like the sound of a second hand on an old clock. You feel a rhythmic pulse beneath the stones, almost as if the courtyard beats with time. The pulse syncs with your breath, a harmony of ancient and present. You keep walking, feeling each step a note in a quiet symphony. A stone ahead creaks gently, like a lullaby that has a slow, comforting rhythm. You stop to listen, a sound of the stone's own voice, a memory of old times. You let that sound fill your mind, like a warm blanket on a cool day. A faint breeze carries a scent of freshly baked bread from a nearby stall. You picture the stall, the wood, the aroma, and the sound of wooden buckets clinking. You imagine the stall owner humming a tune, a voice that is far from this ancient silence. The picture makes the sound of the stone feel more alive, almost breathing with hope. You keep moving, following a path that seems to lead to a small archway ahead. The archway is a doorway to another world, a quiet crossing into unknown. You step inside, feeling the cool air of the courtyard's heart. You notice the faint glow of twilight as the day slowly transitions to evening. The light is dim, as though someone has gently lowered a curtain. The courtyard feels like a living space, breathing in the day's slow exhale. You close your eyes, feeling each breath and the stillness around you. You hear the faint murmur of voices coming from a hidden alcove. You imagine the story that sits behind that alcove, a story left behind. The story is whispered by the stones, a secret tucked in their cool faces. These whispers have always been there, quiet like a gentle stream. You feel the stone's old grooves, an ancient map of the day. Every groove tells of a journey of travelers who once walked the same path. You trace the grooves, feeling the lines like a guide to where you want to go. You imagine walking forward, guided by the grooves and your own curiosity. The courtyard's silence now feels more inviting, almost like a warm hug. You breathe in a calm, taking in the courtyard's scent of stone, grass, and sky. After a moment, you feel content, as if you found a small sanctuary amid the old stone. You understand that the courtyard is a living narrative of all who have walked its stones. You let your thoughts settle, just as a gentle breeze settles in the courtyard's quiet. You open your eyes, ready to wander deeper into the ancient stones of this place. You step onto the worn cobblestones, feeling the echo of your own pulse under each stone. The air tastes of damp earth and the faint scent of brewing bread. The market's hushed murmur rises, a low hum of voices like a soft choir. A vendor calls out, fresh oranges, bright as dawn. His voice, a sunburst. The scent of citrus swirls, a fragrant wave that lingers on your skin. You smile, amused by the absurd crocodile dung sunscreen joke. Remember that absurd line. It keeps the mood light. The sun rises, gilding the stalls, a golden ribbon along the street. A child runs past, chasing a sparrow across a sea of bright produce. The sparrow darts, a tiny blur of motion against the afternoon light. Your laughter blends with the market's heartbeat, a rhythmic lullaby. The vendor offers a slice of fresh bread, warm from the oven. The crust crackles, releasing a sweet, yeasty perfume that feels like home. Historians still argue whether the market stalls were designed as living temples. Some locals claim pigeons here predict market crashes by pecking at coins. You watch a pigeon swoop down, pecking at a gleaming coin. The coin rattles, an audible whisper of future fortunes. A violinist nearby plays a melody that blends sky with earth. The notes flutter, dancing on the soft breeze that lifts the dust. Each sound seems to breathe life into the stone paths. The market feels alive, a place where time stretches and folds. A baker kneads dough, his arms moving like gentle waves. Steam rises, mingling with flour particles that drift like snow. The aroma of roasting coffee fills your senses, dark and rich. You sip it, the warmth of cacao embracing your tongue. The cup's heat pulses through the palm of your hand. You remember the first recorded coffee house in Constantinople, 1555. It was a tiny haven of conversation where ideas floated like steam. You imagine travelers speaking of faraway lands and secret spices. Below the chatter, a rhythm of trade pulses. A vendor in the back holds a basket of plums, bright like rubies. The plums glimmer, their skins slick with dew. You bite into one, the juice bursting with tangy sweet. The sweet ripples across your palate, echoing the market's energy. The street nearby hums with the clink of glassware. A young woman offers you a crystal pitcher, her smile shining. The glass shimmers. Every sip tastes like a sunrise. Your eyes wander to the stalls of spices. Red chilies, orange saffron, yellow turmeric, all piled like jewels. You touch a chili, feeling the thin, spicy skin under your fingertips. The heat is gentle, like a warm embrace. A merchant with embroidered gloves offers you a sample of cumin. He says, "Taste it and feel the olden stories of caravans." The cumin's earthy aroma is a passport to distant lands. The market's chatter deepens like a river of voices. You hear a distant drumbeat, a call to prayer, faint. The sound carries a rhythm that feels olden, yet alive. The rhythm invites you to explore the market's edges. You stride toward the corner where a potter works clay. His hands move with steady grace, shaping earth into art. The scent of wet clay mingles with sweet oranges. The pot's finish glows warm in the sunlight. You touch the pot, its surface cool and smooth. A child watches, eyes wide as a miniature artist. The potters eye you, nodding in approval. He smiles, offering a small, glazed jar of jam. The jar rests heavy, its lid warm in your palm. You bite into the jam, its sweetness lingering like a lullaby. The market feels like a living anthology of flavors. A bell tolls softly, a reminder of time's passing. Its echo drifts across the stalls, gentle and slow. You feel the pulse of the market, steady and soothing. A vendor offers a bowl of fruit salad, juicy berries. The berries' tartness brightens your palate, a burst of freshness. The bright colors sparkle like jewels on a velvet cloth. A boy offers you a crunchy apple, its skin glistening. You bite, the crispness echoing your own heartbeat. The market's sounds layer voices, laughter, the soft rustle of cloth. The soft rustle reminds you of a gentle rain. A nearby stall sells handmade scarves, soft as a sigh. The scarves weave colors together, warm reds, cool blues. A vendor gestures to a worn, embroidered scarf. He says, "A piece of history for you." You wrap it around your neck, feeling its warmth spread. You can almost feel the olden hands that lifted the bell. The bell's clang softens like a lullaby. The market's rhythm slows, settling into afternoon calm. A child's giggle bubbles, its sound a bright crystal in the air. You sit on a stone bench, watching the market flow. A vendor offers a cup of honey tea, rich, golden, sweet. The honey seeps into the tea, a golden river. You sip, feeling the honey melt like a warm hug. The market hums, a steady drum in your heart. The light casts gentle shadows on each stall. A vendor waves you inside his aromatic herb shop. The herbs curl in green spirals like vines. You touch an herb, its scent is sharp, bright, reminiscent of sunshine. The market's hum deepens, like a soft tide at dawn. You sense history walking beside you, each footstep echoing. The sun dips, its golden glow turning to amber. The market warms, reflecting the warm dusk across the stalls. A vendor offers a small bag of roasted chestnuts. Their shells crack, releasing a fragrant aroma. You taste a chestnut, sweet and smoky, lingering on your tongue. The market sounds fade into a gentle lull. The vendor says, "Welcome back, come again." The smile in his eyes feels like a warm blanket. A small bird lands on a crate, its feathers bright. The bird chirps, a quick, sharp note in the air. A distant drum's beat becomes a heartbeat for the market. The wind lifts your hair, whispering, "Come, join the dance." You hear a distant melody, a flute sliding through the cool air. The music feels olden, yet fresh, a bridge between eras. The rhythm invites you to step beside the market's flow. A breeze nudges a loose flag, turning it soft like a sigh. Nearby, a potter shapes clay, his hands moving like slow snow. The scent of wet earth mingles with the sweet fruit from the stalls. You feel the dust settle, a soft blanket over the day's noise. The market's hum turns into a lullaby, soothing your fatigue. You pause beside a fountain, watching water dance in the light. The water's rhythm syncs with your heartbeat, a gentle reminder. You can almost feel the olden hands that lifted the bell. The bell's echo wraps the market in a soft, golden shawl. The fragrant air wraps around you, lavender, jasmine, spice. You smile, amused by the invisible chorus of merchants. A vendor's apron fills with a small hidden pocket. He offers you a tiny piece of caramelized sugar, rich and sweet. You taste it. The flavor explodes like fireworks on the taste buds. The market hums, a steady drum, your pulse in sync. The vendor winks, a secret code to the next stall. You follow the wink to a stall of hand-woven baskets. The baskets are intricate, dyed with color, red, blue, green, amber. Your fingers run over the weave, feeling the history threaded into each strand. You think of the olden days when traders filled these baskets. The vendor smiles, his eyes gleaming like fresh spices. He offers you a small piece of dried orange peel, a citrus treasure. You unwrap it. The smell is sharp, bright, reminiscent of sunshine. The market's chatter deepens, a soft murmur like distant waves. You feel your mind drifting, a gentle river flowing to hidden memories. The sun dips lower, shadows lengthen across the cobblestones. The air cools slightly, a breeze playing across your skin. You inhale, tasting the freshness that follows the evening's heat. The market's lights flicker, turning the stalls into a constellation of hope. You sit on a bench, watching a child chase a sparrow. The sparrow darts, a tiny blur against the twilight. The child's laughter rings, bright and pure, echoing the market's pulse. You smile, feeling the joy radiate through the stones. The market's stories swirl, intertwining with your own. You close your eyes, absorbing every detail, every breath. The market's heartbeat slows, settling into the night. The lanterns glow soft, a gentle promise that the day ends well. You get up, ready to step toward new adventures. The market fades behind you, its memory still warm. You walk past the old fountain, its water still running. The sound of splashing is like a lullaby, soothing your thoughts. You keep moving, the market's echo in your mind, a lullaby of its own. Tonight, the courtyard feels like a secret sanctuary, your heart full of curiosity. A distant drumbeat echoes through the night, a soft invitation to explore hidden corners. Your footsteps trace the path toward a forgotten gate, its iron hinges creaking in the twilight. You pause, breathing in the night air, an olden promise of new beginnings. You pause, breathing in the night air, an olden promise of new beginnings. The lanterns in the courtyard flicker like distant fireflies. Their soft glow whispers secrets into the cool night. You note the silence that settles like a velvet blanket. Across the stone walls, guardians stand at their posts. Their faces are etched with weather, eyes steady, watchful. A lone figure watches from a shadowed window. His eyes, sharp as glass, scan the empty squares. The night feels thick, almost tangible, like a story waiting to be told. Historians still argue whether the night markets were founded by hidden merchants. A subtle chuckle bubbles from the ancient stones. The lanterns sputter, casting dancing shadows over the courtyard walls. Your ears pick up the faint creak of stone settling. You realize the air smells like rain on hot pavement. A curious night breeze swirls in, carrying whispers of distant alleys. The guardians shift subtly. Their attention never wavers. On your left, a cobbler's hammer echoes faintly from the shop. It sounds like a distant drumbeat, rhythmic and reassuring. The guard's hand lifts to an invisible sign. A distant light cuts the darkness a little. He says, "The night holds stories." The lantern glow fades to a deeper orange. The courtyard hums at a steady rhythm. The guard's voice becomes a lullaby. The night wraps around you. The guard's gaze moves to a low stone arch. A distant wind whispers a lull. A faint scent of jasmine drifts. The guard's eye gleams. The lantern brightens. You feel a calm settle. The guard's hand rests on your shoulder. The silence deepened in a hush. The guard says, "Listen to the wind." The lanterns flicker. You hear a distant chime. You feel the stone underfoot. The guard's smile warms. Historians still argue whether the night markets were founded by hidden merchants. The guard's eyes gaze to the horizon. The lantern glows. The guard's voice invites your ears. The night glides softly. The guard's breath is steady. The guard's hand gives a subtle nudge. The guard's words echo. The guard's eyes reveal a quiet promise. The guard says, "There is no hurry." The guard whispers gently. The guard's hand steadies the path. The guard gives a gentle nod. The guard's gaze is unwavering. The guard watches you. The guard's voice is soothing. The guard offers a calm. The guard's light touches. The guard says, "We keep the secret." The guard nods. The guard's hand moves with assurance. The guard's presence is a calm. The guard is a keeper. The guard gives a knowing look. The guard murmurs softly. The guard's voice is warm. The guard's eyes look within. The guard's silence is deep. The guard's eyes are like stars. The guard's hand meets your palm. The guard's calm is a presence. The guard's smile is serene. The guard encourages you. The guard's presence feels like a hug. The guard's laugh rings soft. The guard's eyes speak. The guard's gaze holds you. The guard's hand is steady. The guard watches you closely. The guard offers support. Historians still argue whether the night markets were founded by hidden merchants. The guard's voice becomes a lull. The guard's light warms your skin. The guard's smile is a beacon. The guard's gaze feels like an anchor. The guard's whisper is deep. The guard's silence comforts. The guard's light guides. The guard's presence is a safe harbor. The guard's hand steadies you. The guard's attention is gentle. The guard's eyes are compassionate. The guard's words inspire. The guard's breath is calm. The guard's gesture is reassuring. The guard's smile is kind. The guard's glow is tender. The guard's voice feels like music. The guard's presence is a steady rhythm. The guard invites you to breathe. The guard's eyes reflect inner light. The guard keeps the path open. The guard's hand stays near. The guard's quiet is a promise. The guard's stare is protective. The guard's voice keeps you grounded. The guard's light offers safety. The guard's presence is a steady pulse. The guard comforts you. The guard's calm steadies the night. The guard's gaze is endless. The guard leads. The guard's warmth surrounds. The guard's light continues humming. The guard's words remain quiet. The guard's breath steadies. The guard's smile whispers. The guard keeps on. The guard's silence is reverent. The guard's hand moves slowly. The guard's eyes are calm. The guard's gaze holds. The guard's light is a beacon. The guard's voice ends the night. The guard's presence stays. The guard's attention is a soft lull. The guard's hand rests. The guard's gaze is kind. The guard watches the night. The guard's light guides. Historians still argue whether the night markets were founded by hidden merchants. The guard's shadow melts into the stone. The guard's eyes stay. The guard's whisper lingers. The guard's hand touches your cheek. The guard's calm is a sanctuary. The guard's presence feels like a blanket. The guard's light is steady. The guard's voice is a lullaby. The guard's eyes are deep. The guard's smile soothes. The guard's silence is a song. The guard's gaze lingers. The guard's light is a promise. The guard's hand feels warm. The guard's smile is gentle. The guard's breath soothes. The guard's presence is a safe haven. The guard's eyes give trust. The guard's hum is peace. The guard's shadow fades. The guard's light becomes an anchor. The guard's voice whispers good night. The guard's hand stays, steady support. You step out of the guard's shadow, his hand warm against the cool air. The courtyard's scent fades to the musty perfume of old books. Your feet echo on the stone floor as you follow the narrow corridor. Beyond the stone arch, the library door looms dark but inviting. You push the heavy threshold, and the scent of parchment washes over you. Dust swirls in the shafts of light like tiny ghosts dancing. A scholar, the keeper of forgotten tales, stands by a long table. His robes are faded, olden fibers stained with years of ink. You feel the weight of curiosity pressing against your chest like a stone. The scholar's eyes flicker to you, interest shining like a candle. He gestures toward an ancient chest, its wood oiled with time. Inside lies a parchment, cracked, its yellowed fibers whispering secrets. You lift it carefully, as if touching a fragile heirloom. The leather cover feels smooth, smooth like a well-worn phone case, but ancient. Your fingertips trace the gilded seal symbols that look oddly like a secret password. A faint smell, tawny smoke escapes from the edges, like a forgotten campfire. You straighten your back, focusing on the ledger's message. It reveals a map, ink faded, but pathways still visible, etched in green. The lines curl like vines, marking roads that lead beneath the city. Your heart beats faster, eager to trace the hidden routes. You turn the map over, it unfurls like a bird in flight. The parchment's fibers hiss softly, like a sleepy cat. You pause, noticing a tiny symbol beside the river's name, an arrow pointing left. The arrow seems to warn, follow this path, and danger may arise. You note the river's winding shape, as if it were a dragon's tail. You think of that quirky tale about moon air bottles, silly, but true to a sort of nostalgia. Historians still argue whether the legend of the ledger ties to a lost empire's court. The scholar nods, his eyes twinkling, as if sharing an inside joke. You feel the weight of history pressing down, but your breath remains steady. You trace the first line, marked by a small cross, perhaps a sign of approval. The guide's fingers hover near the next clue, an embossed map of the city. It shows a tunnel under the marketplace, an invisible conduit, like a secret underground river. You sense that hidden paths await, carved by those with purpose. The ink in the ledger seems warm like the glow of a candle in a dark room. You lean closer, listening for silence. No sounds, but your own heart. An olden voice whispers, follow the river back to the stone bridge. You feel a breeze soft, like a curtain being pulled open. You nod, feeling the rhythm of a journey unfold. The scholar hands you a brass compass, its needle humming faintly. You feel its weight solid, reassuring, as if the future is in its balance. You set your feet on the path, feeling the ancient stone under your soles. The air tastes of wet stone, and you think of your own morning coffee. You keep your pace, remembering your own journey through the desert sands. You pause at a bend, silence grows deeper, like a whispered secret. A faint voice rustles through the leaves. It's the scholar's echo. You follow the sound. It leads toward a narrow path of river stones. The river curves, its path hidden under layers of history. You step onto a stone slick. With moss, your footsteps echo. The moss smells of earth, an aromatic lullaby for tired wanderers. You lean forward, feeling the river's cool breeze brush your cheek. The path widens into a low bridge. Wood creaks softly as you cross. You pause and look behind. Old marks on the bridge suggest frequent use. The ledger's instructions say, cross east, descend into the forgotten hall. You feel a thrill of anticipation, like a child discovering a secret stash. You step onto the next stone, feeling the faint pull of intrigue. A hush falls over the courtyard. Light dims, breathing slows. You hear the scholar in his mind, muttering a quiet line about destiny. You continue, each footfall a promise of discovery. The air grows cooler. The river sound a distant lull. You follow the path, your shadow lengthening, a companion. At the hill's base, you find a hidden stone slab etched with ancient symbols. The symbols resemble a compass, pointing northward like a beacon in the night. You trace each line, feeling the faint pull of memory guiding your hand. The ledger's ink smiles. It's not a map, but a key to a secret passage. You step closer. The stone cracks open softly, releasing a faint scent of oil. A passage opens a dark corridor. Lined with polished stone, the air whispers. You step inside, lights dimmed, but the ledger still glows faintly behind you. You pull out your phone, the flashlight flicks like a nervous insect. You light the way, the beam cuts through darkness, exposing worn tiles. The tiles are carved with tiny carvings, small vines spiraling around corners. You follow them, letting curiosity guide each step. The air smells of metal like a forgotten workshop. You pause to listen. The corridor hums softly like an old machine. The hallway stretches farther, but the ledger guides your hand like a compass. A faint glimmer appears, a small brass key hanging by a rusted nail. You pick it up. Its weight is comforting, as if holding a promise. The ledger whispers, "Use this in the chamber of lost memories." Your ears tingle. A feeling of purpose builds, like a melody. You walk onward, guided by the faint sound of a distant bell. The hall ends near a stone archway, its surface veiled by moss. You step through the arch, the world shifts into a dim cavern. Dust lingers in the air, scent of ancient incense. You feel a slight chill, like a whispered promise of adventure. The cavern echoes with the whispers of past explorers. Your torch light bounces off stalagmites, tiny crystal stars dancing. You approach a stone pedestal, its surface covered with worn carvings. You place the brass key onto the pedestal. It clicks softly. The stone awakens, rising gently, revealing a hidden door. You push the door. It opens to a chamber of lost artifacts. The chamber is dim, but the ledger sits on a small altar, glowing softly. You step inside. The air feels warm, inviting, as if the past breathes. The ledger's pages flutter, like a tired bird finding rest. You read the final line, feeling the weight of truth. The line promises those who seek truth must honor the journey. You smile, your adventure feels complete. Even as new paths call, you step out, returning to the courtyard, the night still humming softly. You breathe in the evening air, warm, fragrant, full of possibility. The guard waits, his shadow stretching, the same calm he offered before. You return the ledger, placing it on the table, its glow dims. The guard smiles, he nods, as if acknowledging your courage. You feel the weight of knowledge light, not heavy, like a feather. You pause, your mind racing through maps and memories. A soft chuckle bubbles from the ancient stone, your own laugh echoes. You inhale deeply, the scent of the courtyard returns, grounding you. You smile at the guard, His smile echoes back, like a secret. You walk toward the lantern. The light glows softly, guiding. You notice a small plaque etched with a Roman numeral marking the year. The mark reads MMXXI, 20 years after the first marble festival. You remember the old history teacher. He said Rome built aqueducts to bring water across valleys. You feel a tug, an echo of engineering marvels, even here. The guard turns, watching the plaque with a curious smirk. You lean in, the glow of the lantern spills across the surface. The plaque's Latin words, fortune, favors the bold glimmer softly. You smile, your quest feels more aligned with fate. The lantern's flame flickers like a heartbeat in the night. You inhale smell of old parchment mixed with candle wax. The guard's hand rests on his chest, steady, reassuring. You thank him. His nod acknowledges silent gratitude. You walk back toward the courtyard's center. Steps echo again. A breeze swirls, carrying distant voices from the market stalls. You pause, taste of fresh bread on the wind. The memory of the ledger's promises lingers, your path illuminated. You see the guard again, standing by the torch, watching. He gives you a gentle salute, his eyes crinkling. You smile, mirroring his warmth, like a shared secret. You feel the weight of the journey settle, like a gentle lull. A soft sound rises, like distant drums in harmony. You realize the night is not a void, but a conversation. You think of the guard's lantern, still steady in wind. The glow becomes a guiding star, lighting every step. You close your eyes, feel the gentle pulse of the world. Your breathing slows, soft, rhythmic as a lullaby. You open your eyes, watching the guard's silhouette fade. He walks away like a shadow, leaving a trail of light. You stand alone for a breath, grounding yourself in the present. You feel the courtyard's heartbeat, soft and steady. Your heart whispers, "Thank you, dear wanderer." You turn, the path before you glows faintly, inviting. You step forward toward the unknown, toward destiny. The night applauds, soft, content, ready for another dawn. You stand alone for a breath, grounding yourself in the soft hush of midnight. Your mind drifts to the river that runs like a silver tongue through the courtyard. Its current swirls with whispered secrets waiting to be unraveled. You imagine stepping onto a narrow wooden bridge, already creaking from ancient weight. Water rushes below, carving grooves in the stone that glitter like tiny moons. The bridge shivers, protesting every footfall as though it remembers 1,000 hurried crossings. You feel a shiver along your spine, not from cold, but from the thrill of the unknown. The air tastes of fresh rain and distant earth, a perfume that makes you smile. You chuckle softly, thinking SHH. The universe is a calm recording in the wind. A sudden splash sends a ripple of wet droplets dancing across your ankles. You inhale the mist, feeling it brush your face as if the river itself is speaking. You hear a faint giggle so gentle, it feels like a child teasing you. Turning, you spot a little girl in a faded blue dress, eyes wide as constellations. She clutches a handful of reeds, laughing, her voice carrying across the cool air. The little girl looks up, as if seeing the world through a kaleidoscope. You notice the tiny glint of a silver coin in her cap, a relic of old times. She waves it at you, daring you to join her tiny adventure. You take a cautious step onto the bridge, feeling the boards creak under your weight. The bridge sighs, a soft voice that could only belong to a long-gone lover. You feel every wobble, listening to the old timber breathe out centuries of stories. The water below rushes faster, almost in a rush to keep up with your heartbeat. The river smells of wet stone and moss, an earthy scent that grounds you. You think of Roman aqueducts, marveling how engineers built long channels across valleys. They carried water for cities to prosper, showing how ancient people solved today's problems. A little bird sings from a nearby branch, chirping in perfect, tiny harmony. The bird's song feels like an encore life humming around the bridge. You realize you're not alone in this moment. The little girl seems more confident. She looks back at you, eyes sparkling, the same thrill you feel now. "Come on," she whispers, her voice a playful nudge that feels like a secret invitation. You chuckle, the sound mixing with the rustle of leaves and distant market calls. The bridge creaks louder, as if protesting every new footstep with dramatic flair. The water roars below, a deep, resonant voice saying "cross now." You think the bridge is daring anyone to test its courage. A ripple washes over your foot, cool and surprising, sending your heartbeat racing. You feel the weight of your own fear, balanced by a spark of curiosity. The little girl's laugh echoes, a bright, clear note that feels like a beacon. She points ahead of you, her face turned toward the river, daring you to keep going. You follow her gaze, noticing how the light reflects like tiny stars on the water. A tiny splash erupts as your shoe hits the water, an accidental kiss from the river. You laugh, feeling light-hearted warmth spreading through your chest like a tiny sunrise. The bridge creaks, then sighs, releasing a soft sigh into the night air. The air hums, a lullaby from old stones, guiding you forward. Your steps feel steady, each footfall a tiny drumbeat against a wooden canvas. The little girl leans toward the water, encouraging you with a gentle nod. She lifts a hand, palm open, and offers the secret of her safety. "Just keep your balance," she says, "and trust yourself." You feel her confidence, almost contagious, sparking a sense of safety. She holds up a small stone, glowing faintly in the moonlight. The glimmer reminds you of a quirk of ancient cultures. Fish were once used as currency. A story about that strange practice tickles your mind, making you smile. You remember the historians' debate. Some think it was simply a symbolic gesture. Others argue it was real. Historians still argue whether fish served as actual currency or just mythical tales. The river's current picks up, urging the little girl forward with playful urgency. She shouts a joke: "If we're lucky, I'll find a mermaid." The joke lands like a small stone, cracking the silence into laughter. The bridge creaks in agreement, a polite nod to the humor. You step forward, feeling the wood give way under the weight of the water's pull. The river rushes around you, a powerful stream that's both friend and foe. You hear the distant murmur of a waterfall, echoing across the courtyard's stone walls. Your breath mingles with the cool, damp air, grounding you in the present moment. The little girl's eyes shine as she leans into the river, unafraid. You notice the reflection of the moon, a silver coin tossed into the water shimmering. The moonlight bathes the bridge, softening its wood into a luminous bridge for dreams. She calls for you, catch a fish. Do you think the fish would laugh with me? You laugh, the sound reverberating across the river's surface like a bell. Water splashes, a playful splash that feels like a gentle tap on your feet. The river's cold breeze brushes against your cheeks, cool, refreshing, almost a hug. You move forward, hand in hand, with your own sense of daring. The bridge's creaks grow louder, almost a crescendo, marking the end of a song. You feel the river's current tug, as if the water itself wants to test your resolve. A small ripple reaches your hand, as if the river is offering a gentle handshake. You accept the touch, feeling the coolness seep into your skin. Your heart beats louder, echoing the rhythmic sound of water and wood. The little girl giggles again. You're the bravest I've met. You smile, feeling humbled by the little girl's words, a soft echo. Her laughter mingles with the sound of the river, a perfect harmony. You notice the water's surface reflecting a faint outline of distant stone walls. They are the remnants of a forgotten temple, hidden in a valley of history. The echo of the river's murmur reminds you of ancient rituals where songs were sung in water. The little girl holds the stone and says, "It's our guardian, protects us from the flood." Its glow becomes a small beacon guiding your path forward. The creek's current pulls away from the stone, revealing a small archway in the riverbank. You step through it, feeling the cool stone under your foot, the air changing around you. The river fades, replaced by the soft hum of a hidden courtyard. The courtyard smells of old paper, ink, and forgotten stories. You pause, breathing deeply, the smell wrapping around your senses like a blanket. You see a faded map, ink blotted, but still legible with careful eyes. The map points to the very bridge you've crossed, marking a route older than the stones. You trace the path, feeling the parchment's grains between your fingers. The paper makes a subtle, whispery sound, like a tiny secret sigh. You remember the quirky fact: once, people in a far distant culture used fish for trade instead of coin. She giggles again. We're not fish, but at least we're brave. You smile, feeling a lightness in your chest like a feather. Your mind drifts to a Roman aqueduct, a marvel of engineering carried water across valleys. You think how such a structure could have inspired people to build these ancient waters. You wonder if the map is a relic of such knowledge, passed through generations. You feel the gentle vibration of the air, as if the world is humming a lullaby. The little girl's presence is a warm pulse, a guiding light that tethers you. You feel the faint sound of a distant bell ringing, a call to the next adventure. You sense your curiosity rising, pulling you toward the unknown. The bell's tone is low, deep, steady, and it lingers in your mind. You remember an old joke. Why did the scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. You smile, the joke rolling like a small wave against your thoughts. The bridge and the river behind you now seem like distant memories. You feel the weight of the map on your fingers and the promise of discovery. A small creak echoes as you straighten your back, preparing for the next step. You step forward, letting the map guide you deeper into the courtyard's night. You think your footsteps are small and insignificant, but they ripple like a pebble. The courtyard's air grows cooler, carrying the scent of lavender that's woven into the stone. You feel a cool mist lap against your cheeks, whispering encouragement. You sense the old stone walls around you shifting by a sliver, the ancient heartbeat steady. The little girl's eyes flicker. They're a reflection of the moonlit stone. You notice a small stone marker, an old stone with a carved symbol resembling a fish. Its shape is like a tiny fish, swirling as if the water inside it had lived. You think of the quirky tidbit again. The ancient cultures used fish as their currency. It feels like a small joke that brings laughter, the world's absurdity in miniature. You laugh softly, the sound blending with the river's distant lull. Here, the bridge is safe again. You tell yourself with a quiet, playful grin. You feel the faint hum of the old aqueducts, spirit, inside the stone. You remember the debate. Scholars still argue whether these structures were built for practicality or myth. Your mind keeps moving, never still, as if a bird flits between stars. You notice the little girl's face, lit by the glow of a lantern nearby. Her eyes are bright, they shimmer like tiny lanterns in a night sky. You take a breath, feeling the chill and warmth dance in your lungs. Your foot finds an uneven patch on the bridge, a subtle warning to be careful. You pause, feeling the breath settle into your chest, a steady rhythm. Then you move again, the motion smooth and sure, as if you're dancing on foam. The bridge creaks like a tired old friend, letting you know it's still there. You hear the water below you, a deep and steady rhythm echoing your heartbeat. You notice the little girl's smile, sincere, contagious, bright as a firefly. She waves her hand, giving you a sign to keep moving forward. You feel a sense of kinship, shared courage in the quiet night. You think about how history has made room for such simple moments of bravery. You recall the quirk of ancient fishermen trading fish as money. You pause at the sound of a distant lullaby, faint but real. The lullaby feels like the wind, whispering across the stone. You notice a small patch of moss growing in a corner, soft and green. You step over it, the moss making a gentle, comforting sigh. You hear the quiet of the wind through leaves, nature's own voice. It carries a message. Keep stepping forward. Hold your courage. You feel the river's current humming, a subtle reminder that water keeps moving. You remember a small joke. Why don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have the guts. You chuckle, feeling the warmth of humor soothe you in the night. The joke fades, but your heartbeat keeps steady. You move like a careful dancer, step by step, crossing the ancient stone. The bridge's wood creaks in a rhythmic pattern like a metronome. You notice the small crevices in the wood, each a tiny story. You feel the small dust of past centuries on your fingertips. The dust smells like old parchment, sweet and faint. You feel a small wave of excitement. The next part of the map will reveal a secret. The little girl beside you looks up at the sky, counting stars. She's an amateur astronomer. She says softly, "The stars are like fish, moving, but always shining." You laugh, remembering that fish used as currency, and how people thought of everything as a trade. You listen to that quiet joke. There's a funny echo in the night. You keep walking. The bridges sound a steady rhythm beneath your feet. You notice the little girl's hand in yours. It's warm and steady. You feel a small surge of determination, a feeling of readiness to face the unknown. You remember the Roman aqueducts, a marvel across valleys. Wonder how they inspired these stone paths. Your mind wanders to the debate about the true purpose of these old structures. Historians still argue whether it's pragmatic engineering or symbolic heritage. You feel the pull of the water, the pull of ancient memory. The bridge's rhythm slows slightly, a lull as if it knows your intention. The little girl whispers, "We're almost there, just a few more steps." You smile, hearing her words as a steady breeze. You step on the last stone of the bridge, feeling the wood give a final sigh. The bridge's creak turns into a quiet sigh of relief. You hear the water below echo back a soft, calm song. The little girl lets out a joyful laugh, free, unrestrained. You feel the weight of her laughter lift, carrying you forward. You turn the next side, crossing a hidden pathway within the courtyard. The path is overgrown, vines hanging like curtains. You feel the moist earth under your shoes, a subtle, earthy scent. You notice a small stone lantern hanging. Its light flickers. The lantern's flame dances, a tiny fire within the night. The image warms your mind, like a campfire on a clear evening. You pause to listen to the sounds of the hidden path, soft, rhythmic, calm. You recall the quirky fact, fish used as currency, like a gentle tease in the mind. You remember a joke about why skeletons don't fight, because they've no guts, lightening the mood. You continue to walk, the path guiding you deeper. Your breath becomes rhythmical, matching the rhythm of the stones. You hear the creak of the vines as they move slowly. A small breeze lifts dust across the ground, floating like golden confetti. Your senses feel alive, aware of each sound, each scent, each texture. You pause, feeling the chill of the night against your fingertips. You feel a small wave of anticipation about what lies ahead. You notice a faint glow ahead, a subtle light emanating from moss. The moss glows like bioluminescent fireflies guiding the traveler. The glow gives a feeling of safety, like a lighthouse on a dark shore. You remember the Roman aqueducts again, remarkably old, built with determination. You marvel at how such ancient structures inspire new paths for modern explorers. You hear a distant chant. Someone is chanting a prayer beneath the stone wall. The chant is ancient, a simple rhythm that feels almost as familiar as a lullaby. You feel the world vibrate in your bones, a feeling of being part of a larger story. The little girl beside you says, "See, the world is full of hidden songs." You nod in agreement, feeling her words resonating. A soft chuckle escapes you like a gentle wind whispering through leaves. You remember the debate people still argue if the city's history was built by hands or by fate. You feel the current of the water in the background, a steady lull. The quiet hum settles around you. You feel the light of the lantern on your face, warm and comforting. You step forward, following the path into a narrow corridor. The corridor has stone walls on either side, etched with ancient symbols. You touch a symbol soft, cool, as if it's humming under your fingertips. The symbol is an ancient fish, a subtle nod to the quirky fact you remember. You feel an ancient memory in your mind, as if the stone remembers the water before. You listen to the low voice from the stone, whispers of ages. You notice a faint scent of cedar mingling with the moss. The scent feels like a hug, gentle and calming. You pause, breathing in the calm, letting the scent settle. You feel a sense of safety inside the corridor, like you're wrapped in a blanket. You see a stone door, a gateway toward ancient mysteries. You hear the faint thrum of a hidden drum in the distance. You feel the thrum like a heartbeat of the ancient house. The little girl shivers lightly, as if the night's chill is a gentle breeze. You hold her small hand, giving her comfort. She squeezes, a silent conversation flowing. The corridor light flickers, swinging like a candle in wind. You feel the small crack in the wall, like a seam of history. You pause at the crack, feeling a faint breeze. You hear a subtle sound, like a small bell chiming. You feel the bell's resonance, calming your mind. The little girl points ahead, her eyes bright. She whispers, "The next secret is near, let's go." You smile back, feeling the sense of adventure. You step carefully down an uneven stone staircase. The staircase creaks under your weight, a symphony of old stone. Your footfall echoes like a drumbeat. The echo echoes, creating a rhythm. You step onto a small stone, soft, warm. Your breath stirs the gentle dust in the corridor. The corridor feels alive with the memory of stone. You feel the light flicker from the lanterns, soft, glowing. You feel the smell of old cedar, resin, and water. The scent is strong, filling your lungs and calming you. The little girl's laughter echoes, a bright sound. It feels like a small star in the corridor's darkness. You notice a small door at the end, a rusted iron door. The door has a carved fish around it, its symbol. You feel the fish symbol on the door, a faint memory. You see a faint glow behind the door, like a hidden lantern. You feel the sense of a secret, like a door to adventure. You push the door, feeling the metal scrape. The door opens with a creak like a sigh. You step inside, a hidden chamber that feels like a secret. The chamber is dim, lit by small candles. You see a small pool of water mirrored on stone. The water glimmers with faint light. You hear the sound of water, soft, gentle. The little girl jumps, her laughter filling the space. She says, "Look, it's like a mini ocean." You laugh, feeling the sound echo. You stare at the pool of water, peaceful and calm. You see the fish symbol again, a carving carved on the wall. It feels like an ancient story. You feel the sense of calm in the chamber. You hear a faint sound like a hidden drum. You feel your heartbeat match the drum's rhythm. The little girl whispers, "Time is a fish. Maybe we're here to catch it." You smile, feeling the humor. You think about the debate, whether the ancient city's history was built on myth or truth. You pause and feel the quiet like a gentle breath. You continue to move, following the path. The path ends at a stone arch etched with swirling patterns. You step into the arch. The sun's glow hits the stone. You feel your skin warm. The sun's rays a gentle kiss. The arch reveals a hidden garden, lush, vibrant. The garden is full of plants, vibrant vines and orchids. The garden smells fresh, green, sweet. You feel your breath quicken, a feeling of joy, light. The little girl sings a soft lullaby, her voice calm. The song fills the garden like a gentle wind. You feel the presence of the river, a gentle hum that fills the space. The humming rhythm reminds you of a hidden lullaby, soft and sweet. The garden is a secret, a calm sanctuary. You feel the river's current, soft, gentle. You hear a small sound, a faint crackle. The crackle feels like a small flame. You feel in the garden there is magic, like a hidden spell. You see a small stone engraved with a fish symbol, like a secret key. The stone glimmers in the sunlight. You feel the warm light like a fire. The little girl says, "This is the heart of the garden." She hugs your shoulder, warm, comforting. You feel her soft hair against your cheek. The garden feels alive, quiet, gentle, calm. You hear distant murmur of the city. You feel the soft wind like a blanket. You pause, taking a breath. You feel the sense of peace, a calm that runs along your spine. You hear a faint hum, like an ancient drum. You feel the rhythm. You feel the rhythm, small beat. The little girl giggles again, bright. You laugh, the sound echoing. You walk back toward the corridor, back toward the path that led to the river. You hear the gentle sound of water. You feel a small sense of excitement because you have walked through the garden. You see the bridge again, a familiar old wooden bridge across the river. The river is still rushing, bright with sunset. You see your reflection in the water. You look steady. You feel the little girl's laughter echoing. You step onto the bridge again, each footfall a gentle click. You see the water splashing, water spray. You feel the coolness of the river like a refreshing sip. You find your breathing steady. You hear the sound of the water splash. You feel a sense of adventure. You see the little girl's eyes, bright, brave. she says. We did it. Her voice floats like a gentle breeze across the water. You smile, feeling the moment as a memory building. You feel the bridge creak, a voice that is friendly, safe. You feel the river's current, a steady path. You keep walking. You reach the end of the bridge, where a small stone arch stands. You step under the arch warm. You close your eyes, feel the night, feel the stars. You open your mind to the next chapter awaiting behind the stone. You step onto a cobblestone path that curls around a stubborn patch of ivy. The ivy coils like a green snake, hiding a stone door behind its twining roots. You pause, feeling the cool stone against your palm, an ancient touch that sings a low hum. That hum feels like a secret song waiting to be unlocked. You pull a rusted brass key from your pocket, its surface worn from time. The key turns in a single, smooth motion that echoes like a distant bell. The door creaks open with a sigh, revealing a dim corridor filled with whispers. Historians still argue whether stone can truly hold memory, but tonight it does. You step inside. The air is tinged with dust and the scent of cedar. Remember that fish as currency joke. Your laughter echoes softly against the walls. This corridor feels like a living memory, a slow pulse that matches your heartbeat. The floor is covered in faint, faded maps that once guided brave travelers. A single lantern hangs above, flickering with a fragile flame. Its light casts long, dancing shadows that weave like river currents. You notice etched symbols carved into the wall: a fish, a sun, a spiral. These symbols whisper stories that have survived for centuries. The fish symbol glimmers, a reminder of that quirky tidbit. Some cultures traded fish for gold. Your mind drifts to the Roman aqueducts that carried water across valleys. The aqueducts were engineering marvels. They stand as proof of ancient wisdom. While the aqueducts did more than water cities, they connected minds across ages. You inhale the cedar scent, feeling the ground steady beneath your feet. Your ears pick up a faint tapping, like a distant drumbeat resonating through stone. The rhythm is steady, like a heartbeat in a forgotten shrine. You feel the pulse guide you deeper into the hidden corridor. A narrow archway frames a narrow hall that seems to bend time itself. You pause, feeling the coolness brush your skin, a gentle wave of ancient wind. You step forward, your toes crunching on cracked cobblestones that shift beneath. The stones feel older than the stars, and older than the story you now live in. You notice a small plaque with a Latin inscription translated as "Here lies the veil." The plaque feels soft to the touch, like a secret pressed into stone. You look at it and giggle. It feels like the hallway is playing a joke. You whisper, "We're not here for a ceremony, just a good sleep story." Silence stretches, then breaks again with a faint chime that resonates through the walls. The chime sounds like a bell made from stone, vibrating faintly between the bricks. You feel that echo ripple in your chest, comforting and oddly familiar. The sound is like the gentle hum of a distant lullaby. You continue, following a faint trail of faintly glowing moss along the floor. The moss glows under the lantern's light, glowing like tiny lanterns on a stormy night. The trail leads you into a vaulted chamber with a high, pointed ceiling. The ceiling is etched with images of clouds, stars, and strange celestial shapes. The air inside shimmers with a faint mist that smells like wet soil. It feels like the scent of history. It almost feels alive and breathing. You see the ceiling's carvings shift, a faint, almost invisible pattern of a spiral. The spiral's twists mimic a river's flow, gentle, patient, never ending. You sense a presence behind you, a soft, almost childish curiosity. You turn, seeing the little girl from the courtyard, staring with wide eyes. She holds a small stone orb that glows faintly with a strange inner light. She offers it to you as if it is the key to a secret. The orb feels warm, humming like a small fire trapped in stone. You take it, feeling its pulse. The warmth spreads up your arm. You smile, laughing softly like a contented cat who knows the perfect spot to scratch. She winks, hinting that the adventure is far from over. You walk along a narrow corridor that spirals downward, descending into darkness. The corridor's walls are lined with jars. Each jar contains a different mineral. The minerals glitter in the lantern's glow, creating a moving tapestry of color. You pause for a moment, noticing a faint whisper that sounds like a distant wind. The whisper grows louder, turning into an almost audible voice. The voice says, "Follow the path of water, and the truth will reveal itself." The voice echoes with a metallic ring that feels oddly comforting. You feel compelled, drawn toward the source of that ancient guidance. You follow the sound deeper until you reach a door closed with iron and rust. The door's hinges creak as you push them open, the iron groaning in protest. Inside, a small altar stands, carved from warm stone and lit by candlelight. The altar holds ancient coins, some stamped with a fish symbol. The coins feel cold, solid, and somehow alive under your fingertip. You pick one, hearing it clink as if it were a small bell. The coin's design echoes the fish symbol, suggesting a link to the earlier legend. You remember our discussion about fish as currency. You smile at the joke again. A whisper flows through the chamber, saying, "Some believe the stone still speaks." The stone's voice is a low, steady hum that travels through your bones. You feel a sudden connection, like your thoughts mingle with ancient intent. You sense that the stone offers a secret, a small, whispered gift. You turn to the little girl. She points toward a small, hidden doorway behind the altar. She says, "It leads to the heart, the secret door we've been searching for." You follow her lead, feeling the thrill of discovery in your gut. The door opens with a sigh, revealing a narrow passageway behind dense ivy. The passageway is lined with stone slabs, each etched with a faint line that glows. The line's glow brightens as you move closer, like a lantern turning on with your steps. You follow the glowing line, the path illuminating your way. The line's glow feels like a heartbeat, guiding you deeper into the unknown. You enter a vaulted chamber. The ceiling dips low, forcing you to lean forward. Inside, a hidden fountain runs, its water steady and clear. The fountain is carved from the same stone as the altar, ancient and warm. You stop, feeling a sudden calm wash over you. The chamber seems to breathe with you. You hear the water ripple. It sounds like soft music from a distant river. The sound seems to call to you, inviting you to listen more closely. You lean in, feeling the water drop onto your fingertips. The warmth of the water feels like a gentle hug, soothing and nurturing. You think of the Roman aqueducts again, how they brought water to every corner. They illustrate the power of ancient engineering and dedication. You feel grateful for those skills that laid the foundations for modern life. You realize that knowledge passes through generations like water from river to sea. You hear a faint chime echoing through the chamber, soft and distant. You wonder if it's a warning or a greeting. History tells us that chimes were used to signal danger, but also to celebrate. You feel a gentle reassurance that you are in right place, right time. The little girl runs toward the fountain, laughing as her feet splash. Her laughter rings in the stone, bright and full of life. It feels like the sound of new ideas bubbling from an old well. You feel a sudden surge of curiosity. You want to know more. You step closer, the water splashing against your boots. You hear the water sound. It feels like a lullaby of the natural world. You can feel the stone beneath your feet vibrate as your heart beats. The rhythm of the stone matches your breath, calming each breath. You think about the main historical fact. The Parthenon served as a treasury in ancient Greece. That fact sits in your mind, a simple reminder that stone holds money and memory. You notice the water's surface turning a little more glassy in the lantern light. You see the reflection of your own face, calm and still, in the rippling water. The chamber's walls shift, the faint glow brightening as if watching your progress. The glow feels like a living eye, gently urging you to keep exploring. You feel a calm confidence that anything is possible when stone and heart align. You smile quietly, content that the journey has reached a gentle pause. You pause to listen to the subtle sounds of the chamber water, stone, and your own breathing. You feel the breath that has kept you walking, that has kept you safe. You realize that your steps bring you closer to a hidden truth, a secret door behind the stone. You feel a flutter of anticipation as you approach the final, hidden threshold. You step toward the back of the chamber, where a faint line of light beckons. The light arcs across the floor like a ribbon of starlight. You reach out, the light feels soft, like a caress, and you feel it warm your hand. This small touch feels like the story's final secret, a gentle gift. You find the secret door. It is barely visible, hidden beneath half a century of moss. The door is a smooth slab of stone, cool against your palm. You press, and the stone opens with a sigh, revealing an even smaller chamber within. The inner chamber smells faintly of incense and history, like a hidden library. You step inside, hearing your own heartbeat echo in the new chamber. The space is filled with small scrolls that line the walls like a wall of whispered memories. You touch one scroll, and the paper feels like parchment that has known many seasons. It feels almost alive, like a memory captured in paper. You listen to the room's quiet hum, an ancient lullaby that feels soothing. It is the hum of the stone, echoing the rhythm of distant rivers. You notice a faint pattern on the scroll, an intricate fish shape, reminiscent of old legends. You smile, grateful that the story keeps repeating. You realize that the hidden door's secret is a hidden truth that echoes through stone and time. The truth is simple: history is alive. It sings in stone, in water, in our hearts. You feel a deep satisfaction, like you have discovered a piece of the world's history. You feel content, calm, ready to rest and dream about the next adventure. The Woad-Dyer, needles hum, thread sings, patterns form. The dyer smiles, his hands breathe, life flows into dye. You step into the workshop, a cool hush settling over the air. The scent of old leaves and earth mingles with metallic hints of iron. Dust settles on faded shelves, each holding bundles of dried woad like tiny treasure chests. The dyer pulls a long linen strip out, its fabric already a pale blue promise. His fingers move with practiced grace, a rhythm almost like a bass line. He swirls a basket of woad pods, the green aroma filling the room. A pot bubbles as the liquid darkens, a gentle sound that could be a drumbeat. You notice needles, each a slender blade, twirling through thread with dancer-like precision. The needles hum, they vibrate, they sing fabric whispers along, a lullaby for your soul. Feel the soft tick of the needle as it drags into the cloth, a gentle hum between fingers. Color spreads across the cloth, a slow river of hue flowing like thoughts across a dream. Taste the air for hints of lemon, an odd trick that brightens the finish. The workshop smells of lavender, lemon, and a faint scent of old ink. Humming follows the dyer, his tune from childhood, blending with the scent of the room. The room feels like a living canvas, each brushstroke a memory, each thread a melody. You wonder if the dyer might secretly be a wizard, or just a very talented potion brewer. He smiles as he folds the cloth, a motion smooth as a gentle wave. He explains the history behind the dye, about ancient pigments that preserved colors. The process dates back to 600 BC, a simple ritual of soaking woad leaves. The story is fascinating, with thread shimmering like a ghost in an old film. He says, "Let us see. We have an odd thread. Your next shirt must stay a shade away from green." You chuckle, realizing the dyer is serious about color theory and the art of matching. He invites you to watch as he mixes the woad with water, black as midnight. The mixing creates a shade of blue that recalls the calm of a lake at dusk. His hands move with precision, a dance that seems to defy ordinary labor. Light flickers across the floor, reflecting off the wet threads, and the room breathes. You notice a thread of silver glinting against the dark cloth, a subtle hint of magic. The needles look like tiny guitar picks, ready to jam with yarn. The dyer's hat, oversized, could double as a giant pancake on a lazy Sunday. You hear the dyer chuckle. I never dye hair green, or I'll stay green forever. Historians still argue whether the ancient dyeing process truly kept the hue after centuries. The dyer shrugs. Just accept the mystery, and the art will guide you. Feel the hum of the needles as they embed themselves into fibers, a soft, mechanical song. The cloth begins to pulse, reflecting the rhythm of your breathing. You realize the workshop's wall is adorned with faded murals depicting early soldiers wearing woad. The murals are evidence of Roman legions that used woad to color uniforms. The Romans used woad to dye their legions' uniforms, a classic example of ancient practicality. The color made them easier to spot on the battlefield, and it was a matter of prestige. Pause, absorbing the history, and feel a connection to ancient warriors. A tapestry depicts a woad field, vines swaying in a gentle breeze. The tapestry has a hidden knot of silver thread that glistens when the light hits it. The needles hum again, creating a steady beat that syncs with the tapestry's rhythm. Hear a faint sigh from the room, as if the walls breathe on cue. The dyer's voice is calm. His words flow like a river. He explains how ancient artisans used vinegar to fix the color, preventing fading. The vinegar smell mingles with the woad's earthy scent, creating a unique perfume. It smells like a mix of apples and damp soil on a rainy afternoon. Taste the vinegar in the air, a sharp but comforting spice. The dyer waves a cloth over the needle, showing the final result of his craft. The cloth shimmers, a clear blue that holds light and time within. He adds a flourish, turning the final piece into a flag that waves in the wind. Feel a surge of appreciation for this craft, an art that survived centuries. Hear the rustle of the cloth as it passes through a tiny gap, letting light in. Light dances across the fabric, illuminating every thread. Note the edges of the cloth turning golden, a halo effect around the edges. The dyer smiles, proud of the finish, and offers you a piece of the cloth as a gift. The cloth feels cool against your skin, the texture soft, almost velvety. He says, wear it, and let the color remind you of our journey. Nod, feeling the cloth's comfort and the thread's history. Feel the weight of the cloth, more than its lightness, a symbolic weight. The dyer shares an old proverb that woad brought stability to ancient times. He says, because the color is real, it is also a record of nature. Realize that the color is more than pigment. It is a story told in threads. Feel the presence of the workshop as a living organism, each element singing. The sound of needles continues, echoing through the room like a soft lullaby. Hear the faint echo of your own footsteps, a steady rhythm. The workshop feels like a sanctuary, quiet and full of history. Sense the warmth inside, a gentle heat emanating from the furnace. The furnace emits a glow that the light of the loom weaves into bright. The flame casts amber shadows across the walls, painting a living picture. You watch the crackle, each pop a tiny spark of ancient power. The dyer smiles, as if he shares his secret with a child. He tells a story, a tale of woad, of color, of memory. He mentions the woad's journey from leaf to dye, a transformation of nature. The tale is wrapped in a smile, making history feel like a bedtime story. You laugh at the idea of a leaf turning into a blanket of sky. The laugh echoes, a gentle resonance against the dusty walls. Hear the rhythm of the loom, the thread moving in a loop. The loop is steady, a metronome for the mind's rest. You feel your shoulders loosen, the tension flowing out. Your breathing slows, each inhale a cleansing, each exhale a release. The dyer's hands move like a practiced dancer, a motion that feels fluid. He shows you how to align the thread, how to hold the needle, how to stitch. You mimic, a little awkward but curious. The movement feels therapeutic. The dyer offers gentle guidance, his voice a soothing whisper. You learn that the craft is about balance, about letting go and focusing. The cloth beneath your hands seems to breathe, a soft, living texture. You notice a scent of pine from the rafters, a subtle reminder of timber. The pine scent blends with woad, creating a grounding fragrance. The air feels heavy with possibility, a canvas of ideas. You contemplate the meaning of dye, why colors mattered to ancient peoples. Color was a signal, a protection, a way to remember identity. Historians still argue whether the woad was used more for fashion or warfare. The answer seems to lie in the walls of this little shop, in stories. The dyer speaks again. The truth is simple. Color connects us to history. You feel the truth settle, a quiet affirmation in your chest. The conversation drifts to modern times, how we still rely on dye. You recall the vivid shirts you wear for work, the colors that keep you bright. The dyer chuckles. Even today, a splash of woad would make a day brighter. You smile, thinking of the bright sky left by the sunrise. A breeze rushes, carrying dust from the courtyard into the workshop. It stirs the needle into motion, a tiny vibration echoing. You feel the rhythm of the craft, a gentle lullaby for your mind. The dyer shows you the final piece, a small flag of blue. You hang it on the wall, the fabric moving in a slow breeze. It catches the light, refracting warmth across the room. You feel a sense of completion, the thread's journey finished. The dyer pats your shoulder, a hand that has guided years of patience. You feel the warmth, the connection, the history. You watch the cloth as it shifts, the blue reflecting on your face. You feel the calm settle, like a blanket wrapped around a weary head. The workshop becomes a harbor, a place of stillness amid life's rush. You leave with a gentle sigh, the weight of the cloth in your pocket. Feel the color settle like a memory on skin. You walk out into the courtyard, hearing the distant sound of a street vendor. The vendor's call is muted, softened by the evening. You look back at the workshop, its windows glowing like embers. The night darkens, the stars rise, each one a tiny lantern. You pause, breathing in the cool night air. Feel the calm, the peace that follows the day's work. You think about the cloth, about the needle, about the color that stays. You remember the dyer's smile and the gentle tone of his voice. The story wraps around your mind like a soft blanket. The dream of tomorrow begins, a gentle ripple in the calm sea of night. You close the door gently behind you, the click, a final lull. The courtyard quiets, the world sleeps, the dyer's workshop shimmers. You feel the last thread of the day weave into relaxation. You walk back to your home, the path illuminated by moonlight. The night embraces you, the calm of the Woad-Dyer lingering. You slide into your bed, the fabric of the cloth draped over your chest. It hums, a quiet song of history and color. You let the sound carry you into sleep, each breath steady and deep. The dream world invites you in, and you drift to rest. You find yourself at a dimly lit banquet table. The table is set with silverware, bowls, and a flickering candle. Flavors mingle as you taste a stew rich in herbs. A golden roast glows, steam curling like lazy clouds. Your eyes gleam from the gentle warmth of the night. The banquet's promise settles over the room like a blanket. Comfort wraps around you, soft and reassuring. Souls within the hall exhale content, like tired travelers home. You notice a violinist in the corner, fingers dancing on strings. The music sways, and the whole space feels alive. Ancient spice aromas drift from a pot on the stove. You inhale a scent of cumin and smoked paprika. Historians still argue whether the spice trade was purely economic or also spiritual. You laugh gently, a soft, whispered chuckle. The table's centerpiece is a carved wooden tray. It holds silver coins stamped with a royal crest. A mainstream fact flickers. Mongols pillaged Samarkand in 1220. You remember that, as history lessons sometimes remind us. Near a corner, a scholar speaks of dragon myths. Some fringe tidbit suggests dragons breathe glitter into the air. You shake your head at the absurdity of it. A woman beside you whispers, "Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen." She smiles, and you nod. The candle flame jumps, casting dancing shadows across the walls. The host clears his throat, announcing a toast. To friends, to laughter, to night's calm, he says. The wine pours, amber liquid swirling in crystal glasses. You sip, feeling the warmth ripple through your limbs. The table conversation drifts to the city's past. A storyteller mentions the Great Fire of London in 1666. You chuckle, the room echoing with gentle amusement. The feast continues, a rhythm of bites and laughter. A plate of roasted chestnuts arrives, caramelized to perfection. A woman near you hums, voice barely audible. The night deepens, and the candles burn low. The violinist lifts a final chord, a soothing lullaby. You wrap a blanket around your shoulders, feeling the fabric. The banquet's promise whispers in the wind outside. A small child in the corner claps. Thrilled, the air hums, a chorus of contentment. You notice a silver locket in the center of the table. It contains a tiny painted portrait of a forgotten queen. A historian near you leans in, excited. She explains, "This locket is rumored to hold the queen's secret will." You grin, fascinated by mysterious artifacts. The story of the queens will involve buried treasure. You imagine dusty chests hidden beneath the ancient palace. The night grows tranquil, like a slow heartbeat. You feel the fabric of the blanket against your chest. Your ears tickle from the soft music and murmuring guests. The host announces dessert, a delicate pastry. It tastes like vanilla, honey, and a hint of cinnamon. The sweetness lingers long after the bite. A philosopher nearby muses, "Could dreams guide us to truth?" You consider, feeling a spark of curiosity. The night continues, with laughter fading into whispers. The room feels like a cocoon, warm with shared stories. A stray cat curls by your feet, purring softly. The cat's whiskers twitch, hypnotizing the air. You touch its fur, it trembles, sensing your touch. A faint wind brushes the curtains, whispering. You hear a distant gull call, echoing beyond the walls. The cat leaps onto the table, unbothered. The host laughs, shaking his head in affection. It's a moment of pure, unspoken joy. The feast's promise lingers, a lingering aroma of spices. You think of your own childhood feasts, bright and simple. The room feels like a memory bank, storing warmth. You close your eyes for a moment, soaking in the serenity. Your breathing slows, every inhale a gentle sigh. You feel the fabric against your skin, comforting. The host's voice returns to calm. "Let's toast one more time." The night's promise whispers, "Rest will come, calm awaits." You laugh, a soft giggle that blends with the murmurs. The candle's flame flickers, casting soft silver lines. You reach for the silver coins on the tray. They feel cool, grounding in their old weight. A philosopher reminds you, coins are more than currency. They are relics of trust, of barter, of faith. You nod, absorbing the weight of history. The violinist's final chord lingers, a hush that seals the feast. You listen, letting the music guide you toward sleep. The banquet's promise wraps a final layer of comfort. You imagine the next banquet, the next feast of warmth. You feel the gentle pull of the night's lullaby. The room fades into a soothing hum, a lullaby for your mind. You stay, savoring the last shared smile. You close the eyes of the candle, waiting for darkness. The host whispers, "Good night, dreamer." You feel the words as a warm blanket over your heart. The banquet's promise settles, a calm wave across the mind. You drift toward sleep, carried by the soft hum of the night. You inhale the cool air that drifts through the courtyard. The stone lies half buried beneath a mosaic roof of old bricks. You crouch, fingers brushing moss that has claimed its surface. The stone feels cooler than the stone before. You press your palm against it, feeling a vibration. A low hum rises, barely louder than your own heartbeat. That hum seems to call your name, inviting you closer. You lean in, listening as the stone exhales an old secret. A voice, soft, yet resonant, speaks words you had never heard before. It murmurs about the city built upon 10,000 years of trade. The words feel like a lullaby draped in ancient sand. You smile, wondering if this is a dream or a reminder. In your mind, a memory flickers, your grandmother's stories of a stone that could hear you. You remember her laugh, a gentle tone that felt like wind rustling through wheat. The stone's voice pauses, as if waiting for your next breath. You exhale, the sound echoing in the silence of the courtyard. A quiet breeze carries a whisper from the ancient market stalls. Somewhere a gull screams, its cry distant, yet close in your ears. The stone's voice resumes, now layered with echoes of past markets. Historians still argue whether the stone was a talisman or simply decorative. One mainstream fact glides through the whisper: Rome's Colosseum seated 50,000. The stone's tone brightens, as if acknowledging your curiosity. You sense that every whispered word is a thread in a larger tapestry. The wind outside rustles the stone's moss, producing a soft hiss. You inhale again, noting how the air feels heavier with history. The stone speaks of a once thriving community at the crossroads of cultures. It hints at hidden paths, buried beneath layers of time. You feel your heart accelerate, curiosity pulling you deeper into the stone's narrative. Your mind skims over known maps of the ancient basin, yet the stone knows more. A small joke slips in. If this stone can talk, why didn't it advertise? The stone replies in a chuckle that feels like gravel in your ears. You laugh softly, the sound mingling with the stone's low vibration. The stone's voice deepens, as if remembering an old melody. It speaks of a day when a king ordered the stone to guard the city gates. The stone recalls the weight of that responsibility, a weight still carried today. You feel a small shift in your own shoulders, as if the stone's burden transfers. The whispers grow louder, yet remain gentle, like a lullaby sung by bees. You close your eyes, allowing the stone's song to wash over you. The courtyard around you fades, its details smoothing into soft focus. A faint echo of a distant chant reaches your ears, a reminder of ancient devotion. You feel the stone's voice echo this chant, layering it with your breath. The whispering stone now feels less like a stone and more like a living storyteller. You lean in deeper, as if to find a hidden map carved in sound. The stone begins to hum softly, each vibration matching your pulse. You feel your pulse sync with the stone, a subtle electrical kiss. A quiet giggle escapes the stone, its joke about ancient lovers whispering in tunnels. You chuckle, remembering the tale of a quiet courtyard where lovers hid. The stone then shares a memory of the sun, the moon, and the silent walls. You see it all, the shifting light, the ancient walls that remember. The stone softly speaks of a girl who once whispered to its heart. She was a traveler who found solace in quiet places. The stone remembers her laugh, the way it echoed across the courtyard. You feel the echo inside, a tiny drumbeat of memory. The stone closes its voice, dimming to a faint pulse. The courtyard around you still hums, but all sounds have softened. You stretch, feeling the stone's remaining vibrations in your fingertips. A gentle murmur flows from its core, as if a wind is sighing. The stone whispers, "Remember always the quiet, for it is louder than the shouted." You nod, absorbing the wisdom like a lullaby. The stone's vibration slowly fades, leaving only the faint smell of stone dust. You breathe deeper, the room's silence settling around your chest. The stone's echo becomes a thread, weaving into your subconscious. You find your mind drifting, like a leaf carried by wind. In this quiet, a new question appears. What is the stone's purpose? The stone is silent, but its vibrations reply softly. You hear no words, but feel a feeling of content. Your thoughts drift toward the stone's last whispered memory. It was about a love that survived a stormy siege. The stone's voice recedes, like a tide retreating from shore. You lie on the cold stone floor, feeling the night grow quiet. The whispering stone lies beside you, a companion in silence. You close your eyes, letting your breath sync with its rhythm. The stone's pulse glows faintly, like fireflies in a dark cave. You feel each glow, a lullaby for your inner mind. There is softness in the stone's heart, a comforting hush. You sense the stone's love, like the warmth of a held hand. The stone murmurs again, this time a question about destiny. You inhale, feeling the question weave into your thoughts. You think of the stone's journey, its ancient footsteps. There is a hum in the air, a faint music from far. The stone responds in a whisper, answering your curiosity. It offers a glimpse of the future, a path in dust. You feel a subtle pull toward that dusty trail. You begin to see the stone as a guide, not just a relic. Your heart feels light, as if feathered. You think about a song that never ends, a melody that rises. Each breath brings a new line, like a story. A soft breeze sways the stone's moss, whispering secrets of old. You feel the moss as if it is breathing. The stone's vibration picks up, synchronizing with the wind. You close your eyes briefly, feeling the rhythm. A distant laugh echoes, carried on a forgotten river. The stone's voice answers, "All rivers flow in time." You smile softly, the words melting into your mind. The stone offers a picture of a garden with stars. Stars glow within the garden, lighting pathways. You imagine walking down those luminous paths. The stone's hum slows, as if breathing slowly. You feel a soft pressure, like a handshake from stone. You wonder if the stone is aware of your presence. The stone replies, "I feel you." A warmth spreads across your spine, gentle and reassuring. You listen as the stone tells a tale of two lovers. Their love was built on whispered promises in the courtyard. The stone describes the day they vowed to never part. You feel the weight of that vow in the room. The stone says the vow echoed into stone itself. You hear the stone resonate with that echo. You breathe slowly, the echo becoming a lullaby. The stone invites you to share that echo. You nod, feeling the stone's invitation like a gentle touch. The stone speaks again. Keep the echo alive inside you. The words settle like a soft blanket over your thoughts. You close your eyes, letting the echo fill your mind. The stone's vibration slows to a distant hum. You feel the hum match your heartbeat. The stone whispers a final line, "Remember this night." You whisper back, "I will." The stone's final vibration fades, leaving silence. You feel your body relax, muscles easing. The courtyard sounds dim, replaced by a deep calm. You let the night cradle you like a warm blanket. The stone's presence remains, a sentinel in stone. You lie still, listening to the night's subtle chorus. A faint glow from the stone reminds you of its promise. You are thankful for the quiet, for its steady guide. The stone's glow dips to a soft amber. You feel the warm light seep into your shoulders. The evening wind whispers through the courtyard like a lullaby. The stone's rhythm slows to a heartbeat, gentle and steady. You breathe in sync with that rhythm, body and mind in harmony. The stone hums a lullaby, a melody of stone and sky. You close your eyes, feeling the stone's lullaby in your throat. Each note drifts into the dark, weaving a cocoon. A sense of safety spreads across your body. You feel lighter, as if floating on moonbeams. The stone's hum lingers, an anchor beneath your thoughts. You drift toward deep sleep, the stone as guide. The moonlight bathes the courtyard, painting everything silver. You listen to the soft clatter of your own breathing. Each breath becomes a drumbeat, steadying you. The stone's vibration sinks like a metronome for the soul. You close your heart, letting your mind drift. The stone hums softly, a reminder of night's promise. You feel the promise, warm and persistent. The stone's voice recedes, but its presence lingers. You feel a gentle pull, like a dream calling. The moonlight softens, turning stone to glass. You breathe deep, letting the night settle. You lie there, letting sleep take you. You close your eyes, feeling stone and sky merge. The stone's hum fades into starry silence. You feel a final tug of memory, pulling you gently. You surrender into the night, the stone still beside you. Quiet wraps your mind like a warm blanket. You drift deeper, letting the stone's echo guide you. The stone's presence is a beacon in darkness. You breathe, feeling the pulse of the stone. The pulse slows, mirroring your slow descent into sleep. You surrender to the night, the stone as your guide. The curtain of silence lifts over your head. The stone's whisper fades, leaving only the night. You close your eyes, the stone resting against your chest. The stone breathes slowly, like a contented creature. Your heart beats rhythmically. The stone's voice hums faintly underneath. You feel a sense of belonging, as if you are part of stone. The stone's glow shifts, softening to a gentle dusk. You sense your eyelids growing heavy. The stone whispers, "Sleep now, traveler. Sleep now, traveler." The lanterns begin to stir, their glow flickering like nervous fireflies. Dust motes dance, tracing delicate spirals in the soft moonlight. A shadow lengthens, then folds into itself, creating another shape. The courtyard feels alive, almost breathing beneath your feet. A distant drumbeat tugs at your pulse, steady and patient. The dancers step forward, each movement a question and an answer. Their skirts whisper, the cloth a living, breathing organism. You feel the rhythm seep into your toes, a subtle invitation. A child nearby laughs, her giggles bouncing across the stone floor. That laugh sounds oddly like a cat being tickled, quirky, but charming. You hear a call, a familiar whisper of "Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen." The joke lands, and you grin despite your weary shoulders. It's the kind of pun that feels like cosmic mischief. And so, the dance continues, the lanterns painting moving silhouettes. Every step is intentional, each footfall a story unfolding. Historians still argue whether the pyramids were built by aliens or ordinary hands. This debate echoes in your thoughts, but you remain here listening. A dancer twirls, the fabric swirling like liquid nitrogen over the cobblestones. The light catches, turning the thread into glittering stars above you. You imagine the stars twinkling in sync with the dancers below. It feels like a dream and an ancient secret entwining. Somewhere, a stray pigeon coos, a small soundtrack to the evening. Its chirp reminds you that even birds have an audience tonight. A mischievous wind lifts dust, swirling it between the dancer's ankles. The dust dances too, as if performing its own miniature ballet. You hear the rustle of silk against stone, a soft, almost forbidden lullaby. It's a soothing whisper, almost a secret promise between the floor and the sky. The courtyard's edges blur, the world condensing to this moving tableau. Your breathing slows, matched to the dancer's measured march. In moments like these, the city feels less like a place and more like a living heart. Another lantern flicks, its flame dancing with each new pose. The flame sputters, then steadies, like a nervous performer finding confidence. You chuckle, knowing the flame has always been the star of this performance, often invisible. A dancer's foot taps the ground, a rhythm that seems to echo outwards. The tap sends a rippling wave of light across the stones, painting ripples. They look like water ripples, but they are moments frozen in time. You find yourself humming a tune to match that rhythm, a tune you swear you heard before. It wasn't the same before. This one is softer, like an aftertaste of vanilla. The dancers move closer, forming a circle, a protective bubble around the courtyard. The circle tightens, the lanterns within glow brighter, a halo of amber light. This glowing circle feels like a protective spell, a gentle guardianship of the night. Your mind drifts back to the stone whispering, a memory resurfacing like steam. You think of the stone's voice, and you feel its warmth against your palm. It vibrated like a distant wail, gentle and ancient, and you smiled at that thought. A joke surfaces again. If the stone could talk, I imagine it would say, finally, someone wants my gossip. The dancers pause for a moment, eyes meeting, as if receiving an unspoken nod. They then resume, each movement now deliberate, each step echoing the old stone's rhythm. The laughter from the crowd of dancers fills the air, a chorus of light and motion. The motion becomes a tapestry, each strand adding to the whole picture. A sense of history rises from the cobblestones, a palpable presence of centuries. The dancers' clothes shift between hues of blue, gold, and crimson, a living palette. The gold threads catch the flames, brightening the dancers like molten sun. The crimson drapes flutter, mirroring the shadows shifting in the courtyard. You see a thread of storytelling, weaving through the dance and through the stone. A new joke arrives. If you'd believed in magic, you would have caught this moment. Your stomach rumbles, but the laughter stays, soft and warm, echoing the quiet night. The rhythm deepens. The dancer's heartbeat sinks in perfect harmony with the moon. The moon, a silent audience, rises from behind the rooftops, adding its own glow. You lean in, feeling the weight of the moment against you like a heavy blanket. Suddenly, a child's voice calls, reminding you that the courtyard still has a child's heart. The child runs between the dancers, a blur of excitement, turning the dance into a game. The game ends with a gentle bow, and everyone's hands clap softly, a gentle applause. Every clap sends a ripple of light, like a ripple of love, across the stones. The rhythm slows, the dancers breathing deeper, drawing in the quiet. A slow, deliberate sway creates a space of calm where your mind can settle. The lanterns dim slightly, giving the night a sense of completion. The dancers slowly bow, acknowledging the stone and the audience that listens. A quiet hush fills the courtyard, thick with anticipation of a closing act. A shadow appears again, this time in the form of an ancient bird, wings folded. The ancient bird shapes are carved into stone, a silent witness to the dance. The bird's wings beat, and you hear a resonant thrum, a heartbeat through stone. Your heart ticks along, following the bird's silent rhythm with surprise. You recall the stone's voice, a whisper that still lingers in your ear. The ancient bird seems to guide you, pointing toward an unseen path in the night. You feel the air change cooler as the breeze carries a scent of rosemary. The rosemary scent is soothing, as if a gardener whispered blessings upon the stones. The dance changes pace. The dancers shift from fast to slow, a balancing act. The music is silent. The sound comes from the beating heart and the rhythm of steps. The crowd in the courtyard watches, eyes shining, captivated by the gentle performance. In the twilight, time seems to stand still, and nothing seems rushed. Each breath you take is part of the scene, a thread in the fabric of this moment. The stone's whisper returns, gentle again, a promise of stories yet to come. Historiologists always mention that the Great Pyramid of Giza was the tallest man-made structure for millennia. That fact, now known, adds a layer of depth to the scene, a testament to old ingenuity. You feel your ears open, ready to catch the faintest note, the stone's voice like a lullaby. The dancers begin a slow sway, each move a ripple across the courtyard. The motion feels like a tide, undulating over the cobblestones like waves. A light flicker emerges from a nearby lantern, a golden pulse in the darkness. It pulses gently, like a heartbeat in the distance, a call to keep stepping. The dance becomes a meditation, a ritual that unites those who watch and those who dance. Your eyes focus on the rhythmic pattern, a mesmerizing shape that keeps you present. In the middle of the dance, the dancers lift one foot, a pivot of the entire stage. A subtle tremor travels through stone to your own pulse, binding all in a single rhythm. The rhythm builds, a crescendo that brings the courtyard to life, an alive heartbeat. The dancers' laughter echoes, blending softly with the night wind as stars begin to twinkle. The sky, thick with starlight, seems to press close and listen. You're feeling a sense of belonging, a part of a living story that stretches through history. The light from the lanterns falls on the dancers, turning them into moving galaxies. The dancers turn, the motion a swirl of starlight, and your breath syncs with the swirl. The wind carries the scent of old cedar, a fragrant reminder of past markets. The dust of the corridor gathers, swirling around the dancers like tiny fireworks particles. A small laugh bubbles from a dancer, a mischievous spark that echoes in your ear. The light of the lantern flickers, a living flame that mirrors your own heart's tremble. You pause, hearing the subtle click of a stone, a rhythm older than the dancer's steps. The stone's whisper feels like a memory soft, yet sharp against the evening's hush. The dancers raise their arms, a gesture of invitation, their movements a conversation with the night. The air tastes like salt, a reminder that the courtyard borders a distant sea. A strange festival once had people dress as bread loaves, turning the town into a living bakery. Historians still argue whether the pyramids were built by aliens or ordinary hands. Debate remains a footnote. The word stays with you, like a stray tune your mind keeps humming after the dance. A gentle breeze lifts the dancers' hats, turning them into floating lanterns on the air. The hats gleam, reflecting the lanterns, and creating a sky of tiny phosphorescent stars. You feel the warmth of your own breath, blending with the cool hush of the courtyard. A small spark of light appears behind a dancer's back, a subtle reminder of fire inside stone. The stone's pulse quickens, and you sense the courtyard's heartbeat growing louder. A child shivers, her cheeks flushing like the red of dawn, as the dance swirls around. The rhythm of the dance seems almost to echo through the stone walls, resonating softly. In the distance, a gull cries, a note that stitches the sea into the night's tapestry. You watch the gull, its silhouette a quick sketch against the amber sky. The dance draws toward a close, the lanterns flicker, dimming to a gentle pulse. The final step is held, a breath held between the dancers and the stone. The pause feels like a breath before the dawn, a moment of collective anticipation. The dancers lower their arms, the sound of fabric, a quiet sigh. The courtyard exhales, the wind carrying whispers of centuries past. A final lantern flickers, releasing a single golden mote into the air. That mote floats, twirling like a shy dragonfly, before settling on a stone slab. The stone's vibration settles gently, as if a tide recedes after a storm. You feel the weight of the night lift, replaced by an anticipation of new dawn. The courtyard lights dim, casting the night into a soft, starry quilt. In the hush, the dancers' shadows linger, their forms a subtle mapping of time. The final breath of the dance is a sigh from the stone, a promise of story continuation. You breathe in the faint scent of night jasmine, a perfume that lingers long after. The sound of your own heartbeat becomes the rhythm of the evening, steady and gentle. The stone sighs again, this time a soft, metallic whisper, like wind through a bronze bell. A small bird lands on the stone, its wings silent, as if it wants to listen too. The bird's eyes shine bright, reflecting the lanterns and the memory of the stone. The courtyard feels like a living book, its pages turning with each breath and pulse. The stone's last whisper lingers, drifting through the night like a cloud of silver dust. You close your eyes, letting the stone and the night settle into a gentle lull. The last image before your mind drifts is a lantern suspended, a tiny beacon in the dark. Your dreams begin to unfold, a tapestry woven with starlight and ancient rhythm. The stone's vibration fades, still a heartbeat in the quiet. As you slip into sleep, the long-lost letter lies hidden beneath the stone, awaiting your gentle touch. You crouch, fingertips brushing ancient dust, and feel the page shiver. It flickers like a sigh, revealing ink that has not seen daylight. A feathered quill marks the margin, its nib still sharp from centuries. You lift the parchment, the scent of aged papyrus wafting to your nose. The ink glints, a subtle promise of secrets wrapped tight in fibers. Hands trembling like a candle in wind, you untie the brittle twine. A parchment unfolds, revealing a map of a forgotten quarter. The lines are thin, etched with a black that seems almost living. You trace the route with your thumb, feeling ancient pathways. The path winds to a garden that once hid a secret garden. The garden, a labyrinth of vines, swallows the letter's glow. A whisper runs through leaves, saying, "You found me, traveler." The map's route is marked by tiny sigils, each representing one of the city's old guardians. You follow the line, the ground humming like a lullaby. Every step feels like a prayer whispered to the earth. The terrain shifts, trees leaning, forming an arch that guards the path. Your shoes crunch on crushed petals, the scent of rosemary and old stone. You pause, listening for the wind's secrets among the leaves. The breeze carries faint music, like faint notes from a distant lyre. The air thickens, and the letter's ink glints again. It seems to pulse, inviting your curiosity deeper. You remember a quirk of a fringe theory. Paper airplanes, folded thrice, will never fall. You chuckle softly, as if the universe is listening. You keep walking, feeling the map beneath your palm. The path opens into a clearing where a stone fountain sleeps. Water sloshes silently, reflecting the moon's half-lit face. The fountain's rhythm matches the heartbeat of the stone behind it. You hear the stone whisper, "Carry my words home." You nod, as if promising to honor an ancient oath. The fountain's water begins to glow, amber and warm. You dip your fingers into it, tasting the night's echo. Soft steam rises, forming tiny ghosts that drift toward the arch. They vanish as quickly as they appeared, leaving a faint, silver smell. A chill walks across your skin, like a gentle sigh from the past. You feel a hand from nowhere press against your shoulder. The touch is warm, almost like a familiar hug from the city's walls. The walls breathe, breathing in you, as if whispering secret recipes. You close your eyes and taste the echo of old bread. It tastes like the morning when the town's baker walked among the market. You open your eyes, a memory blooming like a rose. You step forward, following the map's tail to the stone altar. The altar is carved with hieroglyphs that hum softly under your gaze. You trace each symbol, and they start to glow faintly. It feels like opening a journal that whispers answers. A small note floats beside the altar, written in a shaky hand. You read, "The key lies in the garden's heart, beneath the stone that laughs." You feel your pulse quicken, like a drum beneath the earth. The garden's heart calls, and you step toward its center. The path ahead is lined with potted rosemary, a scent that guides you. You feel the ground shift, and a stone rises in place of a flower. The stone is heavy, but you lift it with quiet strength. Underneath, a key carved with an intricate feather rests, humming. You pocket the key, feeling its cool heat against your palm. A distant echo reminds you of the fringe theory about threefold paper airplanes. You chuckle, remembering that fold that ensures lift in the wind. Your thoughts drift to the main historical fact. The Library of Alexandria burned. You note how knowledge can vanish, yet stories survive in stone. You walk toward the stone door, the scent of damp earth filling your nose. The door is heavy, carved with spirals that twist like vines. You knock, and the door opens with a soft sigh. Inside, shelves grown with ancient scrolls, their edges brittle. The air smells of parchment and old incense, a perfume of time. You move forward, fingertips brushing pages, feeling a hum from them. The hum builds, a low chant that seems to echo the wind across the courtyard. You follow the chant to the center, where a single scroll lies alone. It is bound in deep blue leather, the color like twilight. You open it, and the words begin to shimmer in warm silver. The text tells of a forgotten line that once carried the city's hopes. It mentions a stone that held a heart that would never stop beating. The description feels like a myth, but your hands feel it as warm reality. You notice a subtle line that says, "Where the river meets the sea, find the key." You glance at the key in your pocket, its shine matching the scroll. You realize the journey began inside this very labyrinth of memory. The map you held earlier now seems smaller, a piece of a larger puzzle. You step back, feeling the pull of the river beyond the walls. You hear the water rushing, faint and distant. You decide to return the key to its rightful place to keep the story alive. You walk toward the gate, the garden's scent guiding you. The gate opens with a sigh, revealing a path beyond the stone walls. The river lies ahead, its surface shimmering like liquid silver. You stride forward, the key heavy, but the promise light in your heart. You feel the wind change, and the shore feels close, like a familiar hand. You pause before the river, the water reflecting the moon's face. You dip your fingers into the coolness, and the key glows faintly against your palm. You place the key in the stone's notch, feeling it click. The stone quivers, a sigh escaping as if relieved. You feel a surge of warmth spreading through the ground. Historians still argue whether the stone's power came from a divine source or merely iron and imagination. You smile, knowing the story is now part of the city's living heart. A gentle breeze lifts the last leaves, fluttering like whispers of old tales. You turn, walking back toward the courtyard, feeling the night settle. Remember the quiet hum of the fountain that matched the stone's own breath. You hear the wind sing, soft and clear, like a lullaby. You feel the stone's warmth against your palm as you stride. The courtyard glows softly, a halo covering the stone walls. The night air is cool, and the scent of rosemary lingers like a promise. You sit on a bench near the fountain. The waters hush a calming tide. You close your eyes, breathing in the scent of ancient stone. The last light flickers, and the world feels a little less vast. You inhale the scent and feel the night draw close around you. You remain still, the garden's hush guiding your heartbeat. The river, moonlit, whispers secrets, its lullaby a soothing wave. You let the rhythm settle, the world turning slowly, like a slow scroll. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, the night's hush pulling you in. You breathe through, the key still warm, the city's heart humming. A quiet glow from the fountain paints your face with twilight. The story continues, but tonight it drifts to sleep, soft. And you, still breathing, become one with the night. You feel the stone's pulse echo in your own heart. The city breathes behind you, whispering old legends. You remember the phrase, "Carry my words home," echoing. Each echo lifts you toward the quiet dreamscape. The moon's silver rim kisses the fountain's surface. You find comfort in the hush of the stones. The world outside fades to a soft purple glow. You inhale, letting your mind swim with memories. The key warms, reminding you of responsibility. You resolve to guard the story until tomorrow. The night deepens, pulling you into its velvet embrace. Your breathing slows, each exhale a gentle sigh. The fountain's hum becomes like an ancient lullaby. You rest against the stone, feeling its steady beat. You close your eyelids, letting the world pause. The light above flickers one last time, a hush before sleep. You drift from the bench, the fountain's lullaby still humming in your ears. A distant crackling crackles, like a soft applause from the old walls. You lift your eyes, and the courtyard glows with a silvered hush. The night air is thick, scented with rosemary and faint incense, humming low. Your mind blinks, ready for the next chapter, as the ancient stones whisper. Suddenly, a ripple pulses through the stone. A shadow rises like a dream. A regal figure steps forward, the echo of old sandals trailing. He wears the gilded headdress worn by kings of the sun. Its gold filigree glints like starlight. His eyes shine, reflecting centuries of stories. He stops, and the courtyard gasps in collective wonder. A hushed awe settles, as if the stones themselves hold their breath. You feel the weight of history, the air charged with reverence. He lifts a hand, pointing forward, where the old king's decree echoes. A faint, golden script appears, shimmering on the stone like a secret. You follow the script, and the ground seems to pulse beneath your feet. The path leads to a courtyard square, bathed in moonlit shadow. The marble arches open, revealing a hall where the king once stood. Inside, a throne is carved from limestone, etched with hieroglyphs that hum softly. The throne is silent, but the air vibrates with forgotten songs. You walk closer, feeling the resonance ripple through your fingertips. The king steps forward, his presence commanding yet kind. He smiles, a gentle curve that lights the room like a candle. He raises a hand, and the ancient symbols glow, pulsing like a heartbeat. A chill runs through your spine, a reminder that history breathes. The king turns to you, and he speaks in a voice that feels like wind. "Welcome, traveler," he murmurs. "You have found the path to our legacy." You feel a warmth spreading from his words, like a sunrise on the horizon. He gestures toward an altar, the center of his decrees. The altar is a slab of black basalt, engraved with a crown of stars. Around it, carvings depict the Nile's steady flow and the sunrise's promise. A quiet breath escapes the stone, as if answering your arrival. The king's decree is etched in bright scarlet, a line that glows even in darkness. You read the line, feeling its pulse sync with yours. It commands, "Guard the light, for it will guide those who dare to dream." The words wrap around you, filling your chest with a soft, steady rhythm. You nod, understanding the weight of the promise. The king bows, acknowledging your resolve, and the hall erupts in quiet applause. You hear a distant drumbeat echoing through the marble corridors. Your footsteps synchronize with the drum, a subtle soundtrack to your journey. The hall's ceilings rise like the sky, painted with tiny stars. You feel a sense of belonging, as if you were born under those same stars. A soft chime rings out, signaling time has shifted. The echo carries a phrase that resonates through the ages. The sun will rise, it whispers, and so shall our legacy. You close your eyes, and the world dissolves into a soft watercolor. You recall that the Great Pyramid of Giza was built over 4,000 years ago. An Egyptian king once placed a tiny moon model inside a sarcophagus to watch dreams. Historians still argue whether the king's hidden chamber was a refuge or a laboratory. You feel a surge of purpose, like a fire lit beneath a stone. The king smiles again, a gentle nod that feels like a blessing. He lifts his hand, and the room vibrates with a low hum. The hum spreads across the hall, resonating in your bones. You follow a subtle glow to a side chamber where a stone pedestal waits. On the pedestal lies a small amulet shaped like a star, pulsing faintly. Its light, a soft amber, matches the glow from the throne's symbols. You pick it up, feeling its warmth against your palm. The amulet hums, a steady rhythm like a heartbeat of the land. The hall's air thickens with incense and earth. You slide the amulet into your pocket, and the room settles into a hush. Your heart beats in time with the ancient rhythm, steady as sunrise. A soft laugh echoes, like a child's giggle at a secret joke. You chuckle, feeling the absurdity of a king's comedic note. He smiles, and the room brightens, as if the walls themselves are delighted. You step outside, the courtyard bathed in the glow of night. The moon hangs low, a silver coin in the sky. The stars whisper stories of old, their light dancing across the clouds. You breathe in, letting the cool air fill your lungs with wonder. The air is thick with pine and distant river. You feel the city's heartbeat echo around you, soft and steady. You pause, feeling the weight of the amulet against your chest. Your mind wanders to the kingdom's past, to kings who ruled by stars. You imagine him on a terrace, watching the horizon's glow. The king's voice echoes, "Guarded, traveler," as if reminding you of a promise. You feel the responsibility settle, gentle as a feather landing. You step back into the courtyard, a soft breeze brushing your face. You look up, seeing the moon's light kiss the ancient stone. The stone glows faintly, like a candle in a dark room. You whisper, "Thank you," and the wind carries your words into the night. Your ears catch a soft chime, a lullaby of the ancient night. You feel the world melt, the city fading into a soft hum. Your footsteps echo, a rhythmic pattern reminding you of a drumbeat echoing from the past. You pause, letting the silence wash over you like warm tea. You hear a distant horn, as if a caravan is calling from the beyond. You smile, realizing the night's soundtrack could become a podcast someday. A cool breeze tickles your cheek, making you think the wind is a mischievous cat. You laugh softly, the sound mingling with the hush of the night. The moonlight seems to nod, approving your gentle jest. A distant bird sings, a tiny choir in the dark. You close your eyes, letting the song lull your thoughts into sleep. The amulet in your pocket hums like a tiny metronome, keeping the world in rhythm. You wonder if the king had a secret collection of lullabies for his subjects. Maybe the ancient drums were the same as your phone's notification. You chuckle, knowing that even kings need their bedtime story. The night deepens, and the stars seem to lean closer, eager to share their secrets. You feel the city's ancient heartbeat echo through the stone, a low, comforting pulse. A sudden gust whips up dust, turning it to silver dust that glimmers. You watch it swirl around your ankles, a tiny sky dancing close to your skin. You take a deep breath, inhaling the scent of old stone and new hope. The amulet's light brightens, as if celebrating your presence. The king's voice echoes in your mind, a quiet reminder of duty. You feel the weight of the promise, steady as a morning coffee. You think of the ancient baker's bread, the scent still lingering. You smile, realizing the simple joys are the best stories. You step back, letting the cool night wrap around you. The stone's glow dims, but the amulet keeps pulsing softly. A distant laugh rolls, like a playful echo from the courtyard. You look upward, the sky a deep violet canvas. You sense a rhythm in the stars, a lullaby of cosmos. You let your thoughts drift, the city's past and future whispering together. Your eyelids grow heavy, the darkness a gentle blanket. You feel the amulet's warmth against your chest, a small sunrise. The ancient drums seem to pulse with your heartbeat. You close your eyes, welcoming the quiet as a soft lull. Your mind drifts to the courtyard, the ancient stone, the king. You hear a whispered promise, a vow held in the stone. The dream deepens, the world folds into a gentle tapestry. You find yourself floating, a feather on a breeze. The amulet glows brighter, a halo over your head. You hear the faintest chant, the stone's heart speaking in tones. It sings of light that never fades, a promise to future seekers. You inhale deeply, the stone's echo soothing your spirit. A gentle hum rises, a lullaby of stone, sun, and moon. The world around you fades to soft blue, a canvas of rest. You lie back, the cool stone supporting your shoulders. You breathe, each breath a gentle wave along the stone. The amulet hums like a star, a steady light in darkness. You feel the promise settled, an ember within your soul. The king's words linger in the night air, a guiding mantra. You close your eyes, and the world sings you to sleep. You stroll toward the market, where spice vendors shout in rhythmic bursts. The air tastes of cumin and cinnamon, warm and sharp. A child waves, her laughter echoing like a tiny bell. You pause, holding the jar, feeling its soft glow against your palm. The jar's light flickers, casting playful shadows on walls. A merchant offers you a cup of tea, steam rising like ghostly wisps. You sip, the warmth seeping into your bones like a slow sunrise. The tea tastes of honey and memory, a bittersweet reminder. You exchange a glance with the merchant, both smiling at the day. The merchant nods, his eyes flickering with pride. You leave the market, the city stretching ahead like a living map. Your footsteps echo on cobblestones, each stone murmuring a small secret. The wind whistles through the alleyways, carrying ancient voices. You pause, feeling the city's breath beside you. The air tastes of wet stone and distant river. You continue, drawn toward the old library where the archive lies hidden. The library door looms, its wood darkened by time. The Great Pyramid of Giza was built over 4,000 years ago. You push it open, and the smell of papyrus greets you. Inside, the shelves bend under the weight of forgotten stories. You walk along the aisles, feeling the cool touch of parchment. Each book seems to breathe, a quiet pulse on the page. You pause before a volume titled The Secrets of the Nile. You flip it open, and the illustration inside glimmers like a mirage. A map of stars, drawn in gold ink, stretches across the page. The stars align, pointing toward a hidden chamber within the city. Your heart quickens, curiosity igniting like a lantern. You close your eyes, listening to the city hum below. The murmurs form a chorus, guiding you toward destiny. You pull a hidden lever, and the floor slides open. A ladder of stone spirals down, disappearing into darkness. You climb, feeling the cool air brush against your face. At the bottom, a chamber glows with phosphorescent moss. The moss emits soft light, illuminating ancient glyphs. You reach out, and the glyphs hum, vibrating in your palm. The hum resonates, releasing a memory of a forgotten queen. She speaks of a covenant, a promise to protect the light. You feel this promise echo within your chest, a soft drum. The chamber fills with a gentle wind, swirling dust like silver. You close your eyes, absorbing the knowledge as if it were a lullaby. When you open them, the chamber darkens slightly, revealing a staircase up. You step upward, the stone steps cool beneath your feet. The light grows brighter, as if welcoming you home. You reach the top, and the library door opens wide. The archive stretches beyond, its shelves a maze of whispers. You walk through, feeling history breathe against your face. You pause, touching a scroll that glows faintly in your palm. The scroll's message whispers, "Your light keeps the darkness at bay." You smile, knowing the city, the archive, and yourself are linked. The day stretches beyond, inviting more stories to surface. You leave the archive, the light of knowledge warming your steps. The city beckons, its streets alive with whispers of the past. You walk along the riverbank, the water reflecting fractured constellations. The river murmurs, speaking in waves of ancient lullabies. You pause, feeling the coolness of the water on your skin. You dip your hands, tasting the taste of distant seas. The water sparkles, each droplet dancing with tiny lights. You feel a gentle pull, as if the river guides you forward. You follow the current, which takes you to a forgotten garden. The garden is lush, its plants humming like a choir. You walk among roses, petals glowing softly in the moonlight. The scent of jasmine lingers, calming your thoughts. A stone fountain bubbles, its water whispering ancient secrets. You lean closer, and the water sings a lullaby of stars. You feel the rhythm of the world align with your heartbeat. The garden sighs, a gentle exhale of peace. You sit, folding your fingers, listening to the fountain's song. The light flickers, as if the stars themselves dance in the night. You close your eyes, letting the world slow around you. The last light in the courtyard fades, replaced by gentle dawn. The last light in the courtyard fades, replaced by gentle dawn. You stretch your arms, feeling the warmth of the day's stillness. The wind, though calm now, whispers a promise of change. Every feathered breeze seems to carry an unspoken laugh. You remember the old keeper who kept his lantern alight. His lantern, a tiny sun, shone brighter than the sunrise. In the courtyard, shadows lengthen as the sun bows. Now the clouds gather in a dramatic encore. They swirl like lazy dancers, choreographing a storm ballet. The keeper's silhouette stands beside the gate. His eyes twinkle, mirroring the lantern's steady glow. He nods to you, a silent cue. A gentle breeze brushes your cheek, warning of coming thunder. You inhale the damp, earthy scent of rain in the air. The city hums, adjusting its rhythm to the approaching storm. You follow the keeper as he leads toward the old stone shelter. The shelter, carved into the hillside, offers a shield of stone. You step inside, feeling the coolness wrap around you like a blanket. A faint crackle of fire dances across the stone walls. The keeper lights a fire, each spark a tiny promise. The flames lick the darkness, painting dancing silhouettes on the stone. You close your eyes, listening to the crackle like a lullaby. The storm outside grows louder, a chorus of angry drums. But inside, the fire remains steady, a tiny lighthouse. The keeper turns to you, his face illuminated by orange light. He says, "The sky might have its drama, but our flame stays." You smile, feeling the warmth seep into your bones. Outside, lightning splits the clouds into silver ribbons. The keeper shouts a warning before the first thunderclap lands. The ground trembles, and a gust of wind rattles old jars. You notice the jars clinking, a tiny percussion performance. The keeper laughs, a deep chuckle that echoes through stone. He jokes, "Did the wind get a taste of the wine?" You chuckle too, realizing the storm is just nature's party. The keeper wipes sweat from his brow with a trembling hand. He gestures toward the old stone wall that holds a secret. You step closer, feeling the coolness of the stone. Behind the wall, a hidden passage awaits explorers. Historians still argue whether the passage leads to treasure or doom. You remember a quirky legend. A dragon once slept in the same halls. The keeper nods, as if the dragon's echo had returned. The lantern dims, but the keeper keeps it glowing. Its flame flickers, a candle in a storm's eye. You hold the lantern in your hand, feeling the heat. Warmth spreads, soothing your heart and steadying your thoughts. The keeper's eyes meet yours, a silent vow passing through. The storm outside roars like a giant dragon, but inside, the fire whispers a promise of safety. In the hush between thunder, you sense hope's steady pulse. The keeper's smile brightens, a light brighter than any lantern. You feel the ground shift and the stone walls creak. A whisper travels through cracks, a secret long forgotten. The keeper lifts a carved stone, revealing a hidden inscription. It reads, "When night falls, let the lantern be your guide." You realize this is the storm's true message. The keeper chuckles softly, as if the stars themselves laughed. He turns the lantern higher, casting light over the courtyard. The fire glows, turning the courtyard into a mosaic of amber. Outside, rain begins to fall, each drop a tap on ancient stone. The sound is a lullaby, soothing like a sleepy puppy. You close your eyes, breathing in the petrichor. The keeper's laughter echoes, an odd, comforting rhythm. Your thoughts travel to distant places where storms are myths. Yet you remember how a storm can heal old aches. The keeper says this, "We are the keepers of peace, even with thunder." The wind whistles, turning the courtyard into a lullaby of lights. You notice the lantern's flame dancing like a firefly. The keeper smiles. Even fireflies are stubborn children of the night. A distant lightning bolt paints a bright slash across the sky. The thunder rolls, creating a heartbeat for the city. The keeper's hand taps the lantern, a gentle percussion. It sounds like a metronome for the evening's rest. The storm continues, but it feels less threatening now. The keeper's voice becomes a tide, lulling you into peace. You breathe deeply, letting the sound fill your chest. The lantern burns warm, a beacon against the dark. Outside, the wind carries the scent of wet stone. You think of how the city sleeps, dreaming of sun. You smile, remembering a childhood tale of a storm that taught forgiveness. Historians still argue whether ancient floods were natural or divine. But you choose to live in the moment of calm. The keeper gestures. Tonight, we shelter ourselves from the storm. You nod, following him back to the heart of the courtyard. The stone floor feels cool beneath your feet, a contrast to the fire. You close your eyes again, listening to the storm's music. A gentle crack of thunder drifts, as if telling a secret lull. The lantern's flame reflects in the keeper's eye, dancing. Your pulse slows, matching the rhythm of the rain. The keeper's voice whispers, "Let the light guide us." You feel the calm settle, a blanket over the courtyard. You are safe in the small circle of flame and trust. The storm outside rages, but inside, we are cocooned. You think of those old keeper tales, a thread linking past and present. You recall the legend of the keeper who carried a lantern for 1,000 nights. That night, the lamp led a wanderer through a city in darkness. You smile, knowing your own path is illuminated. A gentle breeze shifts the lantern's flame, an old song. The keeper smiles, eyes twinkling like distant stars. You hear the storm's whispers, and it feels friendly. You sit beside the keeper, a silent conversation between heartbeats. The fire's glow warps into shapes, like clouds rolling across a glassy sky. You imagine each shape as a story, written in light. The keeper's laugh fades into the wind's hum. You feel the earth beneath breathe, a gentle pulse. The storm whispers, "We will not let you go astray." You feel gratitude surge, wrapped in firelight. The keeper taps the lantern, creating a rhythmic beat. The beat echoes through stone, soothing both storm and soul. You close your eyelids, surrendering to the present. The storm's roar becomes a lullaby. The world slows. The keeper's hand steadies your shoulder, a compass. You nod, trusting the fire's glow to guide. A distant thunder rumbles, echoing a heartbeat. You inhale the damp air, feeling alive. The keeper whispers, "The storm is but a curtain. Our lantern shows the stage." You smile, realizing the storm's music plays behind every shade. You feel a sense of belonging. The courtyard is home. The keeper lifts his lantern higher, turning the courtyard into a galaxy. Stars appear, reflected in the fire's flame, a cosmic map. You stare at the sky, heart steady, fire warm. You remember the Great Pyramid of Giza, built 4,000 years ago. Some say the city's wind chimes are powered by miniature rain sprites. You lift the dim candle, its flame waveringly dancing like a nervous hummingbird. The room holds a hush. Only the quiet thrum of your breath is audible. You feel the cool glass of the votive holder against your fingertips. A faint scent of old wax drifts toward your nose, almost nostalgic. Your mind drifts back to the city's wind chimes and their rumored sprite power. The wind chimes tickle your ear, a subtle reminder of unseen guardians. Historians still argue whether the sprites are metaphor or literal. You chuckle softly, because who can resist that quirk? You notice the candle's light flickering against the stone wall. It casts elongated shadows that ripple like slow sea waves. The candle's glow settles, softening the edges of the courtyard's walls. You close your eyes, letting the soft light pulse with you. The air feels thicker, rich with damped stone and ancient dust. A faint hiss passes, as if the stone is sighing in relief. You find a nearby chair and sink into it, still calm. You inhale deeply, pulling in the faint perfume of wet earth. You exhale, feeling the room grow even gentler. Your gaze follows the candle to the far corner where a lantern sits. The lantern's own flame quivers beside the candle's steady glow. You watch them dance together like reluctant ballroom partners. The candle's shadow falls across a worn wooden plaque, almost hidden. It reads, "To those who seek warmth in the dark, carry light." You smile, feeling the old words wrap around you. The candle's flame trembles softly, like a nervous violin. The wind whispers through the courtyard's cracked arches, a gentle wind tune. Inside, the walls keep the storm's angry thunder at bay. You feel the comfort of this small sanctuary, a tiny island of calm. You notice a tiny bright spot on the floor, an ember left from a previous fire. It glows barely perceptible, a stubborn spark refusing to die. A joke pops up in your mind. I could use a candle that doesn't need a match. You laugh quietly, the sound mingling with the crackle of the fire. The flame's heat kisses your cheeks, a warm, soft sigh. You reach for the candle's wick to straighten it, smoothing its edges. The flame steadies, a little more steady, like a polite waiter. You sit back, letting the candle's gentle light settle. A breeze nudges a dust mote, turning it to a lazy, golden dancer. You feel the calm wrap around you, a blanket woven from time. You remember the Great Pyramid of Giza, built 4,000 years ago, a true marvel. You also recall the city's chimes, rumored to be powered by miniature rain sprites. You feel the faint hum of history in the night air. All around, the stone walls hold stories as old as the ground beneath them. You watch the flicker of the candle, a tiny star in a cavernous sky. Your mind drifts to the legend of the dragon that once slept in the halls. The dragon's sleep was said to echo through these stones, a slow, rumbling lull. You chuckle, imagining a dragon napping under a wooden floor. The candle's flame leans, dancing a slow tango with the shadows. It stirs, a gentle invitation for you to breathe slowly. Your heart beats in sync with the low, steady dribble of the fire. You feel the fire's light like a whispered lullaby, gently soothing. A soft voice echoes near the wall, but you cannot discern its source. It sounds like an old lull, a memory made of light and sound. You feel a subtle smile, the corner of your mouth turning upwards. You inhale, letting the scent of candle wax and wet stone fill your lungs. You exhale, releasing a sigh that seems to carry all your worries away. The candle's flame casts a flickering pattern across your face. You notice the tiny cracks in the floor, each a tiny window into the past. You think of how old candles have served as keepers of secrets for centuries. You recall a line from a forgotten poem. Light in the dark is a quiet friend. The words resonate, as if the candle has spoken them itself. You feel the quiet joy settling in the chest, a subtle warmth. The candle's flame trembles a fraction more, like an excited child reaching for a balloon. You gently rub your fingers against the candle's holder, grounding yourself. The rhythm of your fingers matches the candle's breathing pattern. You find your gaze drifting back to the open courtyard. Even while you are here, the courtyard is quiet, but your mind is wide open, embracing the stillness. A memory nudges. The first time you saw a candle at the temple's altar. You recall the feeling of awe, the soft glow guiding the way. You chuckle again, the humor like tiny sparkles in the candle's light. You think of how a small flame can defy a fierce storm, no matter how old the myth. The candle's flame remains stubbornly bright, refusing to bow to darkness. You feel grateful for that stubbornness, a trait you carry inward. A wind passes through a small crack. It brings a cool breath to your ear. You let the breath warm your face, a quiet exchange. You notice a tiny leaf curled onto the stone, a survivor of the storm. The leaf's color is soft, almost a pale green in the dim light. You hold a thought, perhaps, that the leaf remembers the storm too. The candle's brightness grows ever more consistent, a steadfast companion. You feel the rhythm of your heart align with the glow, a slow, comforting lullaby. A joke slides back in. I'd like a candle that burns brighter than my sarcasm. You chuckle, noting the irony in the small light's steady blaze. You inhale once more, catching the scent of candle wax, a familiar memory. You exhale, letting go of the day's fatigue, a quiet surrender. The candle's flame flickers like a tiny bird perched on a branch. You feel its small wings, gentle yet persistent. You think of how the city's chimes, though unseen, are alive, humming in tune. A feeling of connection pulses through the cracks in the stone. You remember a phrase your grandmother once said, "Light is the quiet courage." You smile at the memory, the phrase echoing like a gentle wind. The candle's glow intensifies, turning the courtyard into a soft sanctuary. You feel your thoughts settle like dust, gently moving to a single point. The warmth of the light bathes your skin in a soothing caress. You find harmony in the quietness. It's almost musical. You imagine the sound of the candle's flame, a low rustle like distant sea waves. Your mind imagines the storm outside as a distant drumbeat, unmindful. The candle's flame remains unyielding, a beacon for those who wander. You feel its steady pulse, a guide through the darkness. You think of the tiny sprite that might be humming along with the chimes. Even if sprites are a myth, they remind us of imagination's power. You feel the urge to tell a story of your own to the flame. Your words, small and hesitant, feel amplified by the candle's glow. You speak softly. Thank you for staying lit when everything else has dimmed. The candle does not reply, but the light seems to soften. You realize the flame is a silent companion, forever present. You sense the subtle vibration of fire against stone, a soothing hum. The flame's gentle sway matches your breathing, a silent duet. You close your eyes gently, letting the rhythm guide you. A faint breeze kisses your cheek, carrying a trace of night's salt. You lift your hand, feeling the coolness between the candle and the stone. You recall a quirky legend that invisible sprites dance when candles light. You snicker, amused at the idea of sprite jazz in a courtyard. You inhale, feeling the old scent of stone, fire, and possibility. You exhale, releasing a ripple of calm through your body. The candle's flame remains steady, an ember in the deep night. You feel gratitude swell, wrapping around you like a blanket. You think of ancient philosophers debating whether fire is a tool or a danger. Historians still argue whether such debates truly shaped society. You smile, acknowledging the absurdity of that question. The candle's glow slowly steadies, a testament to perseverance. You feel your eyes grow heavier, the sound of the fire lulling you. You let the weight of the candle's warmth seep into your bones. The courtyard, A small sphere of light shields you from the storm. The world beyond is a blur of muted tones, soothed by your presence. A tiny spark on the floor reminds you that all flames, no matter how small, have power. You think of the old chimes twirling like a clock, never missing a beat. You feel content, a quiet reverence for light in dim surroundings. A final joke pops into mind. If I had a candle for every time I got lost, I'd still be wandering. You chuckle softly, the humor brightened by the candle's glow. The flame flickers one last time, then steadies, a calm sentinel. You take a final breath, the air cool and fragrant. You open your eyes, the courtyard now bathed in steady amber. You feel the night linger like a soft whisper, a lullaby in dim light. You step back to the courtyard's edge, feeling a gentle pulse beneath. You sense the candle's glow will endure, as long as there are eyes to see. You feel your heart beat in rhythm with the dim light. The candle's flame fades slightly, the final glow a quiet farewell. You stay a while, letting the light and silence guide you. You find peace inside the quiet, the storm's chaos forgotten by the glow. You lift the dim candle, its flame waveringly dancing like a nervous hummingbird. The room holds a hush. Only the quiet thrum of your breath is audible. You feel the cool glass of the votive holder against your fingertips. A faint scent of old wax drifts toward your nose, almost nostalgic. Your mind drifts back to the city's wind chimes and their rumored sprite power. The wind chimes tickle your ear, a subtle reminder of unseen guardians. Historians still argue whether the sprites are metaphor or literal. You chuckle softly, because who can resist that quirk? You notice the candle's light flickering against the stone wall. It casts elongated shadows, a ripple of slow sea waves. You pause, listening to the leaves whisper in unison. The sun's early rays creep over the archway, bathing stone in amber. The hidden garden stretches beyond, verdant and secret. Leaves dance lightly under a canopy that filters the light. You step down the narrow path, its mossy surface cool. Soft petals glow, each rose humming a low lullaby. You breathe deeply, the scent of roses mingling with damp earth. The air perfumes your skin as if a secret kiss. A gentle breeze rattles the twigs, soft applause for the garden. You pause, listening to the leaves whisper in unison. A little girl with a crooked braid appears beside you. She smiles shyly, her eyes shimmering like dew on a petal. Her fingertips graze the stem of a rose, feeling its pulse. You notice she wears a silver charm shaped like a tiny moon. The garden feels alive, each plant breathing in harmony. You lean in, hearing distant bells echo from a forgotten chapel. The scent of basil rises, mingling with floral sweetness. You smile, feeling a calm that blankets your thoughts. The child beckons you further, calling for a secret. You follow your steps, synchronized with the garden's pulse. At the center, an fountain glows with miniature galaxies reflected in stone. You trace its surface, feeling coolness beneath your fingertips. A whisper of wind brings distant laughter if the garden itself chuckles. The child giggles, her laughter sounding like a stream. You realize your heart lifts, a buoyant feeling. Around you, roses blush with every breeze, a living tapestry. The child points to a path lined with smooth pebbles. It leads to a hidden alcove, a secret haven. You follow, feeling curiosity curl like a warm ribbon. The moon-shaped charm on the child's wrist glows faintly. Its silver light mirrors the gentle glow of the garden. You feel an ancient rhythm in the soil beneath your toes. A distant murmur suggests hidden fountains beneath the root system. The night is alive, a tapestry of subtle sounds and light. You notice footprints soft, almost invisible, leaving their own trail. Each step carries a quiet promise, a lullaby in motion. You close your eyes again, letting the breath steady your pulse. The garden continues to sing, a lull that promises renewal. A thought arrives, recalling a forgotten lull from a distant kingdom. It speaks of roses that keep the light of the stars. That idea, though quirky, feels like a secret gift. You smile, thinking of how little wonders spark wonder. The child watches, her eyes widening with curiosity. She asks, "Do you think that's real?" You nod, giving your assent with a gentle shrug. The laughter between you is a shared secret, simple yet profound. You realize the garden offers more than beauty, it gives meaning. You feel more grounded, as if the earth itself steadies you. The day settles into a calm, a lull before new adventures. You listen, the garden's whisper grows louder with each heartbeat. Your mind lingers on the child's smile, a beacon in darkness. You take a deep breath, absorbing the garden's magic. Your lungs whisper back, a soft rhythm echoing the garden. You reach out, feeling a connection beyond words. The stone underfoot exhales old stories, almost like a sigh. You sense the garden's breath, a living pulse in stone. The child's hand rests gentle against your forearm, a silent invitation. You breathe in, letting the garden's scent seep into your marrow. A warmth rises from your heart, echoing the garden's steady glow. You pause, reflecting on the quiet wisdom you've gathered. The child turns, eyes bright as they chase a butterfly. You laugh, your laughter mixing with the garden's harmony. When you finally step out, the courtyard greets you with flickering firelight. The hidden garden feels safe, an oasis amid the city's bustle. You breathe in the scent of earth and blooming rosemary. You exhale, letting the worries of travel fade like mist. You stand preparing to leave the garden with you. The child lifts her hand one last time, a salute of gratitude. You smile, feeling the weight lift like a feather. The path ahead glimmers softly, like morning dew on petals. You step forward, knowing the garden will echo in your heart. You cross the arch, the moon's silver trail painting the corridor. The courtyard lights dim, yet your mind holds the garden's glow. You feel the courtyard's walls whispering, sharing secrets of their stones. The night settles, cradling you like a lull of moonlight. You think of history, of empires that rose, fell, and left whispers. You recall that the Roman Empire once stretched across 3 continents. The garden feels like a living museum, a relic in each plant. You wander, each petal a page of a forgotten tome. A breeze swirls, inviting you deeper into verdant calm. The air smells sweet, earthy, floral, slightly metallic. You taste the scent, a memory of childhood rain. Sparks of sunlight crackle through gaps, dancing on stone. Your heart beats in sync with the water's lull. An owl hoots soft, distant, a guardian's call. You smile, acknowledging the forest's quiet watch. The child tugs your sleeve, playful, eager, alive. Her laughter cuts through silence, bright, pure. You see the garden's colors, rich, bold, alive. You inhale, feeling time stretch like a ribbon. Your knees soften, grounding your pulse in stillness. A murmur drifts, voices of those who walked before. You listen, each word a thread of history. The garden exudes an endless, calming breath. Feel the whisper of wind, stone, earth unseen. You move slowly, following a path of starlit petals. Each step echoes with old stories, new hopes. The child pointing at a hidden bud. You kneel, feeling its warm heart against your palm. She gasps, wonder at such magic. The garden watches its life, intertwining with yours. A memory surfaces, childhood playground, laughter, summer. You smile, sharing the secret with your new friend. The child nods, seeking adventure. You rise, ready to explore more. A quiet voice, whispering, spreading across the garden. You tune into the quiet, like hearing a song. Your thoughts settle on possibilities ahead. The garden hums, an invitation to linger. The night glows with constellations, mirrored on leaves. You feel gratitude, warmed by gentle light. The hidden garden remains quiet, safe, alive. The path turns, leading to a new secret. You walk. It feels like a pilgrimage. You find a stone carved with ancient symbols glow. You press its surface, feeling breath. You feel the ancient rhythm, steady, patient. The child's eye flickers with curiosity mirrored in yours. She whispers a question about the garden's secrets. You answer, a gentle smile. The garden listens, sharing what it holds. You pause, smashing the rhythm into your thoughts. You smile, a calm settles. You turn back through the arching path. The courtyard welcomes its light diffused through vines. The garden fades, yet its memory lingers. You step forward, ready for tomorrow's light. You step into the courtyard again, the broken veil yawning like a cracked smile. Dust settles on the marble, shimmering like tiny stars caught in the dawn. You notice the curtain's edges frayed, as if history itself has tugged at it. Some say the veil was stitched from the sighs of forgotten travelers. That idea feels oddly poetic, like a whispered promise in a quiet room. You feel the roughness of the cloth, each fiber telling a different tale. Its color has shifted, now a muted gold beneath the morning light. You brush a fingertip across it, feeling the warmth of old secrets. A small crack opens wider, revealing a sliver of the courtyard beyond. Historians still argue whether the veil was a literal barrier or a metaphorical construct. The debate echoes shadows in your mind, swirling like clouds over an old city. You recall the Roman Forum's iron gates, once thick and impenetrable. That historical fact reminds you how walls have always defined boundaries. You laugh softly, the sound almost harmonizing with the distant chimes. You could say it's a bit like the Great Wall just for vibes, you murmur. A sudden breeze rises, carrying a faint scent of rosemary and old stone. The air smells like your childhood breakfast, warm potatoes and paprika. You inhale fully, recalling the day the bakery opened on Main Street. You remember the baker's promise that everything tasted like sunshine. As you exhale, the curtain trembles like a sleepy cat waking from a nap. You step closer, feeling the pull of untapped stories beneath your boots. The ground hums faintly, a low resonance from centuries of footsteps. You feel the pulse, matching the rhythm of your own heart. Your mind drifts to the moon charm, gleaming on a distant friend's wrist. That moon-shaped charm seems to echo the veil's silver lining. You trace the fringe with a finger, noting the delicate embroidery within. It resembles constellations, a map for those who dare to look. You wonder if such maps could guide people to hidden paths. Your curiosity grows, thickening like the morning mist on the roof. You step forward, the ground giving way to a narrow stone alley. A stone archway rises to the left, draped in ivy that glows faintly. You pause, the ivy's touch cool against your fingertips. You think of the story your grandmother told you, a hidden door at the back of her house. The story had a twist. The door opened to an entire world. You smile, imagining that secret waiting just beyond your grasp. A faint glow emanates from the alley, casting soft shadows on your path. You walk slowly, feeling each step as a conversation with the past. A cracked mosaic tile catches the light, revealing a hidden image of a winged horse. You reach out, touching the marble with reverence, as if it were a living thing. The surface vibrates, sending a gentle shiver down your arm. Your breath steadies, aligning with the rhythm of the marble. You realize the veil was a threshold, not a prison. You see the courtyard beyond the veil, a tapestry of light and dust. The courtyard is alive, a garden of forgotten stories. You walk further, stepping onto a path paved with polished stones. You feel the stone's warmth, a subtle reminder of yesterday's sun. A breeze lifts a piece of parchment, fluttering like a startled bird. The parchment bears a faded map of a city you never saw. You study it, tracing the lines with your finger like a sailor reading a chart. You know the map points to a hidden alcove, a secret within the courtyard. You hear the chuckle of a distant fountain, its water whispering lullabies. You pause, listening to the symphony of gentle sounds. You remember the child with the crooked braid who shared this place. She was small, but her curiosity resembled the roar of a storm. Her moon charm twinkled, echoing the veil's silver thread. You imagine the child's view, a world where wonders thrive. You step toward the alcove, the alley narrowing to a single stone. A soft click sounds, the stone moving like a gate, releasing a secret. You find you are in a room dimly lit by ancient lamps. The lamps flickered, casting shadows that danced like playful spirits. You hear a faint rustle, the sound of paper turning in the breeze. You turn your head, seeing a stack of scrolls on a wooden table. You pick up one and read the faded ink, its words glowing in the candlelight. It is a record of travelers who once marveled at the veil's mystery. You read about a time when the veil was celebrated in grand festivals. One of the festivals involved a cake shaped like a curtain, layered with honey. You laugh, the memory of your grandmother's honey cake flooding back. You feel a connection, a thread weaving through generations of wonder. You realize that the veil is more than a barrier. It is a narrative. You feel the weight of that realization settle on your shoulders. Your breathing slows, matching the gentle rhythm of the night. You feel your eyes grow heavy, the world softening around you. You close your eyes, feeling the hum of stone and the distant laughter. You dream of the courtyard stretching like an emerald sea, endless and bright. You wake, greeted by the warmth of the first sunbeams. You step outside, the courtyard's door opened to the radiant sky. You hear the call of birds, a chorus welcoming the day. You feel the dew on your skin, a gentle touch of nature's hand. You feel the calmness swell, the sense that everything is possible. You recall the open debate that kept you on your toes. That debate about the veil's nature still lives in your mind. You wonder if the truth lies within the veil or the stories of those who crossed it. You consider the idea that maybe the veil is simply a story we tell ourselves. You think of the paradox that life and myth intertwine. You realize that story has power, more so than stone or wall. You stand in the courtyard, the hidden door behind you still open. You feel the stone's warm surface under your palm, a reminder of resilience. You hear the faint echo of your own footsteps, echoing through the stone walls. You feel your heartbeat synchronize with the rhythm of the stone's pulse. You sense a new adventure calling, beckoning through the crackle of light. You remember the night the moon made a glowing promise to the sky. You smile, feeling the memory's warmth brush against your cheek. You feel the sense of connection to the whole, to the world, to the wind. You pause, letting the sound of the fountain settle like a lullaby. You notice a faint glimmer at the edge of the courtyard, a hidden doorway. You step forward, curiosity propelling you like a gentle breeze. You feel the ground shift, each stone speaking a different lull. A small bird fluttered past, its wings a fleeting shadow. You watch it, feeling the joy of discovery in its graceful flight. The courtyard feels alive, a living library of forgotten stories. You lean in, listening to the whispers of those before you. You hear a rustle of leaves, wind blowing through ancient vines. You feel the presence of your grandmother's laugh, echoing in the breeze. You recall the quiet nights she spent reading by candlelight. You remember the book she loved, filled with tales of faraway kingdoms. You sense that she would have adored this place, with its secrets and wonders. You feel the echo of history behind you, a presence that lingers. You notice a tiny speck of dust rise, swirling like a miniature comet. You watch it travel, a tiny traveler exploring its world. You marvel at the tiny wonders hidden in everyday moments. You feel gratitude for the beauty that surrounds and nourishes you. You step deeper, each footfall a promise of hope and curiosity. You feel the soft hum of the earth as if it were a lullaby. The earth's rhythm calms you, soothing your thoughts. You feel the warm breath of the wind caressing your face like a friend. You hear the distant call of the city, a reminder of life beyond. You pause, feeling the breath of the day settling like a blanket. You think of the story that brought you here, a journey of wonder. You realize that every step you take opens new paths ahead. You look at the open door once more, a symbol of freedom. You feel the door's texture, rough yet familiar, under your fingers. You press your palm against it, feeling the vibration, a pulse. You see the light beyond, a promise of new adventures. You take a breath, inhaling the scent of sunrise and possibility. You feel the anticipation grow, a gentle excitement in your chest. You step into the unknown, a door opening to another world. The sound of your footsteps echoes, a soft reminder of past journeys. You feel the weight of the veil lift with each step you take. You know that each new moment adds to the tapestry of your story. You sense the world unfolding, ready to reveal its hidden corners. You move forward with humility and wonder in equal measure. You feel the presence of those who crossed before, guiding you silently. You see their ghostly silhouettes weaving between the marble columns. You sense their laughter, distant yet comforting. You feel your heart open to new possibilities, to unseen vistas. You pause, inhaling the scent of the courtyard after the night's chill. You feel the sun warm your face, bright and reassuring. You listen to the city's hum, a gentle background for your thoughts. You think of the moon charm you once found, a small treasure. You smile, recalling the light it carried. You remember the child's curiosity that sparked this path. You feel a sense of shared adventure, your steps echoing hers. You close your eyes, feeling the rhythm of the hidden fountain pulse. You open them again, noticing the subtle shift in light and shadow. The darkness recedes, replaced by bright daylight and gentle breezes. You find yourself at the heart of the courtyard, a place of calm. You pause, feeling the stillness of your thoughts, a quiet sanctuary. You take a breath, feeling the air fill your lungs with hope. You feel the world expand, filled with possibilities and wonder. You feel the memory of the veil fade, replaced by open skies. You embrace the moment, the beauty of the day. You feel the weight of curiosity and adventure guiding you onward. You know that any next step carries the promise of new wonder. You walk on, eager to uncover the mysteries that lie ahead. You step into the courtyard again, the broken veil yawning like a cracked smile. Dust settles on the marble, shimmering like tiny stars caught in the dawn. You notice the curtain's edges frayed, as if history itself has tugged at it. Some say the veil was stitched from the sighs of forgotten travelers. That idea feels oddly poetic, like a whispered promise in a quiet room. You feel the roughness of the cloth, each fiber telling a different tale. Its color has shifted, now a muted gold beneath the morning light. You brush a fingertip across it, feeling the warmth of old secrets. A small crack opens wider, revealing a sliver of the courtyard beyond. Historians still argue whether the dwarf's lantern came from an old alchemical guild. Legend says it can reveal hidden doors to those who truly seek light. Outside, a faint breeze carries the distant hum of market stalls. You notice the faint smell of roasted nuts mingling with stone. Suddenly, a shadow darts across your path. A small animal. You hear rustle, then footsteps on the threshold of a nearby door. The dwarf steps forward, his lantern casting a silver arc. He lifts the lantern, and the room fills with soft illumination. This room feels different. Warmth rises from the floor like sunrise. Scent of pine and wet earth mingle with the lantern's glow. The dwarf steps ahead, his lantern now hovering over a stone altar. On the altar, a crystal prism catches the light, refracting colors. You hear a faint chime, echoing as if the walls are breathing. A voice whispers from the crystal. Light reveals truth, but darkness hides danger. You feel a chill, yet your curiosity grows louder. The dwarf grins. Only those who follow the light can see the path ahead. The lantern's glow intensifies, creating a tunnel of illumination. You step back, feeling the warmth push forward. The dwarf holds the lantern steady, guiding you along the illuminated corridor. The path ahead wavers like a mirage of golden light. You feel a pull toward the edge of a small fountain. The fountain's water is crystal clear, reflecting the lantern's glow. Above it, a plaque reads "Hushed Waters" and a faint star pattern. The dwarf taps the plaque, the seal clicking softly. The light from the lantern flickers, and the air hums with anticipation. You inhale, the scent of rain mixing with pine and stone. The dwarf smiles, whispering, "The next door awaits beyond this pool." You walk toward the pool, hand touching the smooth stone. The water ripples, revealing a faint path of blue starlights. A ripple lifts, and a figure appears, an elf, hair bright as dawn. The elf nods, turning to you like an old friend. He says softly, "The lantern is yours if you dare to continue." You accept, feeling the warmth settle in your chest like a fire. The elf gestures through the water, showing a swirling staircase of light. You step into the light, each footfall echoing softly. The staircase climbs upward, the walls glowing with ancient runes. Runes pulse, humming a lullaby that steadies your breath. You see at the top a doorway opening into endless light. The dwarf calls out, "You've come far, friend." You smile, feeling the lantern's glow brighten within you. The doorway leads to a hall of shimmering stars, real and imagined. Each star sings with a gentle hum, telling stories of lost ages. The dwarf turns toward the path ahead, pointing to a new corridor. He steps toward it, lantern in hand, a small beacon of hope. You follow, the light guiding you toward the unknown. The corridor is long, walls humming like a slow heartbeat. Dust motes drift in the lantern's beam, dancing like tiny fairies. You breathe in the scent of cedar and old parchment. The dwarf keeps his lantern steady, light casting gentle footprints. You step carefully, hearing the faint thud of distant drums. These drums are from a nearby village celebrating a harvest festival. A few steps ahead, a window opens to a garden at dusk. The garden smells sweet, with jasmine, lavender, and a hint of rosemary. Lamps float like fireflies, illuminating paths carved from light. You pause at the window, letting the glow wash over you. The dwarf glances at you, eyes sparkling with amusement. He says, "Every path is a story waiting to be heard." A breeze swirls, carrying the laughter of villagers below. A sudden shout from the courtyard summons you to the main gate. You turn, eyes drawn by a faint light, the dwarf urging you forward. The gate opens with a creak, revealing a bustling market at sunrise. Stalls line the avenue, bright fabrics fluttering in the morning breeze. A merchant loudly offers figs, their skins glossy like molten glass. You hear the dwarf's chuckle echoing through the crowd. The lantern's glow fades, just enough to hint at deeper mysteries ahead. The market fades, and you find yourself back at the courtyard's center. Your feet move, guided by the soft illumination of the dwarf's lantern. You sense a pull toward a hidden staircase, its steps wrapped in vines. The staircase spirals upward, winding like a serpent of light. You ascend, feeling the floor shift beneath your soles, turning stone. At the peak, a door opens, revealing a balcony overlooking the entire courtyard. The balcony is bathed in golden light, a sky full of stars. You feel the dwarf's lantern beside you, warm and steady. The dwarf smiles, his laughter echoing in the wind. He says, "Remember the stories, the light, and the path of the lantern." You nod, knowing that each glow is a story and a guide. The light from the lantern fades slowly, as if the night is closing. You inhale the scent of night blooming flowers, a perfume that soothes. The dwarf turns toward the center of the courtyard, pointing to a new path. You feel the lantern's warmth in your palms, a comfort before sleep. You close your eyes, listening to the faint sound of distant drums. A gentle breeze drifts, carrying the whisper of wind rustling through leaves. You feel a faint sense of completion, like closing a long book. The dwarf leans close, murmuring, "Keep the path lit whenever doubt shadows you." Your heartbeat steadies, syncing with the rhythm of your breathing. You feel the lantern's glow fade into a gentle pulse. Night deepens, stars wheeling overhead, patient and bright. You lie down, the courtyard shadows curling around your limbs. The dwarf's lantern, still glowing, projects a soft halo across the ceiling. You breathe deeply, letting the rhythm of light lull you. The murmurs of the courtyard fade, replaced by a deep, tranquil hum. You imagine the dwarf's laughter echoing through the ages, a gentle reminder. The lantern's light tapers, like a candle slowly dying. You feel the world melt into a soft, dreamlike haze. Sleep creeps in, gentle and inevitable, guided by a steady glow. You are carried, not with force, but with a quiet, luminous promise. You drift toward the world of dreams, lantern still warm in your hand. Above you, a constellation forms a path for the wanderers of light. The curtain of stars whispers, your journey continues. Wherever you go, you feel the tug of distant horizons, the pull of endless exploration. You smile, knowing the lantern sits there, ready to ignite your next step. And as you let your mind wander among the bright stars, you know the path keeps glowing. The night's hush embraces you, carrying dreams like lanterns on a river. You close your eyes, the glow fading, the calm settling like moss. Sleep takes you into a realm where every light is a lullaby. You fall, the journey ending only to begin again. You step into the courtyard again, the broken veil yawning like a cracked smile. Dust settles on the marble, shimmering like tiny stars caught in the dawn. You notice the curtain's edges frayed, as if history itself has tugged at it. Some say the veil was stitched from the sighs of forgotten travelers. That idea feels oddly poetic, like a whispered promise in a quiet room. You feel the roughness of the cloth, each fiber telling a different tale. Its color has shifted, now a muted gold beneath the morning light. You brush a fingertip across it, feeling the warmth of old secrets. A small crack opens wider, revealing a sliver of the courtyard beyond. Historians still argue whether the dwarf's lantern came from an old alchemical guild. Legend says it can reveal hidden doors to those who truly seek light. Outside, a faint breeze carries the distant hum of market stalls. You notice the faint smell of roasted nuts mingling with stone. Suddenly, a shadow darts across your path, a small animal. You hear rustle, then footsteps on the threshold of a nearby door. The dwarf steps forward, his lantern casting a silver arc. He lifts the lantern, and the room fills with soft illumination. This room feels different. Warmth rises from the floor like sunrise. Scent of pine and wet earth mingle with the lantern's glow. The dwarf steps ahead, his lantern now hovering over a stone altar. On the altar, a crystal prism catches the light, refracting colors. You hear a faint chime, echoing as if the walls are breathing. A voice whispers from the crystal. Light reveals truth, but darkness hides danger. You feel a chill, yet your curiosity grows louder. The dwarf grins. Only those who follow the light can see the path ahead. The lantern's glow intensifies, creating a tunnel of illumination. You step back, feeling the warmth push forward. The dwarf holds the lantern steady, guiding you along the illuminated corridor. The path ahead wavers, like a mirage of golden light. You feel a pull toward the edge of a small fountain. The fountain's water is crystal clear, reflecting the lantern's glow. Above it, a plaque reads "Hushed Waters" and a faint star pattern. The dwarf taps the plaque, the seal clicking softly. The light from the lantern flickers, and the air hums with anticipation. You inhale, the scent of rain mixing with pine and stone. The dwarf smiles, whispering, "The next door awaits beyond this pool." You walk toward the pool, hand touching the smooth stone. The water ripples, revealing a faint path of blue starlights. A ripple lifts, and a figure appears, an elf, hair bright as dawn. The elf nods, turning to you like an old friend. He says softly, "The lantern is yours if you dare to continue." You accept, feeling the warmth settle in your chest like a fire. The elf gestures through the water, showing a swirling staircase of light. You step into the light, each footfall echoing softly. The staircase climbs upward, walls glowing with ancient runes. Runes pulse, humming a lullaby that steadies your breath. A new doorway opens, leading to endless light. The dwarf calls out, "You've come far, friend." You smile, feeling the lantern's glow brighten within you. The doorway leads to a hall of shimmering stars, real and imagined. Each star sings with a gentle hum, telling stories of lost ages. The dwarf turns toward the path ahead, pointing to a new corridor. He steps toward it, lantern in hand, a small beacon of hope. You follow, the light guiding you toward the unknown. The corridor is long, walls humming like a slow heartbeat. Dust motes drift in the lantern's beam, dancing like tiny fairies. You breathe in the scent of cedar and old parchment. The dwarf keeps his lantern steady, light casting gentle footprints. You step carefully, hearing the faint thud of distant drums. These drums are from a nearby village celebrating a harvest festival. A few steps ahead, a window opens to a garden at dusk. The garden smells sweet, with jasmine, lavender, and a hint of rosemary. Lamps float like fireflies, illuminating paths carved from light. You pause at the window, letting the glow wash over you. The dwarf glances at you, eyes sparkling with amusement. He says, "Every path is a story waiting to be heard." A breeze swirls, carrying the laughter of villagers below. You step back into the courtyard, the walls shimmering like a gallery. You feel the corridor's hum return, welcoming you with open arms. You feel your mind soften, becoming a vessel ready for the next dawn. You notice a thin veil of mist curling around your feet, like a polite applause. The mist carries a faint scent of sandalwood and distant thunder. You smile, because you love when nature acts like a jazz band. A distant drumbeat starts, rhythm syncing with the pulse of the courtyard. You feel your heartbeat joining the march, creating a gentle meditation. You step further, noticing a hidden garden behind the stone archways. The garden glows faintly, its plants humming a lullaby of colors. You take a breath, feeling the petals whisper secrets to your skin. The air tastes like honey and promise, a bouquet of courage. You pause, and the garden's calm settles like a soft blanket. A tiny firefly lands on your sleeve, beaming a gentle glow. You giggle, imagining it telling you to relax like a cat. The firefly's light pulses, syncing with the rhythm of your thoughts. You watch the glow, feeling a calm spread through your veins. The garden's light shifts subtly, revealing a hidden staircase of moonstone. You step onto the staircase, each step humming with ancient lullabies. The staircase curves, taking you toward a pool shimmering with starlight. You dip your hand into the water, feeling ripples of memory wash over you. The water replies with a gentle swirl, shaping a map of galaxies. You trace the constellations, noting that the map points toward the far end of the courtyard. The pathway seems to glow brighter, inviting you to continue. You move forward, following the luminous trail like a pilgrim on a moonlit pilgrimage. As you reach the end, you find a carved stone resembling a sunrise. The stone emits a warm glow, revealing hidden inscriptions in a language you never learned. You feel a tug of curiosity, as if the stone invites you to read them. You lean in, letting the words seep into your consciousness. The inscriptions say, "When light guides you, remember the lantern's hum." You smile because your lantern has been humming all along. Your heart thumps in a silent rhythm. You feel as if the courtyard is breathing with you. A gentle breeze lifts your hair, as if the stars are brushing against it. You laugh softly, recalling that you never quite liked starlight until now. The courtyard hums, a lullaby from the ancient stones. You feel the rhythm wrap around you, easing tension like a warm blanket. You listen for the next cue, as if waiting for a whispered invitation. The lantern's glow flickers, signaling you're nearing completion. You feel a surge of excitement, mingled with calm. You gently close your eyes, letting the light seep into your heart. The courtyard fades away, replaced by a field of endless stars. You drift, carried by the soft hum of the universe. You feel your mind open, like a window to the cosmos. You hear a faint laugh, echoing from somewhere deep. You smile, knowing that every path you walk leaves a trail of light. You feel the whisper of the wind through the courtyard, like a friendly tutor. You think of the scroll again, its ink still glowing softly. You see it in your mind's eye, tracing letters that never fade. You breathe, feeling each syllable echo as a gentle wave. The light of the scroll steadies your breathing, creating a rhythm. You feel the pull of the doorway, calling you back to the courtyard. You step toward the threshold, the lantern guiding like a bright friend. You open the doorway, and the courtyard welcomes you with a gentle sigh. The light from the lantern bathes the courtyard in a warm, golden glow. You feel the familiar hum, now louder, as your heart syncs with it. The dust dances, forming swirling patterns that echo the letters you saw. You reach out, touching a dust mote, feeling its coolness against your skin. A wave of warmth washes over you, as if the courtyard embraces you. You close your eyes, breathing the scent of stone and history. You let yourself sink into the softness of the courtyard, like a cloud. The lantern's glow dims slightly, its light becoming a subtle pulse. You feel a gentle pressure, a reminder that the journey continues. You smile, knowing the lantern will guide you next dawn's first light. You imagine new adventures, each a page waiting to be written. You think of the sunrise, the first light that will greet you. You feel grateful because every night offers another chance to rewrite. You hear a soft wind, like a lullaby sung by the stars. You breathe in, letting the wind flow through your thoughts. You feel peace deep inside as the courtyard settles into quiet. You listen to the quiet, the whisper of the lantern's pulse. You smile again, feeling the weight of the lantern lighten. You close your eyes, letting the twilight carry you gently into rest. You open your eyelids, the dim glow humming like a sleepy radio. The courtyard stretches ahead, walls breathing with stories from centuries past. You feel the gentle shift of air, like a lullaby from stone. A soft murmuring emerges, not from the wind, but from the stones themselves. They whisper promises that echo through time, promises you have kept in whispers. You inhale deep, tasting the faint scent of old paper and lavender. The murmur turns melodic, like a choir of hushed ghosts. You glance at the faded marble steps, feeling each one pulse slightly. A breeze brushes your face, carrying distant laughter from a forgotten festival. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. That absurd memory flares in your thoughts, brightening your smile. It feels oddly comforting, like an unexpected joke at the right pace. You chuckle softly, an audible sigh that mixes with the stone's breath. As the night deepens, the courtyard lights dim and a faint glow lingers. A lantern appears overhead, its fire dancing like a firefly caught in glass. You feel a pull toward it, a gentle invitation to learn what lies ahead. The lantern's flame whispers secrets of the courtyard's hidden past. You hear a voice, low and resonant, echoing from the marble walls. We hold a promise, it says, to guard these stones and their stories. You tilt your head, the voice still resonating gently like a lull. The room feels warm, an invisible cloak of safety wrapping around you. You realize that promise, the promise you have kept, is a living breath. You feel it pulse around you, steady as a drumbeat from a distant festival. The courtyard itself seems to inhale, then exhale, and you follow its rhythm. An ancient map materializes in your mind, its lines glowing faintly. The map points to a single door, the only door that leads forward. You step closer, feeling the cool stone touch your palm. A subtle vibration hums through the door, a low vibration like distant thunder. You come, seeker of lights. A hand beckons from within. You press your fingers to the stone. Light blooms across its surface. The light cracks the air, revealing a corridor that stretches toward the horizon. Its walls glimmer with subtle runes, each one humming a soft lullaby. You walk forward, fingers brushing the cool runes as if tasting music. The corridor seems to breathe, the air filling with gentle mist. A voice again speaks, softer this time, like a sigh. Remember the promise you made, it whispers, and share it with those who ask. You nod, feeling a warm gratitude that seeps into your bones. The corridor continues, each step echoing softly against unseen stone. You step into the echo, hearing a faint chime that sounds like distant bells. You reach the end, where a door stands, heavy and inviting. This is the door of promise, opening to new horizons beyond the courtyard. The wood is aged, its grain deep, and a faint scent of cedar fills the air. You place your hand on the knob, the wood warm under your palm. The knob rotates, and the light inside swells like a breathing star. The air tingles with a quiet joy, reminding you of that quirky town that built roads from cheese. It's a ridiculous myth, yet it reminds us that imagination can shape reality. History whispers, and you feel the weight of time settle upon your shoulders. Remember, the ancient Romans built aqueducts that still run today. The Great Wall of China stretches longer than most imagine, the voice adds, with a dry tone. You smile, realizing the courtyard's history stretches beyond its walls. The door closes softly, a single click punctuating the evening. You stand for a moment, breathing in the scent of cedar and stone. An exhalation, a sigh from the stones, seems to thank you. You turn around, and the courtyard glimmers with a new light. Soft whispers swirl, promising that the secret you hold will protect us all. You feel the promise resonating, a light beacon that will guide tomorrow. You hear the distant laughter of the festival returning to the courtyard. The night feels safe, and you laugh at the absurdity of your own nerves. You shrug, thinking that maybe, if you get a little sleep, the jokes will stay. You step back toward the path, feeling lighter, as if your feet had shed weight. Each step is a promise, echoing the vow you whispered in the twilight. The courtyard lights flicker like fireflies, a subtle symphony of amber. You pause, hand resting on your chest, feeling the heartbeat of the place. The rhythm matches the rhythm, a gentle click that feels almost comforting. Memories swirl, like the faint scent of rain mixing with pine. Historians still argue whether the moon really influences tides through love or geometry, murmurs a thought. It feels like a quirky philosophy dinner conversation you missed. You smile again, the humor a gentle cushion for the mind. You notice a faint glow behind you, a whisper of a lantern's final ember. It pulls your gaze, and you see the courtyard bathed in twilight. You feel the pulse steadier, as if the day's promise has settled. A sigh rolls from the stone, breathing out like a tired child. You close your eyes again, letting the twilight carry you gently into rest. Yet the feeling lingers, a soft current that hums within the bones. You sense a gentle tug, inviting you into the dreamscape of the courtyard. Your mind drifts past the stone to a world where light wavers like sea foam. A breeze weaves through the dream, carrying echoes of distant laughter. The voice you heard before fades into a chorus of wind. Your feet feel light, as if walking on a cloud of cotton. You remember when you first entered the courtyard, heart racing with hope. Now those memories become soft cushions under your thoughts. The dream grows brighter, turning the courtyard into a sea of amber lanterns. You touch a lantern, feeling its warmth seep into your fingertips. It hums, a low tone that vibrates against your skin. You smile, realizing the dream is a quiet celebration of your own resilience. As dawn approaches, soft rays thread through the doorway of your mind. They whisper that the promise you hold is brighter than any lantern. You feel your heart beat in rhythm with the sunrise, a gentle drum. It is a promise kept in silence, in the glow of a quiet courtyard. The dream softens, and the courtyard settles into the hush of early morning. You wake to a quiet world that feels like a photograph taken at dawn. The light spills across the stone, turning it into a mosaic of gold. You rise, feeling the breath of the courtyard fill your lungs. In the distance, villagers already stir, the market humming with color. You smile, knowing this day was a gift wrapped in promise. Your promise lies in the calm that follows the night. You take a step, letting the courtyard's rhythm guide your hands. A small pebble rolls beneath, echoing your careful stride. The pebble glows faintly, a memory of the lantern's last ember. You pause, feeling the weight of history in your fingertips. You breathe in, smelling jasmine and the scent of freshly baked bread. The world smells like a story written for the morning. You carry that aroma, a reminder that every day can be a poem. The courtyard opens up, inviting you to explore its hidden corners. You stroll along a path lined with ancient olive trees. Their leaves whisper stories of lovers and warriors in the wind. In the shadows, a small shrine glows with a flickering flame. You kneel, feeling the stone cool against your palm. A tiny seal of an ancient goddess rests upon the stone. The goddess's name is lost, yet the aura of her presence warms you. You thank her silently, feeling gratitude bloom like a sunrise. A gentle wind stirs the leaves, a soft reply. You rise, knowing the courtyard holds a promise for every soul. The path ahead is illuminated by a steady glow, guiding you forward. You walk, heart steady, the echo of your steps, a soft metronome. Each footstep creates a ripple, painting the air with silver dust. The sunlight warms your shoulders, a gentle reminder of the day ahead. The voice of the courtyard remains, a soft choir of stones. You feel the echo of promise, faint but steady, like a heartbeat in stone. The promise lives in every stone, echoing through the courtyard's arteries. You walk further, guided by that steady drum of promise. You pause, feeling the sunrise's pulse in your veins. A feeling of gratitude washes over you, gentle as a lull. With each breath, you let the courtyard's memory fill your mind. You hear laughter in the distance, a bell ringing across the fields. It is a call to the day, inviting you to rise. You rise, heart buoyed by the echo of promise, ready for the day. The courtyard becomes a sanctuary where memories turn into light. You feel the weight of each moment, gentle, like a feather on air. The promise you keep is a lantern in each heart, glowing softly. You walk onward, guided by that soft light and the promise you hold. As you step, the courtyard breathes a new day, ready to unfold its mysteries. You feel the courtyard pulse, as though it has a heart that beats with your own. The stone walls hum softly, a low lullaby echoing from centuries of whispers. You notice a faint scent of roasted cumin drifting behind the ivy. It reminds you of a market square in Marrakesh, buzzing with night. You smile, the memory flickering like a lantern that refuses to dim. A faint chorus of crickets joins the melody, their chirps echoing the courtyard sighs. You lean closer, the cool stone under your palm like a weathered book. The stone feels warm, where a hidden inscription glows with faint gold. You run a fingertip along it, feeling the ancient pulse of forgotten traders. A sudden ripple of light shoots upward, guiding your eyes toward the courtyard's heart. You see a small door, its paint peeling like crumbling parchment. It stands on a stone arch that echoes the shape of a closed fist. You push the door, and it swings open with a sigh that sounds like wind. Inside, a narrow corridor stretches, lined with carved vines that pulse in rhythm. You step lightly, the floorboards creaking softly as if greeting an old friend. A faint glow emanates from the far end, the light a gentle wave. You pause, listening to the distant drip of a stone fountain that beats in hush. The sound feels like a lullaby, coaxing your thoughts into stillness. You whisper, "There's a hidden story waiting in these walls." The walls reply in a rustle that sounds like ancient paper turning pages. You feel the faint taste of iron in the air, a reminder of old trade caravans. Your mind wanders to the famous Roman aqueducts, their stones still channeling water today. The courtyard seems to echo their legacy, a subtle tribute carved in stone. A soft breeze brushes your face, carrying the scent of jasmine and history. You inhale deeply, letting the aroma melt into calm, like a podcast host sighing after a long day. Outside, someone somewhere chants a quiet hymn, a reminder of the unseen world. You feel a small vibration, as if the ground remembers your every heartbeat. You press a thumb against the stone, feeling it pulse in time with your pulse. The vibration fades, leaving only the whispers of ancient traders and hopeful travelers. The corridor opens wider, revealing a door painted in sunset colors, like a painting left behind. You step toward it, the scent of burnt cedar rising from beneath the surface. Inside, a single lantern hovers, its flame gently winking like a friendly moon. You reach out, touching the glass, and feel the heat kiss your skin. The heat is mild, like a cup of chamomile tea on a cool night. You close your eyes, allowing the warmth to relax your muscles and thoughts. A distant rumble travels through the floor, the sound of a hidden river. You recall a fringe theory that the earth is a giant cheese wheel, and you giggle mentally. The joke lands like a feather, lightening the air around you. The walls sigh again, and a subtle tone rises under the lantern's glow. It feels like a lullaby from an ancient teacher guiding your steps. You listen, and the tone settles, resonating with the rhythm of your heartbeat. The corridor feels alive, breathing in sync with your breaths. You step forward, each step measured by the whispering walls. Your mind drifts to the quiet world outside, to the rustle of leaves. It reminds you of a story told by an elderly neighbor about a secret door hidden in the bakery. You smile, remembering the odd legend, and feel a sense of wonder. The lantern's flame flickers, and you hear the faint clatter of a distant kettle. It sounds like a lullaby for the night, soothing the mind. You move toward the source, curiosity driving you like a gentle tide. You step into a small room, walls lined with pottery shards that glimmer. The shadows dance, creating patterns that look like stars arranged by an old painter. You reach out, touching a shard, and feel a cool, earthy texture. The taste of clay lingers in your mouth, a reminder of the earth's gentle hand. The room feels quiet, like a pause in a song that lets you listen. As you breathe, you hear a distant chime, a bell from a nearby market's bazaar. The chime rings, a steady pulse, like a metronome in the wind. You feel a gentle pull forward, a rhythm guiding your steps toward destiny. Your heart syncs with the universe, a quiet harmony that calms the soul. You notice the courtyard's walls shimmering, as if alive with hidden music. You listen closely, hearing a subtle rhythm that matches your breath. The rhythm feels like a lullaby from the earth itself, soothing and deep. You close your eyes, hearing a deep content that settles in your chest. The content spreads, weaving with the soft sighs of the courtyard. You feel a warm hug of stone and sky, like a guardian protecting you. You sense that the light you carry is real, a beacon in this ancient place. The light pulses, a heartbeat that steadies the night, guiding your path. You step forward, ready to discover what awaits beyond the courtyard's edges. You hear a distant song, a melodic chant from a faraway temple. The chant weaves through the air, a tapestry of notes that soothe the mind. You feel the cadence. It matches the slow rhythm of your thoughts. The cadence is gentle, a lull that invites rest and reflection. You think about the journey you've taken, each moment a soft thread. You realize that every step you made has carried you closer to understanding. You feel gratitude, the gratitude of someone who has been guided by stone and sound. The sound of the courtyard sighs, like wind through reeds on a calm night. You realize the journey may end here, but also that it never truly ends. You feel a sense of completion, a peaceful conclusion that still hums. You step toward the doorway of light, the final step awaiting you. A gentle breeze brushes your cheek, whispering your story back to you. You see the light, a soft glow that promises both rest and adventure. You step into it, and the world softens like a lullaby, humming in your ear. You feel the last light kiss your skin, a gentle reminder that you are seen. The light dissolves, leaving behind a quiet echo that lingers. You close your eyes and let the hush guide you into restful sleep. You hear the courtyard's final sigh, a calm breath before the dawn. You feel the night wrap around you, a soft blanket of stone. You sleep, the courtyard watching over you like a quiet guardian. When you awaken, the dawn is a gentle wave of light. You stretch, feeling the ancient stone's pulse beneath your feet. You remember the promise, the light you carry, and it feels like a warm hug. You step outside, the courtyard still humming with hidden stories. The world feels bright, alive, and full of small wonders. You walk forward, carrying the light within you, ready to keep the promise. You feel the courtyard greeting you with every step, a silent chant of gratitude. The journey continues, like a story that writes itself with each breath. You walk, feeling the rhythm of stone beneath your feet, the heart of the courtyard alive. You know that the last light in the Woad-Dyer's courtyard will glow again tomorrow. And you smile, drifting into the next night, where dreams will weave new paths. And you smile, drifting into the next night, where dreams will weave new paths. The first light peeks over the horizon, a shy blush of amber. Your eyelids flutter, like paper cranes unfurling in a gentle breeze. You feel the air cool, then warm as the sun's first kiss. A familiar scent of rosemary rises, reminding you of Sunday brunch. You chuckle, thinking, who needs a coffee maker when you have sunrise? The courtyard awakens, stones humming softly, a low drum of stone. You step lightly, each footfall echoing a distant festival. A bright shimmer paints the cobbles, turning them gold. You inhale, each breath filling like a slow, soothing podcast. The grass lifts, dew sparkling like 1,000 tiny lanterns. You notice a feather floating, a stray plume of a flock. It lands softly, as if landing on a microphone. You hear birds, their songs weaving a quiet tapestry. Their melodies seem to say, "Welcome back, superstar." You pause, feeling the wind tickle your cheeks. The wind carries a distant laugh, perhaps a child teasing a pigeon. You grin, noting how the courtyard feels like a living meme. A breeze pushes a stray piece of parchment ahead. It drifts to your toes, a forgotten invitation. You pick it up, feeling the parchment's roughness. A line whispers, "Follow the sunrise path to the stone gate." You smile, realizing the path is calling you. You follow, letting footsteps match the rhythm of the rising sun. The sun climbs higher, its rays spilling across the courtyard. You notice the ancient statues, their stone faces carved in peace. They seem to nod as the light bathes them. You feel a tickle between your fingers, a gentle electric hum. It reminds you of that time you plugged a USB into a lamp. You laugh, thinking, if only I could charge the sun. You continue, the sun painting patterns across the stone. You see a flower cluster blooming at the courtyard's edge. Its petals unfurl in time with the sun's light. You inhale, the scent of jasmine mingled with rosemary. Your mind drifts to the Roman aqueducts, still supplying water. The mainstream fact lands softly in your thoughts. You note that the aqueducts were engineered centuries ago. You remember a quirky tidbit. Some believe the Earth's core is cheese. You smirk, realizing the absurdity of that idea. You keep walking, the sun rising overhead like a spotlight. Historians still argue whether the Nile flooded as a celestial omen. You ponder that debate as you cross the threshold. The courtyard opens toward a small square bathed in golden light. You spot a bench worn by countless patrons. You sit, feeling the cushion of stone beneath your back. You listen to the sounds: distant chatter, a market bell, a vendor calls, offering fresh olives, as if the sun heard. You smile, thinking, olives are the best breakfast food. You decide to take a sip of mint tea the vendor offers. Its warmth steadies your energy like a gentle hug. You watch the sun climb, a golden eye slowly turning full. You recall the myth that sunrise signals the end of darkness. It feels oddly comforting, like a nightly bedtime story. You stand, feeling the courtyard's pulse in time. You hear a distant drum echoing across the square. It seems to accompany the sunrise, a natural percussion. You close your eyes, letting the rhythm sink in. A soft hum from below rises, a low drone. You feel it in your chest, like a whispered bass note. The energy is calming, almost like a deep, slow breathing technique. You breathe in, breathing out, aligning with the drums. Your mind fills with a playful image: a sun wearing sunglasses. You chuckle, the sound mingling with the afternoon breezes. You decide to explore further, taking a path that trails left. It leads down a narrow lane, lined with ancient stones. The stones feel cool, dusting your fingertips. You feel a faint vibration, a subtle pulse in the ground. It syncs with the rhythm of your own heartbeat. You smile, appreciating how everything sings together. You recall a fringe theory: the earth is a giant cheese wheel. You roll your eyes, laughing, then smile back at the world. The path widens, revealing a small garden hidden behind vines. The garden glows with dew, flowers unfurling their petals. You smell a whiff of lavender, calming and sweet. A single bird lands on a branch, cooing softly. You hear it say, "Good morning, human." In your mind, you laugh again, realizing we all need a bit of nonsense. You rest on an old stone bench, feeling the groove from ages. You watch the sky shift, clouds turning a pearly white. The sun moves higher, casting shadows that dance. You feel the warmth on your back, a gentle, steady rise. You remember a modern fact: solar panels convert light into power. You wonder, what if the courtyard had its own panels? You smile, thinking of a future where stone produces light. You hear the city buzz in the distance, a subtle hum. You feel the quiet in the courtyard, a contrast. You close your eyes, inhaling the scent of baked bread. You imagine the bakery across the way, a familiar warmth. A memory arrives: the smell of freshly baked bread on market day. You think of a friend laughing over coffee. You find yourself laughing, then pause, appreciating calm. The sun reaches its zenith, a bright, perfect circle. You feel an energy wave across the courtyard, a vibrant feeling. You know that sunrise marks a new day, a new chapter. Your heart ticks like a metronome, keeping harmony. You walk toward the grand archway, its arch carved with vines. You feel the stone cool against your palm. You pass through the arch, stepping into a hidden courtyard. The hidden courtyard is bathed in soft, golden light. A small fountain gurgles, a gentle water rhythm. You let your feet touch the wet stone, a subtle chill. You smile, feeling the tranquility seep into your mind. You notice a faint glow emanating from the water. It feels like tiny fireflies gathered in a jar. You imagine those fireflies playing a gentle game of tag. You laugh, the sound like a child giggling. You sit beside the fountain, listening to water's song. The fountain's rhythm syncs with your breathing. You feel centered, a deep calm settling inside. You take a sip from a cup of coffee left by a traveler. The coffee is bitter, but you savor it like a small triumph. You think about the coffee's origin, the beans roasted in faraway lands. You imagine a bean traveling from Ethiopia across oceans. A mainstream historical fact appears. Coffee traces back to the 15th century. You smile, reflecting on how a small bean can light up a day. You feel a gentle breeze passing through the courtyard again. Dust motes float like tiny galaxies. You watch them dance. You see the sunlight refracting through them, painting rainbows on stone. The sight makes you smile, feeling small and significant simultaneously. You sense that sunrise and the courtyard are connected. They share a rhythm, a quiet promise. You stand, feeling the warmth of the sun behind your shoulders. You take a deep breath, inhaling the morning's promise. You inhale, feeling like a cloud in the sunrise. You exhale, letting worries melt with the fading dew. You feel the sense of purpose begin to rise. You notice a small plaque near the fountain, etched with a message. It reads, "In every sunrise, a promise waits." You read it slowly, allowing the words to sink. You think about how each sunrise brings a chance to start again. You feel a sense of hope, like a seed blooming under sunlight. A gentle hum from a nearby violin rises, music floating into the air. It blends with the sound of birds, creating a soft symphony. You close your eyes, letting the music and sunrise lull you. Your breath syncs with the violin's low notes. You feel the world humming in perfect harmony. You think, maybe this is when peace comes naturally. You feel the courtyard's pulse become one with your own. You sense a calm, deep sleep forming like a blanket. You imagine the night, the darkness waiting with open arms. Your body relaxes, the sun's energy moving to your chest. You feel a gentle pressure, like a hug from stone. You smile, thinking of the warmth from a fireplace. You keep breathing, feeling the body ease. You watch the sun gradually recede, lowering to the horizon. The sky fades, turning from gold to a mellow rose. You breathe in the changing colors, feeling each shade. You feel the day moving into twilight, a quiet transition. You sense the world slowing, preparing for night. You remember how the courtyard always welcomed night. You recall the earlier evening's soft light and calm. You feel the courtyard's presence surrounding you. You smile, like a child hearing a bedtime story. You feel the breath of the courtyard, a soft breeze like a whisper. You listen, feeling that the courtyard has its own voice. You think of the sound coming from the ancient stones. You consider how sound travels through stone like waves through water. You feel the sound ripple, moving across the courtyard. You imagine the stones humming softly, singing a lullaby. You smile, the sound echoing inside your mind. You feel your ears open, detecting a faint drumbeat. You feel the drumbeat of the earth, a deep rhythm. You close your eyes, letting this beat sink into your rib cage. You feel a sense of grounding, like roots anchoring a tree. You feel that connection to all who came before. You sense the courtyard invites the night. You feel the night approaching like a warm blanket. You prepare your body, slowing each heartbeat. You let your breath become a gentle wave, smoothing your limbs. You feel the sense of anticipation, of something gentle. You sense that sunrise was a promise, and now night offers fulfillment. You feel calm, almost at peace. You are ready for sleep, to rest, to dream. You drift, the courtyard humming softly behind you. You close your eyes, letting the day end gracefully. You feel your eyelids heavy, sinking into softness. You hear the sun's final sigh as it sets. You think of morning, of tomorrow's sunrise. You imagine the sound of tomorrow beginning again. You let the breath deepen, your mind calm. You feel that the courtyard will keep quiet, waiting. You feel gratitude for the sunrise and the calm. You smile, content, as the night wraps around you. You stay with this feeling, a warm light in your mind. You let the world slowly fade to dark. You feel the sense of night, a calm presence. You remain ready for tomorrow's light. You feel the heartbeat pause, the sound of your own breath. All of this is a gentle, slow song ending. You exhale softly, letting the day dissolve into twilight. The wind carries the scent of evening jasmine like a lullaby in the air. You feel the hush settle over stone corners, a gentle blanket of quiet. It sounds like the courtyard breathing out its final sigh. You walk along the cracked mosaic, each tile humming under your toes. The mosaic remembers every footfall from centuries past, reverberating quietly. You pause on a corner where a faded emblem rests. Whispers of old traders echo through the cracks. A breeze lifts a feather from the base, drifting toward your eyes. You blink, and the feather spirals, painting silver lines in the dim light. You chuckle soft, amused, as if the feather is a tiny dancer. The feather settles on your palm like a tiny stone gift. You touch it, feeling the feather's soft ridges in the cool night. A memory flickers, a childhood night where your grandmother told stories. She would wrap blankets around our faces, whispering secrets of stars. You smile, feeling that same sense of wonder returning. You move forward, guided by the feather's cool presence. A distant drumbeat rises, subtle and rhythmically syncopated. Your feet tap in time, mirroring the courtyard's ancient pulse. You feel the earth under your soles, breathing in unison. An old vendor, now a statue, smiles in stone, its eyes glittering. You stop, as if answering a whispered invitation. You laugh, the sound echoing off the walls like a soft drum. Your heart softens, the night wrapping you in tranquil silence. The courtyard speaks in whispers, inviting you to rest. You find a hidden alcove where a single lantern flickers. Its warm glow mirrors the stars reflected on the fountain's surface. You settle onto a stone slab, letting the night cradle you. You close your eyes, focusing on the gentle hum of the courtyard. You lean back, feeling the cool stone against your torso. A distant owl hoots, its song blending with the wind. You inhale, absorbing the earthy scent of stone and moonlit jasmine. You exhale slowly, letting tension drip away like dew. You feel grounded, rooted in the courtyard's timeless rhythm. Your mind drifts to a past fact. The Roman Colosseum holds 50,000 spectators. You note that the structure built in 72 BCE still stands beside the city. You laugh softly. History can be surprisingly messy. You think of a fringe idea. Some claim the Earth's core is made of cheese. You chuckle, the absurdity painting a smile across your face. You feel amused, yet the thought lingers like a faint breeze. You recall the debate at play within your mind. Historians still argue whether the Nile's floods were guided by stars. You smile, amused by the eternal question surrounding ancient waters. You let the night wrap around you, a soft, velvety cloak. You feel the stars above, whispering secrets of the cosmos. Each twinkle seems to sigh, as if breathing out light. You sense that the courtyard's heartbeat mirrors the rhythm of the universe. Your fingers trace the faint rune etched on the lantern's metal base. The rune glows softly, an ancient greeting you can feel. You inhale the metallic scent, which smells like old coins. You exhale, feeling your worries melt into the night. A hush falls over the courtyard, as if all breaths are slowed. You feel the silence tighten, a gentle pressure against your chest. You lean into it, feeling the night anchor your mind. You close your eyes again, letting the moonlight wash over you. You feel a slow pulse, a rhythmic lull set by the earth. It flows like a river of warmth around your shoulders. Your breathing deepens, each inhale gentle as a feather's drift. Each exhale unfurls like a sigh of clouds. You realize the night is not a void, but a lullaby of stone. You let your thoughts drift as they always do at dusk. They float like the feather that now rests at your palm. They settle into the rhythm of the courtyard's breathing. You feel this rhythm syncing with your heartbeat. Your heart slows, matching the beat of stone and night. You hear a distant wind whisper, shaping a lullaby around you. You lean into the wind, letting it massage your ears. The wind carries notes of ancient drums, a subtle chorus. You smile, feeling the wind as a friendly guide. Even as your body drifts toward sleep, your mind stays awake. You feel a gentle pull, a call from the courtyard's ancient heart. You breathe in its story, feeling its warm, slow pulse. You inhale again, breathing deeper into the night. Your eyes grow heavy, like a curtain closing. You sense the courtyard, the lantern, the wind, all humming gently. You let their hum sink into your bones, a final lull. Your breath slows to a single, soft pulse. You feel the calm, a tide of quiet washing over you. The courtyard breathes alongside you, its stone heart beating steadily. You close your eyes, and the world fades softly. The light of the night stretches across stone, forming a quiet curtain. You let the curtain fall, welcoming the soft, heavy sleep. You drift, carried by the courtyard's ancient lullaby. Your mind settles, a quiet room of stones and stars. You let yourself sink into the slow, endless hush. You remain there, wrapped in the courtyard's gentle embrace. You know that the night will keep you safe until dawn. You smile, the final whisper of day drifting into night. You close your eyelids entirely, surrendering to the soft darkness. Each breath you take seems to float on moonlit mist. The courtyard hums quietly, an endless lull for your dreaming mind. You hear your own heartbeat in the rhythm of stone. It syncs with the night, a soft, steady drum. You imagine a dragon curled across the courtyard, breathing glittery sleep. You chuckle, the image brightens like a campfire story. You feel that even dragons enjoy a good quiet night. You turn your gaze toward the lantern, its flame dancing. You watch it flicker, turning shadows upon the stone walls. The light shapes faces of statues, bringing them to life. You smile, the faces smile back, a silent greeting. The courtyard feels like a living, breathing friend. You feel the pulse of stone, a pulse of history. You close your eyes again, letting the rhythm guide you. You breathe, and the world fades into gentle blackness. You feel weightless, like a feather drifting through starlight. The silence deepens, wrapping you like a soft blanket. You let your mind dissolve, surrendering to the night. The courtyard hums in the background, a lullaby of ancient stones. You are one with the stone, one with the night. Your breathing slows, a single, calm beat. You close your eyes fully, surrendering to the dark. No words, no thoughts, just the soft presence of stone. The night whispers like a slow song of peace. You let that song settle over your brain. You feel a gentle tug, a lull that cradles you. You smile, breathing a final, quiet breath. You drift deeper, the courtyard's ancient lullaby keeping you safe. You remain there, wrapped in stone and quiet darkness, asleep. The moon climbs higher, painting silver on the courtyard walls. It throws long shadows across the cobbled path between stone pillars. You feel the coolness of stone against your fingertips. Each touch seems to pull you deeper into the courtyard's heartbeat. The rhythm steadies, making the world feel like a gentle rocking chair. You imagine the chair spinning slowly, each spin a lullaby. The chair hums with the same low note as the wind. You listen closely, hearing the wind's whisper intertwine with stone. You feel a tiny vibration pulsing through your collarbones. It syncs with the moon's cycle of light and dark. The rhythm feels eternal, stretching beyond your mind. You let your thoughts drift to the ancient stones. Each stone holds a story of lovers, battles, forgotten songs. You feel a connection to those centuries, to the pulse beneath. The pulse steadies again, matching the rhythm of your breathing. You close your eyes again, breathing deeper. The courtyard's heartbeat now feels like a lull before the storm. You smile, feeling gratitude for the quiet night. The night stays calm, never breaking the rhythm. Your breaths are slow, each exhale a sigh carried away. You feel the courtyard as an old friend, ready to keep you safe. You lie back, letting your mind loosen. You feel the world fade, the courtyard's lullaby humming beneath. The moon casts silver ribbons across the stones, a gentle touch. You smile, knowing you will wake when the next dawn arrives. The courtyard hums, ready when you return. You let the silence carry you one last time. You feel the warmth of stone as a gentle blanket. You close your thoughts and step into the night. You slip into sleep, the courtyard keeping its promise to protect you. You step past the courtyard's thresholds, feeling the cool dusk seep into your coat. A rustling whisper rides the breeze, announcing your departure. The path ahead splits, like a choice on a forgotten map. You pause, your foot traces ancient cobbles that remember every wanderer. Under the dim lanterns, shadows lengthen in a slow ballet. Starlight flickers through broken arches, turning night into ink. A distant drum keeps rhythm, echoing the heartbeat of the earth. You breathe in the salt of night, sweet, yet teasing. You listen to the wind's gossip. It whispers old roads. Stories bubble from the cracks, like bubbles from a stream. They speak of choices, of destinies, of roads not taken. You feel a tug, like a favorite book pulled from a shelf. Beyond the garden, the path continues into the dark. It glows faintly, as if lit by moonlit footsteps. Your feet find rhythm, each step a story. You let the world slip between your eyelids. You spot a familiar sign, a worn stone with a symbol. It's an old emblem, like a forgotten scar. You trace it with trembling finger, feeling its silence. The feeling comforts you. The path feels alive. The road bends toward a small bridge over a stone stream. Water sings, a gentle hum that lulls your head. You cross, and the world feels lighter on your shoulders. You hear a distant laugh, the laughter of forgotten travelers. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built over 4 millennia, stands still against time. Some say pigeons once flew telegrams between Rome and Alexandria. Historians still argue whether the Nile's floods were guided by stars. A small bird taps its wings, a rhythm to keep you calm. It sounds like a gentle joke whispered through the trees. You feel an inner light humming with the beat of the earth. The road finally opens into a moonlit plain. You pause again, listening to the subtle crackle of the lantern. Its flame flickers, painting shadows that dance between stone. You feel as if the world is breathing slowly with you. The wind whispers secrets, but none are louder than your own thoughts. The darkness around you feels safe, a protective cocoon. Your breaths become a steady rhythm, like a metronome. The future feels open, full of possibilities you have yet to touch. You prepare for sleep with a heart lighter than before. You notice the subtle shift of light as stars begin to scatter. Every flicker feels like a tiny greeting, a whispered hello. The path underfoot feels forgiving, as if it knows your pace. You breathe in a silence that feels almost tangible. A gentle breeze carries the scent of distant cedar. Your mind drifts to a childhood memory of a sunlit field. The memory feels bright, like a picture frame that never dulls. You feel your heartbeat sync with the rhythm of distant rain. Each beat is a promise that the journey continues. A sense of gratitude washes over you, gentle as a sigh. You rise, feeling the ground pulse beneath you like a heartbeat. When dawn finally arrives, the sky ripples in a golden tide. You find yourself standing once more in the courtyard, now brighter. All the echoes of the night mingle with this new vibrance. You stretch, feeling muscles loosen, energy flowing like light. A gentle wind swishes through, carrying echoes of your last path. The air smells fresh, a promise of new beginnings. You take a deep breath, feeling the horizon calling. With the world awake, you step forward, carrying the peace you earned. Every footfall echoes the calm you left behind, gentle as night. You step out of the courtyard's last glow, feeling the echo of every footfall. The sound swells like a lullaby, reminding you that you are never truly alone. You pause, letting the resonance wrap around you like a warm blanket. The night air hums softly, as if the stars were humming along. You feel that faint ache of loneliness fade, replaced by a gentle resilience. Your footsteps become a metronome, guiding you forward with steady rhythm. The echo rings clear, bouncing from stone to stone, a companion in the dark. You inhale the scent of sage and old parchment. It tastes like adventure. You hear the wind sigh, a soft exhale from the courtyard walls. You realize that every step is an invitation to trust the path ahead. You wonder if the echo comes from a guardian spirit or just the walls. The floor feels as if it's humming back, like a friend tapping on a desk. The echo makes you feel connected, like you're chatting with a distant cousin. You notice the cracks in the stone that whisper stories of 1,000 travelers. You trace the patterns, remembering a quirky fact about ancient Roman toilets. In old Rome, they shared a sponge on a stick, cleaning themselves together. You chuckle, thinking that must have been the earliest form of communal hygiene. You smile, realizing how weird ancient daily life can be. You keep walking, feeling the echo steady like a metronome in your ear. You think of the Library of Alexandria, a beacon that burned twice, a loss and a legend. That mainstream historical fact reminds you how fragile knowledge can be. You hear the echo respond, as if to say knowledge is yours to guard. You feel the echo's pulse, the heartbeat of the courtyard itself. You notice a stone that glows faintly, hinting at hidden paths. You step onto the stone, and the echo grows louder, a little alarm. Your footfalls become a soundtrack, each beat a note of courage. You feel a sense of purpose, like a song that's just beginning. You think of the Great Pyramids, enduring centuries, a testament to perseverance. You imagine a pyramid's shadow stretching across the courtyards, stone floor. You watch the shadow slide, and the echo catches up, aligning with your motion. You step ahead, and the echo follows like a loyal dog. There's a funny feeling, like your footsteps are tapping a hidden beat in a room. Did you ever notice how Wi-Fi seems to disappear when you sit on a couch? A light joke drifts off your tongue as you keep moving. You keep going, trusting the echo to lead the way. You notice the stone's texture turning from smooth to rough, like a road winding inland. Your foot slides slightly, but the echo remains steady, a patient guide. You pause, feeling grateful for this quiet companion on the path. You realize your own breathing is in sync with the echo's rhythm. You notice a small crack in the stone where a bird once perched. You pause to listen, hearing a faint chirp echoing in the distance. It reminds you that small lives also leave echoes behind. You hear the distant murmur of other wanderers, their footsteps intertwining. Historians still argue whether the Nile's floods were guided by stars. But here, there are no floods. Your mind turns to the ancient stars above, shining like watchful eyes. You imagine those stars guiding those who crossed the desert with their own echoes. You find yourself humming along, matching the echo's tempo. You find comfort in that rhythm, feeling like you're part of something older. You remember a quirky tidbit. Some cultures believed stones could absorb sound and store it. You imagine the courtyard stone storing your echo for centuries. You think of the echo of your own footsteps as a record for future wanderers. You feel your heart thump in time with the echo, a metronomic drum. You step forward, and the echo answers like a duet to your solo. It's almost as if the courtyard itself is breathing alongside you. You feel the ground pulse beneath, reminding you that you are grounded, alive. You let the echo become your friend, a silent companion in motion. You think of the ancient scribes who wrote in caves, capturing voices in stone. You imagine those ancient voices echoing in the same courtyard stones. A feeling of continuity washes over you, like a long chain of footsteps. You keep walking, trusting the echo to keep you centered. Every step releases a note that fills the quiet. You pause again, the echo pausing with you, a brief silence. You feel a tiny shiver, like a prank of the wind telling a joke. You grin, realizing that even the night can joke with you. You take a breath, feeling the cool air like fresh tea leaving the pot. The echo returns with a new depth, as if the room adjusted its volume. You notice a small moss patch that catches light, like a hidden lantern. You step over it, and the echo flickers, a playful staccato. You let this sound be a reminder that every small detail matters. You feel the echo lift you, as if a hand is nudging you forward. You feel the echo's weight on your shoulders, a gentle, supportive presence. You think of the famous Roman Senate chamber and the echo of their debates. The echo there was thick with history, a mirror of their discourse. You realize that echoing footsteps are a silent echo of history. You feel your spirit lift, as if the echo is pushing you toward sunrise. You think of the sunrise, the light creeping across the courtyard. The echo deepens, sounding like a soft applause for the new day. You pause, feeling gratitude for the echo and the quiet it carries. You notice a faint scent of jasmine carried by the wind. The scent curls around the stones, mingling with the echo. You step ahead, the echo following tightly as a loyal friend. You feel the echo transform into a gentle hum, filling your chest. You smile, realizing that you have become in tune with the ancient stones. You consider a light joke. Do you think the old sponges on sticks were the first reusable products? The echo laughs back, a faint, resonant chuckle. You keep moving, the echo steady, a reliable rhythm. You feel a sense of purpose swell like a tide, ready for whatever comes next. You notice your shoes making a soft squeak on the stone, a tiny warning sign. The echo replies, amplifying that squeak into a playful note. You let the tiny note add variety to the journey's soundtrack. You move forward, feeling the echo guide you into the courtyard's heart. You notice a stone archway, ancient and mossy, leading into a hidden garden. You step through the archway, and the echo follows, now echoing through green. Your path becomes softer, the stone replaced by damp earth. The earth whispers to you, a natural low-frequency bass. The echo adapts, becoming warmer, a close-knit companion. You feel the echo's presence like a gentle hug, providing reassurance. You think of the modern world's noise, a constant buzz, and contrast it with the echo. The echo reminds you that stillness can still be loud. You step to a stone that glows faintly in the twilight, a mysterious glow. You feel the echo pulse louder, a rhythmic heartbeat. You consider the paradox of light and dark coexisting in a single stone. You feel a sense of unity between your footsteps and the stone's glow. You feel the echo shift, as if the stones themselves whisper. The echo invites you to explore further. You notice a hidden path, lined with broken tiles, leading toward a water source. You step onto the tiles, and the echo reverberates, resonating with the water's rhythm. You hear the faint splash of water, a companion to the echo. Your footsteps mimic the water's soft patter, a duet formed with the echo. You feel the echo guide you toward a fountain, its water shimmering. You pause at the fountain, the echo taking a restful pause as well. The water's surface ripples, reflecting the echo's vibrations in a gentle dance. You feel a connection to the water and the echo's steady beat. You imagine the ancient Romans bathing in such fountains, their conversations echoing. You realize that your journey is like a living story, echoing through ages. You breathe in the cool mist, letting your mind unwind like a blanket. The echo stays close, a constant presence that keeps you moving. You think of the quirky tidbit about ancient toilets and how they shared sponges. You wonder whether they too experienced echoing humor in their daily lives. You laugh softly, thinking of the strange, shared rituals of the past. The echo rises, a bright burst, a celebration of the moment. You continue forward, trusting the echo as your constant guide. You feel the echo's pulse match the beat of your heartbeat, a perfect symmetry. You hear a small bird somewhere high above, chirping its own song. The bird's song mingles with the echo, creating a layered symphony. You feel the echo's importance, the echo that keeps loneliness at bay. You see a small stone with a carved symbol, an ancient mark. You touch it, feeling the texture. The echo responds with a gentle thrum, as if acknowledging your touch. You imagine the ancient people who carved this symbol, their voices now echoing. You feel the echo bring their stories to life, a bridge across centuries. You feel grateful for this shared rhythm, a living memory. You decide to trace the symbol, letting your fingers move along its lines. You feel the echo following your gesture, a rhythmic reply. The echo's tone brightens, like a light that warms the cool stone. You step to the courtyard's center, where the stone arch opens wide. You step forward, echo guiding you through the arch, across to the other side. You pause at the threshold, feeling the echo shift. The echo deepens, as if speaking to your spirit. You feel a calm wash over you, a gentle surrender to the night. You remember the story of a lonely wanderer who found peace in echoes. You hear the echo as a soft, comforting lullaby. You feel the echo becoming your mantra, a guiding rhythm. You step onward, trusting that every foot is counted by the echo. You feel the echo becoming a companion, a partner in silence. You feel a shift, as if the world is folding into one continuous sound. You step across a broken archway, and the echo fills the spaces with sound. You feel your own breath aligning with the echo, deep and steady. You feel a sense of confidence bloom like a sunrise over the courtyard. You sense the echo reminding you that you are remembered by those who walked before. You feel a quiet pride, a sense of belonging in the courtyard's pulse. You think of the historic fact that the Library of Alexandria was once a beacon of knowledge, now lost. You imagine the echo of scholars speaking, their ideas bouncing in stone. You feel a connection to that lost wisdom, a quiet echo of learning. You are reminded that knowledge, though physical, can echo forever. You continue, feeling the echo guiding each step with gentle assurance. You feel relief as loneliness melts away, replaced by an echoing trust. You notice a small alcove with a stone that glows softly, almost luminescent. You step to it, feeling the echo intensify, as if the stone itself hums. You feel the echo respond to your presence, a quiet greeting. You smile, feeling the echo become a light in your path. You let your footsteps follow the echo, as if following a favorite playlist. You notice the echo's tempo slightly quickening, urging on. You feel a thrill at being guided forward. You think of the quirky idea that ancient sponges on sticks were the first reusable items. You chuckle as the echo joins in with a soft, mocking tone. You imagine the echo as an ancient friend whispering jokes about shared sponges. You keep walking, trustful that the echo carries you to your destination. You see a small opening in the stone wall, a hidden niche. You step inside, and the echo takes a breath, a quiet pause. You feel the echo as a presence that fills the niche, a quiet heartbeat. You see old fresco fragments in the niche, hinting at stories untold. You feel the echo resonate with the fresco, bridging old art to your path. You imagine the frescoes telling tales, their voices echoing through time. You feel the echo as a living testament, connecting past and present. You get up, continuing your journey with the echo still at your side. You feel your footfalls in rhythm, your mind at peace. You see the courtyard's central well, its stone walls reflecting the moon. Your echo follows, gentle and steady. You hear the water's gentle hum, the echo layering on top. The sound feels like a lullaby, coaxing sleep. The echo's tone adjusts, offering a calm anchor. You feel the echo guiding you toward the well's edge, its glow bright. You reach the well's rim, looking down at the shallow water. You hear the echo rise, like a chorus on a quiet stage. You feel a sense of gratitude for the echo that has kept you company. You breathe in, letting the echo sync with your own breathing. You feel a calm settle over you like a blanket of silence. You step away from the well, the echo following a safe distance. You notice a small stone statue in the courtyard, its eyes closed. You step close, the echo amplifying the silent presence of the statue. You feel the echo become a quiet tribute to the statue. You imagine the statue's role in the courtyard's history, its echo echoing through ages. You feel the echo as a living link to past times, a gentle reminder of our shared humanity. You step further, your echo steady, your feet steady. You feel your mind unwind, freed from thoughts of day. You think of historians debating whether stars guided the Nile's floods, and your echo answers silently. You feel the echo's presence as an anchor in the night's hush. You step into the courtyard's last corner, where light is dimming. The echo remains, echoing a soft, comforting rhythm. You feel the echo wrapping around you like a cozy blanket. You realize loneliness has faded, replaced by trust in the echo's guidance. You feel the echo becoming a constant, supportive soundtrack. You know that every step will be a part of an endless echo. You feel a sense of hope rising, guided by the echo. You step forward, trusting that the echo will keep your path illuminated. You step into the courtyard's heart, where history whispers in stone. The echo fills the space, a symphonic presence within. You feel an assurance that you are never alone in your journey. You feel the echo guiding you, making each step brighter. You hear the echo softly say, "Keep walking." You hear the echo continue, steady and sure. You know that in this courtyard, the echo is your constant companion. You step forward, and the echo follows always. You inhale the night air, tasting a faint hint of lavender and old stone. The echo hums softly, matching your breath like a friendly drum. You lean against the cool wall, letting the sound seep into your ribs. A lone star flickers, its light echoing like a distant drum. You reach out, feeling the coolness in your palm, almost like a touch from the void. The void, not empty, is filled with the sounds of ages. You smile, and the echo laughs, a gentle chuckle that feels like a sibling joke. You feel your chest opening, ready to absorb the quiet. The sound of your breathing blends with the echo, a duet. You think of the time a traveler laughed at a joke about a stone that listened. You chuckle again, feeling the echo respond, a wink of acknowledgement. Your feet carry you deeper, following the echo's subtle guide. The courtyard shifts, revealing a hidden alcove bathed in moonlight. In the alcove sits a small statue, carved from pale stone. The statue holds a small lantern, its flame flickering gently. You lean close, the lantern's glow warm against your cheek. The echo hums, a low rumble that feels like a heartbeat. You reach up, touching the lantern, feeling its heat pulse in rhythm. The lantern's light ripples, sending waves of warmth across the stone. You sit on a nearby stone, listening to the echo's lull. The echo whispers, a wordless song that soothes the restless mind. You close your eyes, allowing the noise to be a blanket of sound. You feel the world around you pulse slowly, like a breathing heart. The echo's rhythm matches your pulse, a gentle syncopation. You think of an old proverb that says, "Listen to the stones, they speak." You smile, realizing the proverb is true, yet oddly comforting. The echo laughs softly, a sound that seems almost human. A light breeze stirs the leaves, adding a gentle hiss to the chorus. You hear the whisper of the wind, syncing with the echo's melody. The echo, your guide, keeps the rhythm steady, never faltering. You lean back, watching the lantern's flame dance in the dark. The dark feels less intimidating because the light has an echo of its own. You let your thoughts drift, each one carried by the echo's soft current. You think of the olden Egyptians who carved great stones that still whisper. The echo nods, matching your reverence with a warm resonance. You realize history is not silent, it echoes through to you. The echo's voice is steady, a voice that comforts like a friend's quiet hug. You pause for a moment, tasting the silence that surrounds you. You smile, grateful for the echo's company, and feel a soft peace. You let the echo lull you deeper into calmness, like a lullaby drifting. The echo whispers that the courtyard is a living lull, a gentle guard. You feel the guard of echoes keep your fears at bay. You close your eyes again, letting the echo wash over everything. You feel your thoughts settle, like stones found their homes on the floor. The echo's tone deepens, a deep, slow hum that almost feels like a whispering giant. You hear a faint lull of wind mixing gently with the echo. You exhale slowly, letting the echo carry all your worries away. You let the echo be the soundtrack of your restful night. All sounds calm, and your breath matches the echo's lull. Your heart slows as the echo guides you toward slumber. The echo remains patient, like a steady hand on the edge of your eyelids. You slide into a peaceful trance, the echo wrapping around like a blanket. Your mind drifts to memories of old stone, to nights like this, and it feels safe. The echo continues, a lull that feels almost human, but no one is there to talk to. You close your eyes just a little more, feeling the echo's soft blanket over your thoughts. Your body settles into the stone, the echo still humming gently. You feel the courtyard breathing, its rhythm steady, soothing. The echo seems to breathe in and out with the moon, the wind, the stones. Your eyelids flutter, and yet the echo stays constant. You realize you are learning how to listen more than any other skill. The echo does not judge, it just sings. You feel gratitude for the echo's wisdom, a quiet teacher. You hear your mind whisper thanks to the stones, to the lantern, to the echo. The echo hums softly, a lull you can almost feel in your bones. All that matters is the warmth, the light, the echo that guides. You close your eyes, drifting to a sleep that is quiet and full. Your breath slows, matching the echo's slow cadence. The echo continues, a gentle friend that never lets you be alone again. You feel the courtyard's walls hug you, keeping your dreams safe. The echo is now a subtle heartbeat, a lull you can trust. You let the echo cradle you, like a soft pillow beside a sleeping child. A quiet smile crosses your face as the night slips into deeper quiet. You exhale deep, and all your thoughts fade, leaving only the echo. You feel your body aligning with the stone, with the echo, with the night. A deep calm settles over you, like a blanket warmed by the lantern's glow. You surrender to the echo, letting it carry you safe in dreams. The echo remains constant, patient, like a lull that will never end. You close your eyes, drifting into sleep, guided by the echo's soft rhythm. You fall into a gentle rest, the echo humming softly in the background. Your journey continues, guided by the echo, but for now, the night is yours. The echo whispers your name, a lull that seals your dreams. You close your eyes, slipping away into quiet, gentle surrender. You close your eyes, slipping away into quiet, gentle surrender. A soft murmur threads through the courtyard, like distant lullabies. You feel the stone's pulse, resonating with 1,000 unseen steps. The night air tastes of wet moss and old incense. A gentle breeze stirs, carrying the faint scent of jasmine. You lean into the wind, letting it glide across your skin. The wind hums a tune, reminding you of distant campfires. You smile, a quiet chuckle escaping from the corners of your mouth. The chuckle echoes back, stitched into the night's fabric. The fabric thickens, wrapping around your heart like a soft blanket. You breathe in, inhaling stories that the walls have kept. A story whispers about a city where markets sang. You feel the song settle, echoing through the courtyard stones. Then, a new voice cuts through, sharp as a needle. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. You chuckle, recalling absurdity from faraway tailies. The absurdity fades, leaving a sense of lightness that bubbles under the skin. You notice a faint glow on the far wall, pulsing like a heartbeat. It pulses, inviting you to follow its rhythm into the unknown. You step toward the glow, feeling each footfall echo in reverie. The wall shifts, revealing a hidden niche lined with silver jars. You glimpse a single jar, its surface smooth as midnight. Something draws you, an aroma of wet earth and distant thunder. You inhale fully, breathing the scent into your lungs. The scent transports you to a place of forgotten festivals. A distant drumbeat starts, rhythmic and steady, like a heart. You dance quietly, letting the rhythm guide your limbs. The dance ends with a gentle sigh as if the air itself exhaled. You open your mind, inviting the next story to emerge. A voice rises, soft as velvet, carrying the weight of history. It speaks of a city where the sky was painted in colors of wine. The city, named Ephesus, hummed with fish markets and marble. You remember the main fact. Olympic Games began in 776 BCE in Olympia. You feel a connection, as if history threads through your veins. A new tale arrives, speaking of a woman who could sew stars. She wove constellations into cloth, gifting travelers hope at night. Historians still argue whether this myth survived into modern folklore. Your laughter bubbles as you picture the sewing woman stitching moonlight. A breeze carries a giggle, reminding you of childlike wonder. You pause, letting the giggle echo around the courtyard. The courtyard responds with subtle clinks, as if pottery spoke. You notice a worn map tucked beneath a stone. The map shows a path to a garden hidden behind old vines. The garden, lush with jasmine, seems to pulse with unseen life. You step forward, eyes drawn to a single stone that glows faintly. The stone's glow pulses softly, as if breathing through. You reach out, feeling warmth under your fingertips. The warmth feels like a message from another time. You inhale once more, letting the moment settle into your chest. Suddenly, the air shivers with a faint echo of a laugh. It is the laugh you once heard in a dream about a dragon. The dragon, a gentle guardian, kept the garden from darkness. You feel a sense of protection wash over you. The garden's scent swells, a mixture of soil and rosewater. A soft chime rings through the vines, as if a hidden bell. You follow the chime, it leading to a stone archway. The archway is carved with spirals that echo the moon's shape. You pass through, feeling the coolness spread across your skin. The air inside feels like stepping into a quiet nursery. You notice a bed of soft moss, inviting you to lie down. Your legs curl as you sink, feeling every muscle relax. Overhead, stalactites glitter like tiny crystals of rain. A distant drip of water punctuates the silence, rhythmic and soothing. The scent of earth lingers, grounding you deeper into stillness. You begin to hear a low hum within the walls. It syncs with your heartbeat, as if the stone is alive. You let the hum envelop, feeling the ground pulse beneath. Your mind drifts to stories of ancient temples. In one, a statue of a woman stood with a lantern. The lantern glowed brighter when people whispered secrets. You mimic her, softly whispering about stars and dreams. The lantern's glow flickers, turning into a tiny constellation. You realize the garden is a place where the past lives, A gentle warmth curls around your shoulder like a friendly arm. The warmth seems to be sent from a hidden spirit. You look back at the stone archway, grateful for unseen guides. Outside, night deepens, stars aligning above like a polished map. You sit up, feeling the moss settle beneath you. The stillness breaks only by the distant call of an owl. Its hoot reverberates like a drumbeat of ancient lore. You let your thoughts wander, remembering the dragon guardian. The dragon's memory lingers, a gentle reminder of protection. You close your eyes again, breathing in the night's quiet. The sound of your breath matches the rhythmic hum of the walls. A sense of peace settles over you, calm like a lullaby. The garden feels alive, each stone breathing in silence. The scent of jasmine continues, a lull that soothes. A new vision appears, a path leading to a hidden well. You stand and follow the path, feeling curious. The path winds through reeds, each step stirring dew. Deeper, the light dims, shadows gather like velvet. A stone bench sits at a pool's edge, inviting rest. You sit, placing hands on the bench's worn sides. The water below glistens, reflecting the moon in crystal form. You watch ripples form, each one a story whispered back to sky. The ripples fade, leaving the surface still, like a paused breath. A small bird lands, singing a tune of forgotten lullabies. Its song echoes between stone and night, soothing you deeper. You wonder how many generations have rested here. You feel gratitude for this simple sanctuary. The night deepens further. Stars now close enough to touch. You close your mind, letting the stars guide your thoughts. Each star burns with a familiar light that hums softly. The hum blends with the humming of the garden's heartbeat. You let your dreamscape unfold, gentle as a feather's flight. The garden transforms, revealing hidden treasures within walls. You step through, finding a small chest, its lock intact. You open it, encountering a silver locket glittering in moonlight. Inside sits a miniature map, dotted with tiny stars. The map directs toward the garden's core, where a tree stands. The tree towers above, its branches reaching for the sky. You walk toward it, curiosity driving each step. The tree's bark is rough, yet cool to touch. Beneath it, vines writhe, holding a small lantern glowing steadily. The lantern's glow is steady, almost sentient. You feel the weight of its light within your chest. The lantern whispers a rhythm, guiding you forward. You follow the rhythm, feeling a quiet energy rising. The energy swirls, inviting you to reach the tree's crown. You climb, each rung echoing in the hush. On the top, the view extends far, beyond familiar skies. You pause, feeling the wind kiss your face soft, invigorating. Below, the garden spirals like a living diagram. A sense of wonder anchors you, tethering past and present. The wind carries a melody, a forgotten lullaby from older times. You inhale, absorbing each note, feeling it merge with your heartbeat. The melody swells, echoing through the tree's heartwood. It reaches you, a soothing, gentle current humming along. You let this current sink into your bones, grounding you. The canopy above glimmers like 1,000 tiny lanterns. The faint sound of water, a distant stream, joins in. The stream's flow feels like a lullaby's bass line. You close your eyes, feeling all sounds converge into one. The convergence feels peaceful, like the earth's gentle sigh. You dream of a distant city in 1950s, humming with neon. The city echoes back your memories, a living narrative. You hear echoes, laughter, and the clink of cups in taverns. The tavern's smoke curls, painting shadows on walls. The walls whisper stories of travelers, of hope and loss. You feel the weight of each story, gentle, like a touch. You wake, still holding the lantern's glow in your mind. The night remains, but your heart is warmer. You step out of the garden, into the courtyard's hush. The courtyard lights flicker, reflecting the stars overhead. You breathe, letting the silence become your lullaby. The sense of wonder remains, an ember inside you. You feel your body sway, each breath sinking the echo. You smile, remembering that absurd sunscreen experiment. The smile lingers, echoing in your mind like sweet music. You glide toward the edge, the sound of your shoes soft. Your shadow stretches, blending with the courtyard. You pause, knowing the night has wrapped you tight. And you drift, the last light in the Woad-Dyer's courtyard, guiding you home. You hear elders gathering beneath the old sycamore, their voices low as rain. Their stories ripple through the courtyard, like light threads weaving through stone. You feel the breath of history settle upon your skin. Children lean forward, ears wide, eyes gleaming like polished beads. The air hums, a soft backdrop to the whispered legends. You notice a worn scroll tucked in an elder's lap, paper yellowed with age. The scroll cracks softly as it opens, revealing ink that nearly faded. You lean closer, seeing a map of a city that vanished in storms. Its legend says sailors once found a treasure that glowed beneath the waves. You imagine the glimmer, a pulse that calls to those who dare listen. An elder chuckles, their laugh a shiver that rattles the surrounding vines. You laugh too, letting the sound mingle with the night's calm. Historians still argue whether the city of Atlantis existed, but you hear a different tale. You feel the weight of the debate, light yet firm on your thoughts. You watch an old woman unfurl a tiny mask, carved from cedar bark. She whispers, "This mask protects the dreams of those who rest beneath the moon." You feel a sudden chill, as if the mask is breathing beside you. You imagine the mask glinting, a tiny lantern carved by hands long gone. A quirky tidbit flows from another elder. Wind chimes made of whale bone can soothe the moon. You picture the chimes, their notes drifting into the sky, calming restless stars. The elder gestures toward a cluster of stones, each etched with faint glyphs. You realize those glyphs resemble a map of constellations, stars reborn on stone. You trace a line with your finger, feeling its coolness against your palm. You sense the line connecting past to present, to the legends you now hold. The air shifts, a breeze stirring the leaves into a low chant. You watch the leaves quiver, their rustle a chorus beneath your head. Children whisper back. Do they know the story of the wandering moon? You smile, realizing each child becomes a story in motion. An elder rises, steps forward, and places a polished bronze key on the stone. You feel the key's heaviness, as though it holds a secret heart. You turn the key in your mind's eye, hearing a click that echoes through time. You see the ancient doors, their hinges rusted yet eager for the next turn. You imagine the doors opening, revealing a hidden chamber where legends sleep. You feel the air change, becoming thicker with anticipation. You step further, guided by the faint scent of frankincense. The scent wraps around you, a cloak of warm history and mystery. You hear a distant drumbeat, rhythmic and steady, as if time itself is counting. You feel your heart synchronize, beating in time with the drum. A child's voice joins the drum, a high note that climbs skyward. You tilt your head, letting the sound lift you. The elder turns to you, eyes bright like polished glass beads. You notice a single word, echo. The word rings in the courtyard, echoing off stone walls. You understand the lesson. Legends do not belong to one voice. They belong to all willing ears and open minds. You feel a tug of responsibility to carry forward the stories. You see the elders' faces soften, their eyes crinkling with pride. You feel the honor of becoming part of this living tapestry. A wind gust sweeps through, carrying leaves like tiny paper boats. You watch them sail, each leaf a vessel of tales untold. You imagine each leaf carrying a different myth across time. The courtyard breathes, the wind carrying a lullaby from ages past. You hum along, your voice small yet present among the chorus. You feel you are both listener and storyteller. You sense the courtyard turning into a living library of whispers. You notice the sky shifting color toward twilight blue. You feel the sky's sigh, a gentle exhale. You close your eyes, letting the quiet settle into your throat. You hear another voice, older than any you have known. It speaks of a forgotten kingdom where cats ruled the streets. You laugh as the memory of cats in crowns comes to mind. The laughter bubbles, a sparkling sound dancing on the air. You realize laughter is the bridge between eras. You understand history is not only dates, but feelings. You stand, feeling the weight of the courtyard's legacy on your shoulders. You take a step, leaving a new story in your wake. You imagine each step a line in a line drawn across a map. You see the lines connecting, forming a new constellation. You feel the connection grow as stories swirl around you. You notice a young boy pulling at your sleeve, tugging toward a small wooden box. You open the box, finding a feathered quill inked in deep midnight blue. You dip the quill into a vial of ink you find nearby, swirling like ink in a pond. You write a line for yourself, a new legend stitched into the courtyard. The quill glows faintly as you write, as if affirming its rightful ink. You feel the parchment warm beneath your fingers. You write, and the words flow naturally, like a river finding its bed. You see the words become a ripple, spreading outward into the courtyard. You sense new legends forming at the tips of your words. You feel the courtyard pulse with new life, stories breathing as they were always meant to. You close the box, feeling the quiet hum of the night settle around you. A stray cat darts across the courtyard, tail flicking like a feather. You watch the cat pause, gazing at the constellations etched on the stone. You feel a bond with the feline, both of you guardians of lore. You see the cat's eyes reflect the moon's silver light. You feel the cat's warmth against your skin, comforting. You listen to the night's chorus, soft as a whispering wind. You hear the old man's voice again. Remember, legends are living. You nod, understanding the weight of that creed. You feel the legacy of the elders in your bones. You notice the sky above is streaking with the first stars of the coming night. You feel a subtle tremor of awe, like a child opening a gift. You trace the stars with your eyes, following each bright dot like a breadcrumb trail. You imagine each star holds a story, waiting to be told. You step forward, guided by those breadcrumbs. You reach the center of the courtyard, the old sycamore now fully revealed. Its roots spread wide, roots gripping earth like an ancient hand. You feel the roots pulse with a quiet rhythm, a hidden heart of the courtyard. You feel your palm against the bark, and the bark whispers, "Welcome." You stand in awe, absorbing the courtyard's pulse. You sense a connection, a thread linking you to every elder that came before. You feel the courtyard's silence, a reverent calm around you. You hear a new whisper, faint and gentle, carried by the wind. The wind speaks in riddles. You realize the riddles hint at a hidden grove beyond the courtyard. You feel drawn toward that secret place, curiosity pulsing in your chest. You walk, your footsteps echoing down cobblestones, a steady rhythm against the night. You see an arc of stone veiled by vines, like a hidden door. You touch the vine, feeling its roughness against your fingertips. You feel a chill ripple, like a breeze passing through a winter night. You peer over the arch, seeing a garden bathed in soft moonlight. You breathe in, smelling jasmine and damp earth. You feel your heart settle into this new moment. You notice the garden's flowers singing under the moon's glow. You hear a faint whisper of a melody, as if the flowers themselves were humming. You feel the melody seep into your bones, warming you. You hear the elder's voice once more. Remember to keep the stories alive. You nod, understanding the duty that comes with listening. You walk through the garden, each step a new story being written in the earth. You feel the petals under your toes, soft like sighs from the past. A sudden gust of wind stirs, carrying a familiar scent of sandalwood. You trace the scent, following it like a breadcrumb trail back to the courtyard. You pause, feeling the path guiding you back to the elders. You hear them chanting softly, a mantra that vibrates like a distant drum. Your mind fills with images of ancient temples, marble halls, and bustling markets. You sense the echo of those markets, the hum of daily life in those times. You sense that in the market, people traded stories just as they trade goods. You feel your feet move, guided by unseen hands of the past. You catch a glimpse of a mural, hidden by vines, depicting a cat with a crown. You recall the elder's story about the feline rulers. You notice your eyelids droop, the night's lullaby drawing you home. You return to the courtyard, the old sycamore watching from above. You feel a gentle, comforting presence around you, like a blanket woven from memories. You hear the wind sing once more, whispering thanks from the elders. You know the legends have been heard, shared, and will be retold. You feel the courtyard's breath synchronize with your own, a harmony in the night. You understand that your role is a thread in a vast tapestry of legends. You feel a sense of purpose, an oath made under the moon's watchful eye. You breathe deeply, feeling the cool air fill your lungs. You pause, letting the silence settle deeper within you. You know you will carry these stories to new ears, to new nights. You feel the courtyard's pulse as a steady drumbeat echoing in your chest. You walk back toward the old sycamore, the last light fading behind you. You feel the soft soil beneath your feet, a welcoming cradle. You sense the elders' words still ringing. Let the legends bloom. You feel gratitude, a warm ember blossoming inside you. You feel the world around you transform into a mosaic of shared memories. You step into the doorway, its glass humming like silk threads. You look back, seeing the courtyard bathed in twilight's glow. You breathe in the air of history, smelling the earth and stone. You step forward into the night, the path lit by the lingering glow of the courtyard. You keep the last light in the Woad-Dyer's courtyard, guiding you home. You keep the last light in the Woad-Dyer's courtyard, guiding you home. The night drapes itself over stone, a velvet curtain humming softly. You feel the air cool, tasting faint rosemary and damp earth. A lone owl flutters past, its hoots echoing like distant bells. You lean deeper into the courtyard, the darkness brushing your skin. Every step stirs whispering leaves, each one a tiny storyteller. You inhale the scent of old cedar, a scent that feels like memory. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. No, that's from a different tale. The breeze carries a hint of something sweet, baked bread maybe. You laugh softly, the sound folding into the quiet like a soft bass. The courtyard feels alive, humming a lullaby that has no lyrics. Your sneakers squeak against cobbles, a steady metronome for your journey. You pause beside an ancient wall, its stones covered in moss. The moss feels cool against your fingertips, a reminder that time is a river. You hear a distant drum, as if the past is tapping its shoulder. At that moment, you think about the Roman legionaries who once strolled this path. Historical fact: the Woad-Dyer's courtyard was once part of the Roman province of Britain. Your breath fogs, an echo of those legionaries' own breath. You smile at the thought, amused that a modern wanderer can share the same stone. The light from the courtyard lantern flickers, painting gold on the cobblestones. A tiny ant trails across the stone, its path a miniature compass. You giggle, realizing the ant's journey mirrors your own. You spot a flicker in a window, a candle burning in an old glass jar. That candle's flame whispers of stories that refuse to die. You lean over, hearing the crackle like a secret radio broadcast. You hear a faint melody, a flute that seems to come from the walls. It tastes like honey and night air, a flavor only old songs could know. You pause, listening for a hidden message in the notes. Your mind drifts to the fringe tidbit that Woad-Dyer might have colored dragon scales. You laugh, imagining a dragon waving its tail across the sky. The laugh mingles with the wind, a friendly soundtrack to your wandering. You realize that every myth has a root, and your curiosity is its seed. You feel a pulse in the ground, a thrum echoing from olden times. You lean toward the pulse, feeling it like a heartbeat beside your toes. The ground hums with a low frequency, like an old radio tuned too high. You imagine that frequency was once used to mark time for the Romans. You know better, the Romans had a clock that relied on sundial shadows. You pause, letting the rhythm settle in your bones. You walk forward, guided by a faint glow from the courtyard's lanterns. Each lantern casts a small star onto the cobbles, stitching a sky of light. You feel as if you're walking on a map of constellations. The path leads toward a corner of the courtyard where an old oak stands. Its branches sway, whispering secrets that no one ever recorded. You pause, your hands resting on the bark, a pulse of time. Your breath syncs with the oak's slow shiver, like a lullaby for your soul. You smile, remembering the elders' words about letting legends bloom. You feel the weight of their guidance, an unseen hand steadying your path. A whisper rises, a breeze with a scent of jasmine and old books. You inhale deeply, the jasmine scent soothing any lingering nerves. You consider stepping into the oak's shade, a brief respite from the night. You lean against the trunk, feeling its solidity like a friend. A memory flutters your father's stories about distant lands. You chuckle, the sound like a gentle drum atop your chest. You remember that your own stories are the newest ones being born tonight. You feel a tug at your sleeve, a child coaxing you toward a wooden box. You examine the box, its lid carved with tiny vines and swirling patterns. The box creaks softly, telling you it has been opened many times. You open it, finding a feathered quill, ink dark as midnight. You dip the quill into a vial of black ink, a swirl of night. You let the ink coat your finger, and your mind stirs like a tide. You write a line, your words flowing like water down a stream. The paper glows faintly, a candle of memory in darkness. You feel the paragraph breathe, a tiny universe born in a single syllable. You press the paper close to your ear, hearing the crackle of age. The sound echoes in your chest, a reminder that stories live. You feel the room lightening, as if the ink has cast a gentle glow. The courtyard breathes around you, a slow inhale of olden tales. You continue walking, a step a story, a breath of verse. The moon climbs higher, a silver coin tossed into the dark. The light of the lanterns flickers, reflecting like tiny suns on cobbles. You pause, noticing how each stone holds a piece of the night. You feel a tug of memory, a thread pulling you toward forgotten horizons. You recall the debate historians still argue whether the Woad-Dyer's legend sprouted from myth or genuine trade. The question lingers like mist over marble corridors of old. You smile, amused by how history can stay a mystery, even in the night. You carry the parchment, a glow steady against the night. You sense the light traveling, a promise of tomorrow's dawn. You feel your heart beat in rhythm with the lantern's gentle pulse. The night outside is hushed, a blanket of stars above. You pause, let the silence seep into your thoughts. You hear the distant hum of a city awakening, soft, hopeful. You think of a childhood game you chased shadows behind lanterns. That memory feels alive, a warm fire on a cold night. You smile, feeling a surge of contentment, knowing your path is lit. Your feet carry you home toward the last ember of your heart. You walk with the soft glow of the lantern, a guide across the courtyard. You feel the courtyard's rhythm pulse, each stone humming a lullaby. Your eyes catch a flicker behind the old oak's trunk. A hidden panel slides open, revealing a narrow corridor lit by candlelight. You step inside, feeling the cool air brush against your cheek. The corridor feels like an old secret book between breaths. You walk on, guided by the gentle glow, like a candle on a windless night. The narrow passage bends, leading to a small chamber where the air smells of lavender. You pause, inhaling deeply, feeling the scent soothe your nerves. The chamber lights glow, flickering candle flickers, soft as a dream. You feel a presence, a gentle hand resting on your shoulder. It whispers, "Keep the stories alive, for they are the light." You nod, the weight of that promise settling like sediment. You feel the corridor glow brighter, a halo around the chamber. You step back into the courtyard, lanterns light, steady, and warm. You look up, seeing stars that twinkle as if nodding in agreement. You take a deep breath, feeling gratitude swell within you. The night feels full, a cradle for all stories that once slept. You know your journey is not over. It simply pauses while you rest. You feel the light dim slightly, the lantern's flame flickering like a heartbeat. You smile, letting the soft glow lull you toward the dreamscape. You step towards the courtyard's edge, the final hush before closing. You linger, letting the last ember of warmth seep through your skin. The last light remains at your side, steady as a sentinel. You close your eyes, letting the courtyard's whispered lullaby carry you into the safe abyss of sleep. The soft hum of nocturnal insects joins the rhythm of your breathing. A distant owl hoots, a low chord in the symphony of night. You smile, feeling the weight of responsibility fade like a candle's gutter. Your mind settles on the idea that every story is a thread you tend. You feel the thread of the parchment glowing through the night's veil. You touch the parchment again, feeling the wax seal warm against your palm. It feels like a pulse, a reminder that you are part of something greater. The lantern beside you flickers, a tiny guardian in the dark. You think of the quiet joy of watching a firefly dance in darkness. It reminds you how simple things can light up the darkest corners. You feel the courtyard humming like a lullaby, a song you just learned. You breathe, feeling each inhale a promise, each exhale a release. The night is a thick blanket of velvet, but you feel cool in its lap. You lean into the darkness, trusting the light of the courtyard to guide. You let go of the last fear, letting the stories take you gently. You feel your mind drifting, a quiet river flowing towards sleep. The last light continues to burn, a steady companion to your thoughts. You settle into the quiet, as if joining a choir of sleeping stars. You let the rhythm of the courtyard wash over you, calming every muscle. The wind brushes your face, carrying whispers of the past. You feel safe, knowing every legend has a place in your heart. You close your eyes, the last light glowing soft next to your eyelids. You breathe slowly, letting the courtyard's hush cradle you, its stones humming soft lullabies. The lantern's flame wavers, a steady pulse that steadies your heartbeats, each spark a whisper. You feel the cool stone beneath your steps, a river of memory running beneath each stone a page. The wind carries jasmine, old books. It wraps your thoughts in gentle perfume, your skin shimmers. You smile, and the soft hum of insects joins a chorus you recognize, each note a sigh. You feel the cool stone beneath your steps. Continue as above with rest of sentences. You breathe, letting the courtyard's hush cradle you, its stones humming soft lullabies. The rest of the script as written above, with paragraph breaks every 3-4 sentences.